I woke up in a terrible place I'd never seen before. I screamed in horror. A guy next to me put his hands on my shoulders and told me to calm down. I screamed even louder when I saw him. Then he gently put his hand on my mouth and said, "Please, calm down. I'll explain everything. I'll take my hand away now, okay?" I nodded. He pulled his hand back and, oh boy! I looked into his eyes. He was so cute! I demanded to know who he was, and he said, "I'm your brother. I just told you half an hour ago." What is he talking about? I don't have any brothers or sisters. Do I look like a crazy person to you, moron? He explained that he'd been looking for me for years. He'd finally found me. He'd waited for me after school and had tried to talk to me and explain everything. But you passed out. I had to get you here. I didn't have a choice. I started screaming again. He pushed me into the corner and stood up. He said, "Sorry, sis. I have to do this. Forgive me." And just like that, he left. I looked around, and for the first time, I noticed that I was in a bank vault filled with gold and safes. This was crazy. Then I looked back at him, and I could see him clicking a digital locker. The wall opened, and I saw a super fancy apartment behind it. Minutes later, he came back with some fancy-looking food and asked me to eat. I'm not going to eat anything until I know what on earth is going on. Okay, you lose. He started eating, making all these annoying noises. Such a creep. After he was done, he offered me some water, and I agreed to drink. I asked him about this place and why we were here. "Oh, I live here." Who lives in a bank vault? Its owner. This was getting more confusing. I asked him how he could own a bank vault when he only looked about 18. He said he was a self-made billionaire who created mobile games and had a huge company. I asked him why he was keeping me here, and he suddenly looked really mad and got up to leave. You asked too many questions. I started crying and begging him to come back. I just want to talk to my parents. Please. He froze. Don't worry about them. And with that, he left. He came back minutes later with a blanket and a pillow. Don't bother crying for help because no one can hear you in here. I asked him about my phone. Oh, I think we forgot it at the restaurant. Here, take this. He threw the latest iPhone he was carrying. I was thrilled. I waited for him to leave and dialed my dad's number. The phone didn't have a SIM card in it, and I couldn't download any message app because there was no signal or internet connection. Of course that would be the case. How dumb of me to think I could use the phone to get out of here. The phone was filled with all of his stupid games, and I played them all night till I fell asleep. After a few hours, I opened my eyes, and his face was very close to mine. He was looking at me creepily. It startled me and I pushed him away. You do look a lot like her. Like who? Our mom. Listen, you creep. If you knew my parents, why didn't you just come to our house and introduce yourself like any sane person would, instead of keeping me here like a psycho? He gave me a cold look and changed the subject. Here, I got you some food. This time, I was really hungry, and I ate all the food in one go, while he just kept looking at me like a creep. Again. Can you at least tell me your name, brother? He looked deep into my eyes. Justin's mother has 2 children, a girl and a boy. The girl's name is Abby. What's the boy's name? My name's Abby. Was he talking about my mother? The child's name would be Justin. That is correct, but Justin's mother loved Abby more. Justin's mother didn't love Justin, and he walked away. This time, I watched him carefully and memorized the digital code. I had to run away. He seemed dangerous. He got back a minute later, dragging a disc table with a big TV on it. He sat next to me, holding a popcorn box. A video started playing. It was me! My 7th birthday party, my 4th grade math competition, my trip in the 6th grade, my first date, my first ballet show, my first driving lesson. I gasped. Had he been stalking me? I got angry. I started yelling at him and demanding answers. Who are you? And what do you want from me? Why don't you just eat some popcorn and chill? I threw the popcorn box away and started crying. He got up and started apologizing. Please, calm down, sis. I pushed him away. How am I supposed to calm down, you psycho? And don't call me sis. I could never be related to someone like you. He suddenly froze and looked really hurt. He whispered, I'm sorry, sis. I can't explain. And then he left. But he forgot about the TV. I tried to see if it was connected to Wi-Fi. And it was! I was about to open Gmail to send my parents a message when I noticed a file in the left corner of the desktop. It said, a letter from my parents. I immediately clicked on it. There were 2 files. A picture of my parents when they were younger holding a baby, and the second file was a letter. It was written yesterday. It said, Dear Justin, Son, we are so glad that you finally agreed to meet us. Your sister Abby will be thrilled. We haven't told her about you yet because... Suddenly, Justin opened the door and glared at me. He turned off the TV and dragged it inside. It's not the right time for you to know. I was shocked. Why hadn't my parents mentioned him before? A while later, I knocked on the door till he answered. What? I need to go to the bathroom. He gave me a cold look. Follow me. He walked towards the opposite wall behind me. He took a remote control from his pocket, clicked a ball, and suddenly, the wall opened up. A big, fancy bathroom appeared. The walls, the toilet, the sink, everything was made of gold. I was about to turn around to shut the door when I bumped into Justin behind me. I need some time alone here? He was looking down at his phone. Fine, but I need your help with this since it's your favorite channel. You have any idea why they created My Story Animated? I looked at him for a moment and realized he was serious. So I said, I guess this dude, the channel's owner, has been in love with telling people stories since he was little. You know, like it's his passion. Justin looked impressed. You're smart. I asked why he was asking. It's nothing. It's just something related to my job. He got out, and I shut the door. He said while leaving, call me when you're done. It doesn't open from the inside. I tried to find a window or anything to help me escape, but there was nothing. After I was done, I called Justin's name. He didn't respond. I called him again, and I heard nothing. I started to freak out, screaming his name. Justin! Just open the stupid door! After 5 minutes, he opened the door and started laughing like an idiot. Being a brother is so much fun. I shoved him. Not cool! Then he started to leave. I knew I had to do something or ask something just to make him speak. So I blurted out, why did my parents abandon you? He froze for a second and stuttered. Because they were too young and poor for the responsibility. They put me up for adoption. They made a mistake, and I had to pay the price. And that is not fair. And with that, he started walking away again. I tried to run after him to stop him. I needed to tell him that it wasn't my fault. Suddenly, I stumbled and fell flat on my face. He immediately ran over to me and took me in his arms. He looked really worried. Are you okay, sis? I said I was fine, but he didn't seem convinced. He ran to his apartment and got a first aid kit, then started taking care of my leg, which hurt a bit. Then he got food and drinks and an iPad to keep me company. He was treating me like a little kid, and it was actually really sweet. He didn't want to leave until I swore 1,000 times that I was fine. Dude, I swear, it's nothing. Go now. He left, and honestly, I felt a little warm inside. I didn't know why. Maybe he wasn't completely crazy after all? After a couple of hours, I heard a loud noise and a bang on the door. Justin then opened the door and came running over to me. He looked scared. Abby, I need your help. But before I could respond, he fell to the floor. Oh my God, did he just pass out? I looked at his face. Darn, we did look alike. I seized the opportunity to escape and ran to the door. I entered the code and the door opened. To my utter surprise, I saw a girl standing in front of me. I screamed, please help me! This psycho kidnapped me! She didn't move at all. Don't call him a psycho. He's my husband. She pushed me back into the vault. I tried to fight, but she was really strong. Justin woke up. Get away from Abby, now. Are you okay, my love? Did this girl hurt you? No girl messes with my husband. I'm not your husband, Judy. We broke up. You're only my assistant now. Okay, this is getting weirder. Now I have to deal with 2 psychos. Then Judy pushed me back, went straight over to Justin, grabbed his face and kissed him. You're mine, Justin! He pulled away and yelled at her. I don't want to deal with you right now. He turned to leave. She followed him out. Before closing the door, Judy said, Oh, your sister knows the code. Change it. Justin looked at Judy with a warm smile. He leaned in and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Thanks for letting me know. In seconds, the code was changed. See ya, sis. Then they both went inside. Okay, weirdos, I'm going to punch the 2 of you when I leave this stupid place. I looked around properly for the first time. The place was breathtaking. I started to wander around. I picked up one of the gold bars, and it was so heavy that I almost dropped it. I looked at it, and it had my name carved on it. That was strange. I looked at another bar, and it also had my name. And then another, and another. They all had my name on them. I felt so confused and alone. I sat on the ground, and before I knew it, I was fast asleep. After a while, I heard someone whispering my name. It was Justin. I opened my eyes and said out loud, Hey, why is my name? But he put his hand on my mouth again. Be quiet, please. I see you saw all this. Your name is there for a reason. I can't explain. Now please leave this place and go to your corner. Don't stay here. Trust me on this one. Trust him? How could I? Then he held me by the arm. This time, I didn't push him away, and I wasn't sure why. He took me to my corner. Listen, Abby, about that girl, Judy. Then his phone started ringing. How was that possible? There was no signal. He looked at his phone nervously. His face turned pale, and then he looked at me. I have to take this right now. We need to leave this place as soon as possible. It isn't safe. And then he left. I heard him talking on the phone. Yes, she's still here. Minutes later, Judy burst in. She walked over to me and snatched my necklace from around my neck. I liked it the moment I saw it, and I think it looks better on me. Hey, that's mine! Give it back! Come on! You have an entire bank vault filled with gold, and you want my cheap necklace? It's from my mom! Give it back, now! Yeah, I know it's from your mom. That's why I took it. Judy takes anything she wants. She stuck her tongue out at me and left. After a couple of hours, Justin came back and he was sweating a lot. He was wearing a formal suit now. Judy followed him, wearing an ugly wedding dress with my necklace. Her smile was creepy. She told me to get up, handed me a Bible, and said, "Marry us." I was shocked and froze. I stared at both of them. Then Justin gave me a worried look, and he nodded. He looked terrified, and I knew I didn't have any choice but to agree. I held the book in my hands, and Justin and Judy stood in front of me. When it was time for the wedding vows, Judy said, "Justin, my only lover, I know we've only known each other for 6 months, but I believe we're meant to be together. I knew it the moment you agreed to bring one of your family members to meet me. I wish it was your parents and not your stupid sister. But it's okay. I forgive you." I was stunned. Who was the psycho? And what did she do to my brother? Did she blackmail him into bringing me here? She was smiling from ear to ear. "Come on, babe. It's your turn. Don't be shy." Justin gulped. "Judy, my lovely partner, I loved you more than—" Loved me? Justin tried to calm her down and begged her to let him finish. "I love you more than this bank vault and all of its contents." And he looked at me out of the corner of his eye. Was he trying to tell me something? The bank vault and its contents? Ugh, you're so bad at this. Just shut up and put that ring on my finger. Just marry me. Marry me. I said I had to ask the question first. Do you take... He does. I do. We do. You're annoying me now. Just shut up. Then she snatched the ring and put it on, and quickly put his ring on his finger. She then pulled his face to hers and kissed him. "Oh, by the way, I have good news for you, babe. I'm pregnant." Justin's jaw dropped, and so did mine. That's awesome, babe. If it's a girl, I'm going to name her Abby, although I don't like your sister. But I love how much you love her. I mean, you carved her name on all the gold bars. How sweet. I want my daughter to feel that she has a family and she belongs to someone. Okay, we're done here, babe. We need to leave. Let's go. And they both stormed out. This was insane. But I remembered what Justin had said, and I ran to the vault. I opened one of the drawers, and it wasn't locked. That was strange. But what was inside was even stranger. White papers. I opened another drawer, and it had the same. I opened another, then another one, and then one more. They all only had white blank papers in them. What was this place? I opened the drawers on the opposite side, and they had the same white papers. I sat on the floor feeling helpless and started crying. Then I saw it. It was a piece of paper on the floor. It had a number in a big font in the middle. 1, 1, 1, 1. I tried to understand what it meant. Then the big safe caught my attention. It had a digital locker next to it. I ran to it and entered the code, 1111, and the safe opened, and there I was, standing in front of the highway. I ran out terrified. "Help! Help! Someone help me, please!" A woman stopped her car and opened the door. I asked for her phone and called my parents. "Come here now and call the police. My brother was kidnapped. His psycho girlfriend kidnapped him. My brother is in danger." An hour later, the police arrived, and I explained everything. Within an hour, they'd found Justin and Judy. I ran to Justin and hugged him tight, and we both cried. "I'm sorry about all of this, Abby. I'm sorry for the way I treated you when we first met. I was mad at you because I thought it wasn't fair that you got to live with my parents and I didn't. I was mad at everyone." My parents joined us and started apologizing. Justin assured them that he forgave them and said that he hadn't wanted to meet them this way. I loved Judy so much. It was such a toxic relationship. So I'm not going to get any of those gold bars with my name on them? Yes, you will.
It started off as a dare, but it went too far. I was trapped in a trunk, and there was no way of escaping. They piled more and more luggage on top of the trunk. I beat on the trunk, trying to force it open. I even screamed and shouted, but it was so loud that no one heard me. By the time things quieted down, it was too late. The jet's engines began to rumble. My heart sank. We were getting ready for takeoff. I suddenly regretted this whole idea. Why did I want to meet a millionaire in the first place? Let me explain. My best friend's brother works at the airport. He lets us help out in the special hangars from time to time. We carry luggage and pack the small aircrafts for a bit of money. Today, he told us we were packing a private jet that belonged to a millionaire. I've always dreamed about meeting a millionaire. My friends and I joked around with the idea of hiding in the luggage compartment. Then he dared me to do it. I don't like backing down from a challenge, so I climbed into one of the millionaire's unlocked trunks and hid in there. It was only meant to be for a minute, and then my best friend was called away. Now there was nowhere to go. I felt the aircraft take off, and then I imagined what the police of another country would do when they found me. With nothing else to do and nowhere to go, I calmed down, measured my breathing, and started counting in 1, 2, 3, out 1, 2, 3. It worked. At some point, my adrenaline-drained body got tired. I passed out. I woke up in the dark, cramped trunk. My body was aching. My phone was in my pocket. I reached for it and found that it didn't have any signal. We traveled like this for what seemed like days. But when I checked my phone, 5 hours had passed. That was when I felt the jet touch down. I heard the luggage doors open. Then people were talking in a strange language. Soon they rolled the trunk I was in down a ramp. I was loaded into a car, I think. My heart was racing. I knew that any moment they would open the trunk and find me here. But no one opened the trunk. I remember hearing an elevator and someone grunting when they tried to pick up the trunk. Some guy sat on my trunk and farted. It was terrible as the smell seeped in. I had to stifle a grunt of displeasure and hold my nerve. A few minutes later, I heard the sound of people stopped. I heard a door click shut. I waited a few minutes to make sure, then I pushed open the trunk to peek out. This time, it opened. I was in a hotel room, a very nice one. This was a penthouse suite filled with beautiful furniture, Persian rugs, and the most breathtaking view of the city. And lucky for me, the suite was empty. I walked around and looked out the windows and figured out by the language I was seeing that I was somewhere in France. I found the hotel's Wi-Fi password and logged in. I remembered that my parents would be looking for me soon, so I sent my parents a message. I told them I was going on vacation with my best friend's family. They didn't mind. It was summer vacation and they'd encouraged me to get away for a bit. I called my best friend. He couldn't believe my story. He begged me to tell the millionaire what had happened. I couldn't, though. If I did, my best friend's brother would lose his job. No, I was going to need another plan, and I needed it fast. As a kid, I was always great at playing hide and seek. I knew how to be quiet and steer clear of people. So far, my hiding skills had worked. With a bit of planning, I thought I could keep hiding and have a nice little holiday in the process. I decided to try this out. What did I have to lose? Now that I was in the suite, there was no need to get back into the trunk. I found all the hiding places in each room and was always ready just in case the door opened. I ordered myself room service and charged it to the room. I ate quickly and hid the evidence. I hoped that no one would notice the extra billings. I went through the millionaire's luggage, trying to find out who she was. It was definitely a woman. She had a good fashion sense, but a weird obsession with sweets. Half of her luggage was filled with gummy bears, licorice, and other exotic candy. I wasn't proud of what I did next. I took some money that she'd left in the hotel room. Not to spend it, but to have as a backup plan to get home. If this blew up in my face, I was going to need some cash to get me back home quickly. At 9 p.m. that night, the door opened and the millionaire came back. I couldn't believe my eyes. She was a fashion designer. I remember seeing her in different magazines. Fashion wasn't my thing, but this lady stood out. She was eccentric and colorful. She was also known for being impatient and even had a temper when it came to answering silly questions. In the photos, she always wore the most extravagant, even ridiculous outfits. Tonight, she was so exhausted that she literally flopped onto her bed and started snoring. When I was sure she wasn't going to get up, I fell asleep in the far corner of the next room. The knock on the door the next morning woke me up. I heard the millionaire fashion designer speaking to someone from the hotel. She was telling them that she didn't know what they were talking about. She didn't order any room service. She sounded irritated. My heart started beating faster. The door closed, and she started getting ready for the day. I relaxed. It was a close one. I was going to have to be more careful from now on. I spent the morning watching TV and reading the documents that she'd left behind from her meetings the day before. I also found her diary and looked at her schedule. I saw that this would be her final day in the city. For the next month, she would be visiting 15 countries around the world. Part of me was excited by the idea of all this travel, but another part of me cringed. It meant a lot of time hiding out in the trunk. The silver lining was that with her busy schedule, I may get a chance to see cities I never dreamed of visiting. Now I just needed a way of affording this little holiday. It didn't take me long to think of an idea. My best friend back home is a computer geek who's obsessed with auctioning stuff online. I was sure this fashion designer had raving fans from around the world who would pay good money for her belongings. I went online and found recent photos of her. I matched what I saw in the photos to what I found in her wardrobe. Rainbow-colored stilettos, a blouse that reminded me of a blue marshmallow, and a scarf that looked like an electrified boa constrictor. I contacted my best friend. Within an hour, he had created an online auction for these items. I hoped it would work, and within 2 2 hours, I couldn't believe what was happening. People from around the world were making huge bids for these items. I didn't feel great about stealing from her, but I knew that right now I didn't have many choices. We sold the stilettos to someone in India an hour later. My friend wired me some of the money. I snuck out of the hotel, making sure that I had a spare room card with me. I found a company that packaged the shoes and shipped them off to the lucky bid winner. While I was out, I bought myself new clothes and saw different parts of the city. I knew my host would be out until 7 p.m. that night, so I arrived back at the hotel with plenty of time to spare. Over the next few days, the millionaire followed her schedule like clockwork. She may have been eccentric in the way she dressed, but she was seriously organized. We traveled to a new city. The trip was much shorter and my time in the trunk was easier. I wasn't so stressed out this time. I opened the trunk in a new hotel suite. It was just as luxurious. Lucky for me, just as empty. Days passed like this. I snuck out, saw a bit of the city, and got back before the millionaire arrived home. We traveled through 5 famous cities in this way. I was getting used to this routine. Well, I was until the millionaire decided to do something that wasn't in her diary. On a Saturday afternoon, I listened from the closet as she changed her plans. She was going to have a party in her suite, and it was going to start in 30 minutes. I had nowhere to go. I was stuck in this closet. I listened as people flooded into the suite, bringing food, music, and entertainment. The party began. I listened from the closet. It sounded like people were having a good time. I would have fallen asleep like this if I didn't hear the closet door opening. I held my breath. It was the millionaire. She was trying to hang up her coat, but she kept missing the hook inside the door. She giggled as she did this. She was behaving very differently to the way she normally did in her room. She was much more relaxed. I tried to make myself as small as possible, but the coat kept falling. It landed on me. She reached for it and squealed when she touched my hair. I tried not to move, but I couldn't help it. She pulled the coat off me, seeing me hiding in the corner of this tiny closet. I knew that it was over now. My mind raced with what would happen next. Would she send me to jail once she found out I had stolen her items? I was about to apologize to her, to tell her that I was sorry for hiding out and selling her things, when she interrupted me. "My dear, what are you doing in the closet?" she said to me. "Don't be shy. Guests need to mingle." She helped me out of the closet and welcomed me to the party. She told me that there were better places to hide if I didn't want to speak to people, like the balcony because of its view of the city. I noticed the glass of wine in her hand and I felt relieved. The alcohol was making her a lot friendlier, even to someone she'd found in the closet. There must have been 100 people there. I don't think she knew more than 5 of the guests, and she thought that I was one of them. I spent most of the night talking to the millionaire fashion designer. It turns out she was a pretty cool person. We actually had a few things in common. In fact, we were both from the same small town, the home that she grew up in. She told me how boring most of these parties were, but she was really enjoying this one for a change. We spoke about what she planned next in her business and how she'd become so successful. We danced, laughed, and had an amazing time. I met some very interesting people at this party. I also ate a lot of candy, and eventually I fell asleep on the couch. It felt great not having to hide for the first time in almost a month. I woke up the next morning on the couch. There was a cleaning crew tidying up the mess from the night before. Most of the guests had left. Some were still sleeping on the couches in the suite. The millionaire was dressed and getting ready to leave. She saw me and thanked me for the company last night. She told me that the next time she was home, she'd stop by and visit me. She called the reception, and a few minutes later, 5 men were carrying her luggage out of the room. They took everything, including my traveling trunk. I tried to keep cool and smile, but seeing them carrying out my travel trunk made me panic. I shouted for them to stop. The millionaire looked at me strangely. I smiled at her and told her that it looked like something that belonged to me. Then she stopped and turned back to me. She asked me if I had seen anyone wearing a pair of rainbow stilettos. By the way she looked at me, I was sure she knew that I'd taken them. I took a deep breath and shook my head. She paused for a moment and then shrugged. She said it was one of the reasons she didn't like these parties. So many strangers would take little souvenirs home with them. They were her favorite pair of heels. She shook her head and gave me a goodbye wave. I waved back and watched her leave. Standing there in the middle of this empty hotel room, a knot was forming in my stomach. The knot was still there as I walked out of the hotel. I didn't need to sneak around anymore. I felt great about that, but at the same time, my holiday was officially over. The good news was that I wasn't far from home. I was at least on the same continent. I took 4 trains and 3 buses to get back. It took me another week of traveling. Eventually, I arrived. Standing outside my house, I realized how much I actually enjoyed all the traveling. My best friend was relieved to see me. He told me how much money we'd made from auctioning the millionaire's stuff. I couldn't believe it. We were almost millionaires now too. And I had an idea then, one that my best friend liked. About a month later, my doorbell rang. It was the fashion designer. I couldn't believe it. She told me that she remembered me telling her where I lived. She invited me out to lunch. I'll be honest, it was kind of strange to be speaking to her again. Strange because I felt kind of guilty for everything I had done. But at the same time, it was fun. We really got along quite well. She told me about her recent trips and the new clothing line that she was launching. She brought up the rainbow stilettos again, telling me how hard it was to find a good pair of shoes. I tried not to look guilty, but I think it showed. The fashion designer told me about how traveling was becoming more and more of a pain because of all the luggage that she carried around with her. So many people were always giving her things that she didn't want, but she didn't want to hurt their feelings by refusing the gifts. And then I had the idea, a way that we could work together. My business idea was simple. I would take some of the items that she didn't need anymore and auction them online. She listened carefully and nodded. She liked the idea. All she asked was that some of the money be donated to her favorite charity. I agreed. Together with my best friend's help, we began auctioning off her unwanted items. Over the next few months, she sent me all sorts of clothing, shoes, and jewelry, along with photos of her wearing these items. My best friend loaded them up onto the online auction site. The lucky winners received a box, along with a real letter from the fashion designer, thanking them for their purchase. What started off as stealing turned into a legal business for my best friend and I. Within a year, we were millionaires. And best of all was that we now had a millionaire business partner. There was something that bothered me though. The rainbow stilettos, I still felt guilty about them. So I tracked down the original buyer. By now, we had the money to buy back the rainbow stilettos from her for twice what she paid for them. She agreed to sell them. You should have seen the fashion designer's face when I gave her a box with the rainbow stilettos. She was so happy. She asked me how I found them. I told her it didn't matter. She paused, closed the box, and pushed it back to me. Keep the shoes. Just remember to send a fraction of the money that you gain from the auction of these to the charity. My gaze dropped, and I shook my head furiously as she sipped her coffee. Did she even know what I had gone through to get these silly shoes back? We sat in silence, wondering how much she knew. Then I relaxed. It didn't matter now. As I looked back at the past few months, I realized how crazy this all was. From being locked in a trunk to being business partners with a millionaire fashion designer. Sometimes, life takes you on a wild ride. All you have to do is hold on tight and see where it goes.
Hey everyone, my name is Eden, and this is my story. The day I was born, the biggest rainbow appeared over the hospital, and my parents thought that I was really special. They always treated me like a princess. Mommy, I want an airplane. And the very next day, my room was full of all the toy airplanes my parents could find. I always felt loved and had everything in the world, but sometimes I couldn't help wishing I had someone to share it all with. Mommy, I want a little sister. Oh, baby, trust me. You don't need anyone. Our lives are perfect just the way they are. But only they weren't. Soon after that day, I'd often hear Mom and Dad fighting with each other, and I noticed they started to drift apart. So I tried my best to keep them together. Mom, Dad, you guys want to watch a movie with me? Your dad's busy, but I can go with you. Maybe we can go tomorrow when you're both free? I think it's just better if we go on our own, love. And my biggest nightmare came true when I turned 14, and my parents announced that they were getting a divorce. It crushed my heart. Mom decided to move back to her hometown in Missouri, and since Dad was moving away for work, I had no other choice but to go with Mom. But the minute we got there, I got the shock of my life. Mom was freaking rich! She owned a huge house and farms in the town. Mom, how come you never told me about any of this? Well, I just didn't think it was that important. But this was huge to be kept from me. And turns out, that wasn't the only secret she had. Later that evening, I was taking a walk across the grounds when suddenly my legs got caught in a rope and I fell down in cow poop. What the heck? Just then, I saw a girl my age running towards me and she stumbled and fell too. Ouch, my butt! Hey, are you okay? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I was practicing rope throwing and I didn't see you there. That was you? Ugh! Now get me out of this! Okay, hold your horses. Well, I have good news and bad news. The good news is this is the best knot I ever made and I might have a chance at winning at the rodeo this year. But the bad news is I have no idea how to undo it. What? Are you crazy? Cut it or something. She ran away to look for something and came back with her mom. But just as the lady was untying me, Mom came running and pulled her away. What did you do to my daughter? Get away from her. Lily? What are you doing here? It's my home too. I can come here anytime I want. And from what I've heard, you've been running the farm at a loss, so I thought I should come look into it. Oh, so you just turn up out of nowhere to tell me my business? I'm shocked you're even showing your face here after what you did. Christy, shut up. Mom took my hand and pulled me out of there. That's when I learned this lady was Mom's sister, Christy, and that girl was my cousin, Nancy, and they lived in the house next to ours. And you didn't think this was important to tell me too? What else are you hiding? Do you have another husband and kids too? Eden. I had so many questions, but she was refusing to answer any, and it was driving me mad. So I called Dad to ask, but he just said, "Oh, honey, I can't tell you much, but just remember, your mom needs you." I had no idea what he meant by that, and I was so annoyed at all these secrets. So I just stormed out of the house and went towards the fields. But suddenly, I noticed one of the scarecrows in the fields was moving. Holy freaks! I screamed and started running away, but the scarecrow kept following me, and suddenly, it fell on the ground. Ouch! My knees! My knees! Nancy, why are you dressed like that? I can't tell you that. My mom told me to stay away from you. Oh, yeah? Then what are you doing here talking to me? I thought you were hurt when you screamed, so I came to check up on you, but now I'll have to go. Bye! Nancy, wait! I thought she'd know what was going on between my mom and my aunt, but turns out she was just as unaware as me. I offered to be friends with her, and she agreed, as long as we kept it a secret from our moms. Now, tell me, why were you actually here? My friends dared me to do this all night, but then they all left me here. She was really innocent and super funny, and always made me laugh so hard by mimicking the animals at the farm. At night, she'd sneak into my room with homemade cookies, and we'd eat them together while watching our favorite videos. By the time summer was over, we were BFFs, and when Mom enrolled me into the same school as Nancy, we both were super excited because now we didn't have to meet in secret. But at school, I learned that Nancy was really naive, and a lot of people took advantage of her. Nancy, you shouldn't be doing your friend's homework. It's all right, Eden. My friends say practice makes a man perfect, and if I write all these things so many times, I'll become a genius. Sometimes she'd make me want to bang my head against a wall. But at home, it was much worse with Mom and Aunt's constant fighting. I've been making the decisions regarding the crops all these years. Why did you sell this lot without even asking me? 'Cause you're dumb and we're suffering losses, so I need to take charge. Suddenly, Aunt Christy picked some tomatoes and threw them right into Mom's face. Soon, the view looked like a tomatina festival, and out of nowhere, Nancy threw a tomato at me too. What the heck? Come on, it's fun. It'll convince them we hate each other too. Join in. God, she was crazy. A few nights later, Nancy and I decided to go out for a movie, and we had a blast. Oh my God. It was my first time in a movie hall, and I loved it so much. We should totally do it again. But then suddenly, a stray dog came barking at us, and before I could move, Nancy jumped over the fence and ran at the speed of light, leaving me behind. I wasn't as fast, and the dog caught my skirt and ripped it. Just then, a guy came running and shooed the dog away. Hey, are you okay? He helped me off the ground, and I couldn't help noticing how cute he was. He had patches of white hair all over his head, and it looked gorgeous, like art. He introduced himself as Randy, and when he saw me looking at his hair, he explained it was because of a condition called poliosis. Oh, I see. Well, it looks good. Thanks, and here, take this. He took off his jacket and wrapped it around my waist. I hope you'll feel more comfortable now. Cute and such a gentleman. He then walked me back home, and as we talked, it turned out he was a senior at school and a national-level baseball player. When we reached home, Nancy was waiting for me at the doorstep, but as soon as she saw me, she ran to her house. And now I wasn't going to talk to her either. Later that night, as I was sleeping, I suddenly woke up to see Nancy waving a torch in my face. What the heck is wrong with you? What the heck is wrong with you? Why were you with that jerk, Randy? You know him? Yeah, he's a bad guy, and you need to stay away from him. When I asked her to explain more, she refused to tell me and ran away. The next day, I saw Randy in the cafeteria, and I was curious to know if he also knew her, so I asked him. Nancy? Doesn't ring a bell. But before I could ask more, someone dumped an entire tray of food over me. Nancy! What is the matter with you? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just slipped. Well, obviously, I knew she didn't, but I didn't want to make a scene, so I just ran to the washroom to clean up. But the moment I stepped out, Randy was waiting there for me with a change of clothes. I had some clean clothes in my locker. They'll be too big, but they should work for now. This guy was just perfect, but I had no idea why Nancy was behaving this way. So that night, I went to see Nancy and forced her to tell me why she hated me getting along with Randy. And she gave me the most shocking reply. 'Cause he's into guys. What? Yeah, I knew his secret, but I didn't want to be the one to break it to anyone. That's why I lied to you that he's a bad guy, so you'd keep away from him and won't get your heart broken. She then showed me pictures of him laughing and holding hands with a guy in a park. What? You could have just told me sooner, you know. I tried to, but you were pissed at me for running away. I'm really scared of dogs because I got bit by one when I was 5. Oh, Nancy. I told her not to hide things from me anymore, and I was so glad to have my bestie back. From the next day, I started avoiding Randy whenever I'd see him around school, but one time, he caught me on my way back home. I have no idea why you've been avoiding me, but if I've made a mistake, you should let me know. No, Randy, it's not like that. He then told me it was his birthday, and he invited me to the carnival happening in town. At first, I was hesitant, but then I remembered how nice he'd been to me, and I decided to be a good friend at least. Later that night, when I joined him, I realized it was just the two of us, but we had a blast. We played so many games together, and Randy won a giant teddy bear for me. After that, we went on the Ferris wheel, and when we reached the top, Randy held my hand and pulled me in for a kiss. Randy, get away from me! I'm sorry. I thought you liked me too, and... I do. I did, until I found out you like guys. What? Who told you that? I told him about those pictures, and he burst out laughing. Oh my God, who took those? That's my cousin who visited me quite a while ago, and I was holding his hand on our walk because he's blind. I'm not into boys. I like girls, okay? I really like you. And suddenly, I realized I got played by Nancy, that little witch. Later when I got home, I stormed off to Nancy's place and went straight to her room. I can't believe I trusted you and you lied to me. You did this because you like Randy too, right? Yes, I liked him too, but... Before she could say more, I jumped onto her and we broke into a wild fight. And soon our moms came running to separate us. Girls, stop it. What's going on? I told Mom all that happened, and Aunt Christy started to laugh hysterically. So, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, I guess. I knew you'd be just like your mother, stealing boyfriends as usual. What did she mean by that? Mom, please stop it. But Aunt went on to tell us that my dad was originally her boyfriend, but Mom made him fall for her. Their parents asked Mom to dump my dad so the sisters could stop fighting, but instead she ran away with him and never came back. I have apologized to you a million times. I'm sorry I hurt you, but we really loved each other. He was my boyfriend. You had no business loving him, and I'm never forgiving you for that. I watched Mom's eyes fill with tears as Aunt Christy asked us to leave. Later at home, I asked Mom if she regretted marrying Dad. No, I don't regret it at all, sweetie. Your dad gave me the best years of my life, but sometimes good things also come to an end. I just wish it hadn't cost me my family. I was too young and stupid to not consider my sister's feelings. I hugged her tight and comforted her, and the next day, I knew just what to do. I walked up to Nancy's room and told her I was going to stay away from Randy. I don't want a boy coming between us. Oh, Eden, it's all my fault. Like I said, I also liked Randy, but my friends showed me all those pictures and I believed them and thought he's gay. And I've lost feelings for him now. But you threw all your food over me that day. I thought you were jealous. It was a genuine accident, I swear. I'm happy if you guys like each other. Oh my God, my little sister was such an innocent baby. But there was one more pair of sisters that we had to reunite, and I had just the perfect plan for it. I called Dad and told him everything and asked him to come visit us. Thank you so much for coming, Dad. You don't have to thank me, honey. I should have done this sooner and made things easier for your mom. We then walked towards the fields where both our moms were working, and they looked super shocked to see Dad. What are you doing here? I'm here to apologize to you, Christy. I was the one who fell in love with your sister first, and I was the one who broke your heart. So don't resent her so much, and please forgive both of us. Yeah, I'm sorry too, Christy. Really and truly. I could see tears in Aunt's eyes as she hugged Mom, and Nancy and I joined in too. After what felt like a lifetime, I saw Mom and Dad smiling at each other, and it made my heart so full. We should never give up on people we love. They are always worth the fight.
Lots of little kids say they want to be an astronaut when they grow up, but I was one of the only ones who actually did it. Hi everyone, I'm Marisol from Dallas. Please like and subscribe. Okay, so I wasn't technically an astronaut yet, but I was getting close. I've gone to space camp every summer since I was little. While the other kids were doing basic algebra, I was solving complex calculus equations just like the engineers at NASA. My heroes were Valentina Tereshkova and Sally Ride, two of the first women to go to space. I wanted to follow in her footsteps and inspire other girls one day. My parents thought I was strange for only eating freeze-dried space food, but I didn't care. Maybe I wasn't an astronaut yet, but no one could say I wasn't living the lifestyle. I had to hide the food though because my little brother was always chasing our cat around the house and squirting her with space ketchup. Rodrigo, that only works when there's no gravity. My dad didn't approve of my dream to go to space. He wanted me to aim for somewhere more practical, like a courthouse or a hospital. But being a lawyer or a doctor just wasn't my dream. One day at school, I saw some students gathering around the bulletin board. I pushed through to see what they were looking at. It was a flyer for Space Cadet Tryouts? My heart leapt into my throat. This was exactly the opportunity I'd been searching for. The tryouts were this weekend at the Space Center in Houston. Now I just had to convince my dad to let me go.
Absolutely not. It's out of the question.
But Dad, an opportunity like this might only come along once in a lifetime.
You need to focus on your studies.
I have straight A's.
You have chores to do.
So if I get all my chores done before the weekend, you'll let me go? I could tell my dad was trying to think of another reason to say no, but I didn't give him a chance. Thanks, Dad. I mowed the lawn, trimmed the hedges, and vacuumed and scrubbed the floors faster than I ever had before. The house was spotless. But every time I told Dad I was finished, he just gave me a longer list of chores. Oh, so annoying. If he thought I was gonna let a little housework stand in my way, he was sorely mistaken. Finally, I'd finished everything. My dad looked up from his newspaper and handed me another piece of paper. Dad, come on. I've done everything you've asked. This is getting ridiculous.
Look at what you're holding.
It was a bus ticket to Houston.
This doesn't mean I approve, but a deal's a deal.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. That Saturday, as the bus approached the Space Center, I watched the launch pad come into view on the horizon. It was incredible. A piece of history right in front of my eyes. And there was Mission Control. Once we got inside, I got into my uniform and glanced around at the other cadets. There were about 100 of us. Most of them were boys. They looked tough, disciplined, almost like soldiers. But I was tough too, in my own way. I made my way towards one of the girls. Hey, is it okay if I sit here? Go for it. I'm Marisol, Jessa. This place is so cool. I can't believe I'm really here. No offense, but I'm not here to make friends. Sorry, I won't bug you anymore. Just then, an intimidating-looking officer approached, and a hushed silence fell on the cadets.
My name is Commander McLean. I'll be your training officer. Out of everyone in this room, only 10 will make the cut for Phase 2 of training. If you fail, you'll be leaving at noon.
That made me a little nervous. It would be so embarrassing if I came all this way just to leave before lunchtime.
Of the 10 who make the cut, only 1 will be chosen for the mission. Here at NASA, we only take the best of the best.
And before I knew it, we were completing an obstacle course. A lot of the cadets had an advantage over me because they were taller and stronger, but I was smarter. I noticed on the climbing wall that the ropes were frayed. Most of the cadets grabbed the ropes to scale the wall, but I used the handholds instead. While I climbed, I glanced back to see the ropes break, and a bunch of cadets crashed to the mat below. A boy was climbing right beside me, and he winked at me. Who did he think he was? If he thought that was going to distract me, he was wrong. I hit the ground running. The other cadets were coming up fast. Whoa, Jessa was way ahead of the rest of us. I pushed myself as hard as I could, and I finished right behind her.
Congratulations, you just made it to Phase 2.
I stopped myself from jumping and cheering loudly, but on the inside, I was throwing a party. I glanced around to check out who else made it to Phase 2. Some really tall and athletic cadets were still here, which wasn't surprising, and the boy who had winked at me. I was so excited and really wanted to chat with Jessa, or someone anyway. Here I was, in a room with 9 other people who shared my passion for space exploration. But maybe Jessa was right. They were my competitors, and I needed to be serious if I was going to be the top performer. Forget about everyone else and just focus on training Marisol. After lunch, the same boy winked at me again. I could feel myself blushing, but I was annoyed. I'm not here to make friends.
Okay.
Our next training exercises made the obstacle course look like a piece of cake. We had to master all kinds of skills, like working the life support systems, orbital mechanics, and space medicine. Thankfully, all my time practicing calculus equations gave me a huge leg up here. The next exercise was the one I'd been most excited to try: zero gravity training. We floated around the chamber like it was a sea without water. It was amazing.
Be aware, your bodies are not yet used to the effects of zero-G. Most of you will get space motion sickness.
Sure enough, when I looked over at the boy who'd winked at me, his face turned green and he threw up. I didn't mean to, but it made me laugh. I caught the boy's eye and he grinned at me. Jessa was floating around like this was just another walk in the park to her. She was the only one who didn't get sick. During our next break, I decided to explore the Starship Gallery. There were a bunch of spacecraft and even a real moon rock on display. I thought I was alone, but then I noticed the boy checking out the lunar module.
It's incredible, isn't it? I'm Nick.
It really is. I'm Marisol.
It's so wild to actually be here. I've been dreaming of this since I was 2. My bedroom is covered in planets and stars and model rockets. I'm embarrassing myself, aren't I?
Your room sounds a lot like mine. I've been obsessed with space ever since my dad bought me my first telescope when I was little. I think he regrets it because all he talks about now is me becoming a lawyer or a doctor.
He probably worries about you. This is a dangerous job.
It's not that. He doesn't believe it's a realistic dream.
Not for most people, maybe. But he didn't see how impressive you were in training earlier.
It's nice to talk to someone who cares about space like I do. I felt Nick's fingertips touch mine. It gave me butterflies. Surrounded by all the spacecraft, in the dark with the little starlights on the wall, it was almost like we were really in space. Nick leaned in to kiss me, but at the last second I turned my head. I'm sorry, I really do want to, but I can't. This is my dream. I can't afford to get distracted.
No, I totally get it.
I was glad he took it so well. He really did seem like a great guy. Under different circumstances, I would have kissed him in a heartbeat, but this wasn't the time or place.
You know this means I'm gonna do my best to beat you, right?
I'd expect nothing less. Our break was over. Now it was time for something super cool. The space flight simulator. It was awesome at first. It was so realistic that it was easy to forget we were on the ground. But then an emergency alarm started to beep. Mission Control, we have a problem.
There was an explosion in the service module. It ruptured oxygen tank number 2.
I redirected power to our primary oxygen tank, but then a second alarm started beeping. Red lights were flashing everywhere.
There's a line ruptured in your primary oxygen tank. You're losing oxygen fast.
I did my best not to panic. My hands were shaking. Wow, this was intense. All the cadets were scrambling to figure out how to solve the problem.
Remember, only one of you will be chosen for the mission, but this is a group exercise. If you can't work together as a team, you won't survive.
Jessa and I locked eyes. Marisol, can you calculate how much oxygen we have left? On it. Nick, I need you to shut down all non-critical systems to conserve energy.
Copy that.
At our current rate, we'll run out of oxygen in 10 hours. That's not enough time to complete our mission. I'm gonna try and bring us in for an emergency landing. All of us got to work, nervous and sweating, but we were in sync. It's too rocky. There's no safe place to land. You got this, Jessa. We believe in you. Even though it was just a simulator, I had to admit, it was scary. What if this happened on a real mission? That's what you're preparing for, Marisol. So if it does, you'll be ready. Suddenly, the emergency signals were silent. We all looked around at each other, breathless.
Congratulations, cadets. You've just successfully executed an emergency landing.
All of us cheered. I even gave Nick a hug. We really pulled together and overcame the odds. It made me stop seeing the other cadets as my competition. They were good people who wanted the same thing I did. And when one of us succeeded, we all did. Later, I was hanging out in the observation area overlooking the launch pad. The sun was setting outside and it cast a beautiful glow on the shuttle. Mind if I join you? Of course not. I'm sorry if I was rude earlier. The truth is, I was afraid if I opened up, it would make me vulnerable. And it's already hard enough, especially for girls. I know what you mean. You really had my back in the simulator. We're a team. When one of us succeeds, we all do. Friends? Friends. You know, I think you have a really good chance of being chosen. Really? But you're like the best pilot here. I can't do math like you can. Let's make a pact. No matter which of us wins, or if neither of us do, we'll still support each other. Deal. The next morning, it was time for the announcement. We gathered around and waited for Commander McLean. I think everyone was too nervous to chat. Finally, the commander approached.
All of you did good work here. I want everyone to walk out those doors with their heads held high. But as I said, there can only be one.
I tried so hard to keep it together, but I was dying to know who was chosen.
Cadet Jessa, congratulations. You're our top performer and you'll be joining our crew for our next mission.
I felt all the wind go out of my sails. Don't get me wrong, I was happy for Jessa, but I'd wanted this all my life. I had gotten so close, and now it was out of reach. Still, I told Jessa I'd support her, and I meant it. I gave her a big hug, and we promised to keep in touch. Nick and I exchanged numbers too. When I got home, I looked around my room. Maybe it was time to grow up. I took down my space stuff and put it in a box. Then I decided to take one last look through my telescope. Orion and the Big Dipper were shimmering in the sky. It was so hard to say goodbye.
What are you doing?
You were right. I should find something more realistic. Please, don't say I told you so.
Oh, Marisol, I wasn't right. You were.
What?
Maybe being an astronaut isn't the most realistic goal, but that doesn't mean it's not achievable. This world needs dreamers. If anyone can make it happen, it's you.
From that moment on, I never doubted my path again. I was gonna give it my all, no matter what the odds were. And maybe, just maybe, one day I would inspire a little kid, just like my heroes inspired me. Once when I was 5, I was at the grocery store when suddenly I heard loud voices behind me. A mean-looking woman was screaming at my sister Nancy for taking the last toilet roll. Oh no, I knew what was coming next.
Don't you shout at her, you witch! She's gonna faint!
I caught Nancy just before she hit the ground. The woman looked shocked and someone started calling an ambulance.
Don't worry, I can take care of this.
And with that, I started rocking Nancy and singing in a calm voice.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, you're a dummy, yes you are.
Everyone was looking at me like I was crazy, but Nancy opened her eyes soon. I helped her get up, and as we were leaving, I stomped on the woman's foot. Hi, my name is Mira, and I was born 15 years after my sister Nancy. And ever since I can remember, Nancy's had this crazy problem called cataplexy. Every time she's really angry or stressed, she faints. One time, a bully in the park pushed me off the swing, and as Nancy stepped forward to yell at her, she just fainted on top of her. I couldn't stop laughing as the girl screamed till her parents came to her rescue. Mom worked as a maid, and we were poor, but we were happy together. I was especially close to Nancy because she always had my back, and I had hers. Soon after I'd passed 8th grade, Nancy came home with some great news one day. She'd been hired as a teacher in a private school, and I could attend it for free. I was awestruck on my first day there. Everything and everyone was so fancy. When the bell rang for recess, a girl named Lexi shrieked.
OMG, let's go outside. My parents must be here with my birthday present.
And she and her minions rudely pushed me aside on their way out. I followed them out of curiosity, and my jaw dropped when I saw a pink sports car drive up and her parents jumped out. But suddenly, Lexi went ballistic.
Are you kidding me, Daddy? A Mercedes? My name is freaking Lexi, and I wanted a freaking Lexus with a number plate saying Lexi. Are you guys morons? You're ruining my life.
And then she started pulling her dad's hair, and he started crying and apologizing. Gosh, what planet were these people from? Well, now I was on the planet of jerks too, and Lexi was the president. One day in class, the teacher was testing out our mental math skills and asked, "What's the probability of rolling an even number on a dice?" Lexi's hand instantly shot up.
I don't know, but it's definitely higher than the probability of you ever finding a boyfriend. Loser.
As the teacher's face turned red, I felt terrible. Hey, that's really rude. Didn't anyone teach you any manners? The class fell silent, and Lexi stared at me like I'd killed her cat.
You think I can't tell how poor you are? Someone like you shouldn't be messing with someone like me. That was stupid times infinity. After that, she made it her life's mission to make me miserable. I'd find stinky tuna in my locker, orange juice all over my notebooks, my bag in the toilet. And even though I was doing great at school and the teachers loved me, no one dared say anything to Lexi because her parents were big donors. But then she went too far. One day, I was having lunch when Lexi came over, and she climbed onto the table and kicked my plate away. Kiss my shoes, loser, and I'll make you part of my gang. We could use a nerd to do our homework. I'd had enough. I got up to kick her butt when suddenly Nancy walked in and pulled her down. What do you think you're doing? Stay away from my sister. Sister? Wow, I do see the resemblance actually. You both look like some homeless people let you borrow their clothes. Nancy looked furious, and next thing I knew, she'd fainted smack onto Lexi with her food tray. Lexi went mental and stormed off straight to the principal. That teacher attacked me, and she ruined my limited edition Gucci dress. I'll report her to the police. She has a health issue, you psycho. She didn't do it on purpose. I want her fired. Even though the principal was sympathetic, she said she had to let Nancy go. But since I was a good student, she'd let me stay on scholarship. I was so furious. I decided I was gonna leave anyway, but Nancy wouldn't hear it. You have a chance to get a great college scholarship if you study here, Mira. I'm sorry I made things worse for you, but you have to go. With Nancy losing her job, I knew money would be tight again, and I didn't want her and Mom worrying. So I found a tutor's job and started teaching math to a couple of super spoiled brats. One evening when I was leaving their house, their snooty mom handed me a bag of trash and a large painting. Someone gave me this butt-ugly painting as a gift. Be a dear and throw this on your way out. God, why were rich people so awful? She didn't even say please. I shoved the stuff in the garbage dump, but then I turned around and picked up the painting. Nancy would probably like it, but I wasn't expecting her reaction when she saw it. This artist is really famous, and it looks like an original. She asked you to throw it away? We took it to an art gallery the next day, and the owner confirmed that it was an original. He told us to sell it at an upcoming auction, and we did. As the number went higher and higher, Nancy fainted. It was finally sold to the highest bidder for freaking $2 million. What? We went into complete shock for a minute, and then we started hugging and dancing for joy. We were rich from some rich idiot's trash. And just like that, our lives changed. We moved into a better apartment immediately and decided to spoil ourselves a little. The three of us went on a shopping spree, got spa treatments and makeovers, had a few fancy dinners. We had a blast. And when I walked into school after the weekend, I could instantly feel all eyes on me. As I put my stuff away in the locker, I closed the door to find Lexi standing behind it like a creep. And then I saw we were wearing the exact same outfit. You have to take your clothes off. What? How can you even afford this? And no one is allowed to wear the same clothes to school as me. Now, just take these gym clothes and go change. Lexi, you can bully your friends and parents and teachers to get your way, but it's never going to happen with me. Like, ever. To make things even better, someone posted a picture of us and started an Instagram poll of who wore it better, and the majority voted for me. When Lexi saw that, she snatched all of her friends' phones and smashed them into the wall one by one. And just like that, a war had started between us. I already had better grades, and now I had just as many friends and boys around me. One time at a big football match, Lexi was busy flirting with all the jocks, but the minute I sat down on the bleachers, the whole team came running towards me. I'll be playing for you today, Mira. Don't miss my moves out there, babe. That was weird, but it seemed to be making Lexi livid. So I blew them all kisses and said I'd be cheering them on. And when they won, they literally carried me off on their shoulders to the celebration party. But the final straw was when the student council elections came around. Usually, no one even bothered to stand against Lexi as president. but I decided to run, and I won by a freaking landslide. This is not possible. I want to recount. I smell foul play. Lexi, it's about time you understood that people might fear you, but they'd rather vote for someone they actually like, and that's not you. I won fair and square, so deal with it. Well, she did deal with it. In a way I didn't see coming. I'd been working for months with my teacher on a math research paper for a university competition. Winning it could get me a full scholarship after high school. So when my teacher called me one evening to say that I'd won first prize, I fell off my chair at the dining table. Mom and Nancy were so proud of me. But when I went to the principal's office to meet the university dean, I was shocked to find Lexi there with her parents. What are you doing here, Lexi?
What are you doing here, Mira? I'm here to talk more about the prize and scholarship I just won.
I looked around at everyone in shock, and then I just snapped. Oh my God, you mean the scholarship you just bought with mommy and daddy's money? Because you sure as heck aren't smart enough to win anything. Lexi snarled and attacked me, pushed me straight onto the principal's desk. I grabbed a bottle of ink and flung it into her eyes. As the principal screamed and Lexi's parents tried to stop her, she just kicked them. When the grown-ups finally managed to pull us apart, the principal was furious. That's it. I don't care how much you donate, sir. One more incident like this and Lexi will be expelled. And with that, she pushed us all out. As I was about to storm off angrily, I turned to Lexi's parents. You guys have raised a monster. Can't you see she has no respect for anything or anyone? Not even you? You can buy her everything she wants, and she's never going to love you or thank you for it. For the next few days, I pretended like Lexi didn't even exist. And then she didn't come to school for a week. No one was happier than me. But one night, Nancy and I were driving through her neighborhood when we crossed her house, and it seemed pitch dark. Had she left town? I asked Nancy to stop for a minute, and I walked up to the house to look through a window. I found Lexi sitting with her parents on the floor, eating with candles on. There was no furniture. What was going on? I can't even see what garbage I'm eating. How can we not have any electricity?
This is what it means to be broke, Lexi. We can't pay for things.
Ugh, I hate you, Dad. I can't live like this. I wish I'd never been born to a loser like you.
It's not my fault the market crashed. You want me to put you up for adoption? That girl Mira was right. You're awful.
I sneaked away from her house, feeling super weird. Lexi was poor now? The next day at school, I saw Lexi was back, but she was cornered by the other girls from class.
Is it true, Lexi? The paper said your dad is totally broke. Are you too poor to afford shampoo now? Your hair looks like it hasn't been washed in a week.
Gross. I was about to walk away, but something about Lexi's tear-stained face made me stop, and I pushed through them. Can everyone please, for once, stop being a big jerk around here? You don't have to punch somebody when they're already down. With that, I took Lexi's hand and led her away from the rest. She wiped away her tears and stared at me in shock. Why did you do that? Why would you help me? You certainly don't deserve it, but it was the right thing to do. I don't think someone as heartless as you would really understand that. That was the last I ever spoke to Lexi. Her locker was cleared up soon after, and she and her parents left town for good. But I got a call the very next day from the university dean, offering me the scholarship again. No thank you, sir. I've lost all respect for you and your university, because anyone could buy you if they had enough money. And 2 years later, I'm graduating high school with honors and going off to my dream university.
Caleb got up and furiously kicked some rocks. Fine, I won't do it. I'll think of another solution then. As Natalie's tears dropped, Caleb sighed and sat down.
Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cry, please. Let's talk this over. You'll just be acting, and it's only for a month, right? And are you sure he's paying you a huge amount for it?
Yes, I'll just be a fake girlfriend. I'll never fall in love with that jerk, ever.
Okay, fine. I'll agree on it now, but on one condition.
What is it?
There should be no touching.
Natalie was surprised at how jealous Caleb could be. But he wants me to convince everyone that we're really dating. How can we do that if we can't even hold hands?
I just realized that I sounded ridiculous. Never mind. It won't mean anything, Caleb, I swear. And I'll give you a part of the payment for your mom's expensive treatments. Nat, no. You're the one who'll work for this, not me. We promised to protect and help each other, remember? Just support me on this for a month and we'll get you some money for your mom. I support you, of course. You're mine, okay? Always. Natalie was nervous to meet Duke the next day. He was already at the cafe when she arrived. You're 7 minutes late. Now, first order of business, I need you to transfer to my school. What? Is that necessary for a month's job? Yes, it is. Don't worry, I can easily transfer you back and forth. My family has all the connections. Oh yes, your family rules this place. How can I forget that? Here's the contract. Read it and sign below. The contract was short and simple. It was valid for a month but could be extended if needed. And if she'd break it, she would have to pay back Duke's $50,000 debt. This jerk has pulled a checkmate on me and there's no backing out now. But I'm not gonna make it easy for him. He'll wish he wasn't stuck with me as his girlfriend. On her first day of work, she was awestruck at how big Duke's school was, and everyone was wearing clothes that looked more expensive than 1,000 cows. As she was walking towards the main building, a fancy sports car suddenly dashed into the parking lot. Natalie's jaw dropped as the driver stepped out. It was Duke, and he looked dashing. Girls started to surround him, but to everyone's surprise, Duke walked up to Natalie and put his arm around her. There you are. Did you sleep well last night? I didn't, because I couldn't stop thinking about you. Can you stop being so adorable for a second? It's killing me. Dude, who's that? This is Natalie, my girlfriend. In one corner, Duke's sister Harper was fuming.
Of all the girls in the world, he chose her? I've seen that dumb peasant a few times on the farm. How can Duke be so stupid?
On their way to class, Natalie suddenly pulled Duke to a corner.
Why did you kiss me? What are you doing?
Making things convincing? Have you read the contract that you signed? Holding hands and kisses on foreheads and cheeks are allowed. Natalie didn't take that part seriously. She wanted to ask more questions, but she remembered the rules in the contract. Don't ask personal things. Later that day, while she was putting things in her locker, Harper and her friends appeared behind her.
Is it just me, or does it smell like mud in here?
It definitely smells like dirt.
Oh, farm girl, I didn't see you there.
I'm sure you saw me, Harper.
Don't get smart with me, farm girl. Just because you're my brother's girlfriend doesn't mean I need to be nice to you.
But you could be nice to me just out of basic human decency, right? Or are you unfamiliar with that?
Natalie started to walk away, but Harper got mad and pulled her hair.
You little...
What's going on here?
Tell your tacky girlfriend to behave herself. And why are you dating her anyway? Did you just pick the first girl you saw on the farm or something?
Mind that mouth, Harper. And what's wrong with her? She's literally perfect.
You could have chosen anyone, Duke. She's nothing like us.
I'd rather not spend my time listening to someone who talks about bags and 10 different shades of pink all day. Natalie is so much more interesting.
Wow, he's a really good actor. But God, I'm being humiliated here. I will make sure that this Duke regrets this decision.
Duke then warned everyone to be good to Natalie, including his sister and her friends, and they had no choice but to obey the king of their school. The next day, Natalie prepared embarrassing couple shirts for both of them and gave it to him during their basketball practice.
Happy 200th day, my baby king!
Everyone started laughing, and she thought Duke would be really annoyed. Oh, now I get it. It's because you literally worship me. I like the shirt, babe.
Yeah, okay. So let's wear the shirts now?
Suddenly, Duke accidentally tripped and spilled his bottle of juice over the shirts. Oh no. Too bad they've become dirty. Maybe next time, but I appreciate the gesture. Natalie felt mad because her plan of embarrassing him had completely backfired. Maybe she needed to try harder. So later that day in the canteen, she just stared at him intensely.
I can't believe I'm dating the most handsome man in the universe. Just look at his eyelashes. They have the perfect length and curl, and don't even get me started with his beautiful nostril hair.
Natalie didn't care if everyone thought she was an obsessed girlfriend, as long as she was pissing Duke off. Duke is very private, so any exclusive info? Oh, he's a screamer, especially around 8-legged living things. What?
Don't be shy, Dookie. We all have our fears, right?
Actually, I have a collection of spiders at home. See? Sorry, guys. She really loves to joke around sometimes. That happens when she forgets to drink her meds. You know, for her crazy problem.
Natalie kicked his foot under the table. Just crazy for you, baby king. But she really went overboard a few days later when Duke was part of a school play. He was playing the role of a prince, and just when he was about to kiss his princess, Natalie screamed from the audience, "My baby king, please, don't kiss the witch! Your lips only belong to me!" Everybody stared at her in shock, including Duke. He tried to resume his acting, but forgot his lines and became embarrassed. He then turned to leave and tripped over something that sent the whole set crashing down on the princess. Oops. And right after, Duke came marching to her angrily. "What do you think you're doing? Who asked you to act like some crazy melodramatic girlfriend? You just embarrassed me in front of everybody. We've been working on this play for months and you ruined it. What is wrong with you?" "Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't think I'd have such a strong effect on you that you'd forget your acting. I was just trying to be convincing, like you said."
Don't play these stupid games with me, Natalie. I know what you're trying to do, and it's not gonna work. You agreed to be my girlfriend, and unless you have $50,000 suddenly, you'll act like a normal girlfriend or you'll go to jail. And trust me, I won't feel bad about your poor butt rotting in there for a second. You better behave. I don't need people to think I'm dating an obsessed psycho.
Fine, I got it. Can you let my arm go now? He did, and she pushed him away as she left. Duke was still really mad at Natalie when he got home, but he started feeling bad for the way he'd spoken to her. And to make matters worse, he instantly had his mom breathing down his neck.
"Where's this girlfriend you've been telling us about?"
"It's been a week. Invite her for dinner tomorrow." Duke knew he and Natalie needed to bond more so things would be more natural between them, or his mom would be able to tell in a second that it was fake. He convinced his mom to give him another week and spoke to Natalie the next day.
"Listen, I'm sorry for the way I spoke to you. I was just disappointed about the play, and I've got some things on my mind. But it's not a great excuse for my behavior. I'm sorry."
Yeah, okay. Just don't talk to me that way again, and we're cool."
"I won't, I promise. But we need to meet up after school today, so you can get to know me and my whereabouts better. Mom wants to meet you soon, and she can ask you anything."
Over the next 3 days, Natalie memorized Duke's schedule. He was taking acting classes after school, and on weekends he was managing an orphanage in town. One day, as he was driving her home, Natalie found herself talking casually to him. "Duke, do you mean to pursue acting professionally? I thought you'd just take over the family business."
"Yeah, acting is my dream. I'd love to be able to do that freely, but Mom wants me to build malls on farmlands, and I don't really want to do that. I'd like to be able to help farmers become more productive so they can have better lives, not take away their lands and leave them jobless." The more Natalie spent time with Duke, the more she realized that he actually had a heart of gold. She felt bad for judging him and making things difficult for him. Since then, she had become genuinely comfortable with him. He was just so good at acting, and there were times when she'd forget that it wasn't real. In school, he'd hold her hand, kiss her head, stare at her lovingly, and Caleb had never been this openly affectionate. It gave her a funny feeling in her tummy. One day, he even took her to a secret place, an abandoned house that he planned to renovate and give to one of the farmers someday on his retirement. Those weird feelings started bothering her. "No, I'm just amazed at his good qualities, but these thoughts mean nothing." After dinner at a restaurant, Duke drove Natalie back to her house, and as she stepped out of his car, she suddenly tripped. But he caught her just in time. Natalie's world stopped when she realized how close their faces were, and her heart was racing. She snapped out of it and immediately pulled away. "Sorry about that. I can be clumsy sometimes." "Only sometimes."
"Excuse me?"
"I said you're cute."
"You just realized that now?" Duke just chuckled at her and started walking to his car.
"See you around, babe."
Natalie suddenly forgot how to speak. Just then, Caleb suddenly appeared from the shadows.
"What was that, Nat?"
"Jeez, you startled me. What was what?"
"I saw you and Duke. Did you forget this is just pretend?"
"It is pretend."
"That didn't look fake to me."
"That is the point. I am paid to make it believable, remember?" Natalie walked close to Caleb and took his hand. "Come on, Caleb. You know how I feel about you. I love you."
"And how do you feel about him?"
"Like I want to push his privileged butt on cow dung." The two of them laughed, but Natalie was still worried because Caleb kept glancing at her a bit suspiciously. Later that day, Caleb went to talk to his stepdad.
"Something bothering you, son?" I'm scared, Dad. Nat says she hates Duke, but I can tell she likes him enough to be able to be close to him, even when there's no one around. Well, they are pretending to like each other enough to be convincing. It's just an act. I know, but still, it's Nat, and this is hard for me. Hey, none of that. Their pretend relationship is not forever. Focus on the end goal. A week later, Duke invited Natalie over for dinner with his family. As they stood in front of the door, he noticed how nervous she was, so he reached for her shaking hand and smiled. She felt a lot better instantly, and they walked in. Harper and his parents were all waiting for her in the living room, and they all looked so sophisticated and intimidating, especially Mrs. Harrison. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, darling. You're even more beautiful than the way Duke described you. I heard your mom sells root crops in the market and used to work for one of our ranches."
Yes, sir. Oh gosh, I feel sorry for us the way we have such a low-class guest.
Harper, behave yourself, please.
Whatever.
As they had their dinner, Mrs. Harrison kept asking about their love story and relationship, and their answers thankfully matched. The Harrisons were surprisingly nice, except for Harper, who kept throwing death glares at her. After their dinner, Mrs. Harrison walked up to Natalie and took her into the kitchen. "I want to give you something, my dear." "Sure, ma'am." When they got there, Natalie was surprised to see a knife and a lot of onions on the counter. And then suddenly, Mrs. Harrison started chopping them herself right in front of her. "They say onions can give overflowing wealth and beauty. This is my gift for you, my future daughter-in-law. Please take it." Natalie started tearing up as she took the chopped onions from her. "Are you crying? You look so pretty with those tears in your eyes."
No, it's just because of the onions.
"It's okay to be emotional, darling. Let it all out." Natalie was now freaked out at Mrs. Harrison's creepy behavior. She excused herself and headed back to the living room where Duke and his dad were talking. She told them that she had to go, and Duke volunteered to walk her home. Mrs. Harrison and Harper watched them from the balcony.
I don't know if you remember, but I think she's that little girl who ruined your birthday, Mom.
"I remember her, and that just gives me another reason to get rid of her."
Did you manage to scare her away?
"Oh, darling, why do you think she left so early?" "And I've just started." The next day, Natalie went to the bleachers expecting to find Duke there, but she didn't. He had asked her to come meet her there so they could discuss the next course of action after meeting his family. She went looking for him when she heard familiar voices behind one of the school buildings. She silently walked closer and peeked around the corner. It was Duke and Caleb talking.
Do we have a problem? You're getting too close with Natalie. Well, she is my girlfriend. Fake girlfriend. Remember the part where it's not real? What's your problem anyway? You told me she's just a friend. Are you interested in her? Not at all. But I still care about her and don't want her getting involved with someone like you. Okay, in that case, you can stop acting like her worried dad. I'm not interested in getting involved with her. Good, because that's not part of the plan. Neither is you cornering me and telling me unnecessary things, dude. It wasn't easy staging the whole statue thing and making sure Nat was there at the right time to take the blame for it. You owe me for that, don't you forget it. I'll pay you the exact amount after this, as promised. But I didn't ask for your opinion on how I'll be handling my plan from there. So buzz off with the attitude.
Duke stormed off, and so did Caleb, while Natalie stood there reeling in shock.
What? They set me up? Caleb helped me set up some deal with Duke?
When I was 4 years old, Dad started taking me out for walks every day, and I loved them at first because we'd play a really fun game. Keep an eye out for change on the ground. Whoever collects the most coins wins. But one day, we came across a nickel that was stuck to the pavement, and Dad just wouldn't let it go. We spent an hour trying to scrape it off and screaming, "Come off, you stupid jerk! Help me, Elena!" I soon realized that Dad wasn't crazy. He was just cheap. And we weren't poor. Mom and Dad owned a large shoe business, but that didn't stop him from pinching pennies. On my 6th birthday, no one came because the birthday invites Dad had emailed to my classmates said, "Bring cash presents only and your own food." One time when I was 7, he took me to a McDonald's and handed me a coupon.
Go place your order while I grab the mustard and ketchup sachets. And then you stuff as many as you can in your pockets. But instead, I went to the counter and told the guy that some lunatic was stealing their stuff. Dad was thrown out immediately, and I skipped out a minute later with my Happy Meal. His cheapskate ways made me really angry, but one day, I totally lost it. Dad was really weird about tissue paper. He kept all the paper rolls in his cupboard, and Mom and I had to ask his permission to take them. I was in the 3rd grade when I had a friend over, and she accidentally knocked over some juice. I quickly ran to Dad's room, snuck out a roll, and started cleaning up. But just then, Dad walked in, and he screamed at me till he turned blue. My friend started to cry and said, "Sir, I'll pay for the roll. Take this dollar. Please forgive me." And Dad actually took it. "Oh my God, Dad! Why are you so cheap?" But just then, Mom walked in, looking really excited. "I've got some great news. We're going to have a baby." Dad looked like he was having a stroke. "This is too much. She used a whole paper roll, and you got yourself pregnant, and I can't deal with this." He took his car keys and left, while I ran to Mom and hugged her. Sadly, he came back, and he kept talking nonstop about how expensive another kid would be. When little Macy arrived, we were psyched, but then we found out something sad. Macy was born with partial blindness. To be honest, I didn't think it was really a big deal. I took Macy in my arms and started loving her right away. Once at the dinner table, 3-year-old Macy grabbed a fork and started waving it about. It hit Dad's nose and he started bleeding. Dad had to wrap a Band-Aid across his nose for a few days. He looked hilarious. Since Mom and Dad were really busy with their business, they often made me miss after-school activities and parties to take care of Macy, and I usually didn't mind at all. But when I was in 8th grade, my best friend had planned an amazing birthday bash, and I was really excited to go. When I told my parents, though, they said I couldn't because they had something really important. It wasn't fair I'd be missing my best friend's birthday. I love my sister, but I really wanted to go this time, so I came up with a plan. As soon as Macy fell asleep, I wore my favorite outfit and ran out the door. I'd be back before my parents were. I completely lost track of time, and when I saw my watch, I knew I was in so much trouble. But something much worse than getting caught was waiting for me. An ambulance was parked outside our house. I rushed towards it to find Macy on a stretcher, her head bleeding. She'd woken up and had fallen off the stairs looking for me. The doctor told us that Macy's head would be okay, but she had lost her eyesight completely. What? I couldn't believe it. To make things worse, Dad turned to me and started shouting. "So, Elena, was it worth going to this party that has cost your sister her eyesight? And do you have any idea what this is going to cost me in medical bills? You're so selfish!" I felt like my heart was about to explode. But just then, Mom hugged me tight and glared at Dad. "We're the parents, not Elena. We're responsible for both our kids. Don't blame her." But Dad just wouldn't stop making me feel guilty. One day when I was about to go meet my friends, he suddenly stopped me. "After everything you've done, how can you even think about fun? Think about poor Macy, who can't have any fun. And it's all your fault." "Dad, that's not really fair." "Don't you talk about what's fair. Do you think it's fair that I have to pay for 2 daughters? One selfish and one blind?" I turned away and ran up to my room, slamming the door behind me and crying tears of anger and guilt. Mom always made me feel better, though, and she told me to just ignore Dad and do my own things. But it got harder to take care of Macy as she grew older. She was the naughtiest little kid. My parents hired a nanny for her. But one day, when Macy accidentally sent some food flying on Dad's shirt, he threw his napkin down. "That's it! I don't think that nanny's teaching Macy any manners. I think we should send her to some institution." Mom and I were horrified, and I covered Macy's ears. "Send her away? How can you even say that?" "Well, I'm not paying for that nanny anymore." "No, I'll take care of her. She's not going anywhere." So after that, I canceled all my after-school activities to stay home with Macy more. Well, except one. I joined the Young Doctors Club, where we were introduced to medical professionals and taught about health sciences. I found it super interesting and fun. But I got home a bit late one day, and Dad was furious. "You wanted to be Mother Teresa and take care of the burden? You do it now. Forget about your stupid club and find something to do at home. Take up writing. An idiot can write stories." I did take up writing, and I wrote funny little stories that made Macy laugh. But I'd also research different biology topics and write about them. I'd even discuss them with Macy, who, as it turns out, was quite the little genius. She actually gave me some ideas that helped me with my research. One day, when I took Macy to a park, she said she wanted some ice cream. As I paid the guy and turned around,
I saw that she was gone. I looked around in panic when suddenly I heard her giggling. I ran towards the sound and found her talking to a boy around my age. "Hey, you! Get away from her!" "Is that how you thank someone who just saved your little sister?" The boy explained that Macy was running towards the busy road and he'd stopped her. I immediately apologized and thanked him, and he just smiled and left. A few days later, my biology teacher came across me in the school library and saw the notes I was writing. She looked completely stunned. "This is brilliant, Elena! You wrote this yourself?" She said my research was on a topic scientists had been struggling with for ages, and I was really onto something. Research a bit more on the areas I've highlighted, and let's meet in a week. When she left, I was floating through the bookshelves with joy, and I crashed into someone. Ouch! It was the guy from the park. Apparently, he was my senior at school, and his name was Kevin. "I'm so sorry I didn't see you. I'm just so excited about something." I couldn't hold it in, so I told him all about my research. Turns out, the bio teacher was his aunt. He said he loved biology too, and could probably help me. For the next few days, we met in the library and discussed ways to improve my work. It would sometimes get hard to focus because Kevin was just so darn cute. One day when I got home after our session, all my happiness vanished suddenly. Dad was waiting for me at the front door, holding my research papers in his hand. He threw them in the air and screamed loudly enough for the entire neighborhood to hear. "So this is what you've been doing all this time? This stupid research? What a waste of paper! And you think you'll go off and be a scientist one day? You can't, because you have a sister to take care of, who is blind because of you. Remember?" Why did Dad have to be such a jerk? I turned around and ran away, and the only place I could think of was Kevin's home. His aunt was there too and was rather surprised to see me. He quickly took me up to his room and told me something shocking. "I think my aunt is trying to steal your research and publish it under her name." Turns out, some papers had fallen out from her bag, and when Kevin saw them, he realized she'd copied all my notes and written her name on them. How can she do this? As angry tears poured down my face, Kevin suddenly pulled me close. "Don't be upset, Elena. We won't let her get away with it." And then he kissed me. I forgot all about my troubles for a moment and kissed him back. The next day, we went to the principal and exposed the biology teacher. She got fired on the spot, and the principal made sure I got my research back. After that, I didn't care anymore about what Dad said. With Kevin's help, I worked hard on my research proposal and submitted it along with my university application. And to my shock, I actually got accepted on full scholarship. Guys, would you listen to this? Harvard Medical School thinks I'll be a really valuable addition to their university. Mom and Macy gave me a big hug as they cried tears of joy. But Dad, well, he looked livid. "Congratulations, Elena! You can finally pursue your dreams and only think about yourself. Go live your selfish life." That's when all the years of anger came bubbling out, and I snapped. "I'm selfish? I want to be a doctor so I can help people like Macy. But you are the world's worst dad and a cheap little man. I will chase my dreams, and without taking another penny from you. And that doesn't make me selfish. I love Macy, and nothing will ever change that." A month later, I packed my bags, kissed Macy goodbye, and left. After years of hard work, I finally became a practicing neurosurgeon. Kevin helped me through everything and was the best boyfriend ever. Mom and I kept in touch, and I was so happy to see Macy growing so big. But one day, Mom told me that Dad had made some stupid investments and lost the business. I started sending her money and decided that as soon as I was financially stable, I'd move Mom and Macy in with me. A few weeks later, I was shocked to see both my parents at the hospital looking really upset. "Oh, Elena, Macy has a blood clot in her brain and needs surgery immediately. We didn't know where else to go. How will we even afford it? My baby sister was in danger? Mom, don't even think about it. I'll take care of all the expenses, and I will do her surgery myself." During the surgery, I also discovered a tiny tumor pressing on her optic nerve, and I removed it along with the clot. And now we could only wait for her to wake up. When Macy finally opened her eyes and I called her name, she looked at me directly and said, "Elena, I can see you. I can see you all." It turned out that the tumor I'd removed had restored most of her vision. It was truly a miracle. I hugged her tightly, and so did Mom and Dad. This was the first time we'd ever had a family group hug, and I thought maybe he changed. But then he turned to me and said, "Oh, my darling Elena, I always knew you were a selfless angel. You will take care of us all. How soon can we move in with you?" I looked him straight in the eye. "I'll take care of you, Dad, and I'll be much more generous than you ever were. But you will not be living with us." Well, long story short,
Dad moved in with his sister, and I sent him an allowance every month. Fast forward a few years, and I've published several groundbreaking research papers and became a well-renowned neurosurgeon.
Hi, I'm Danielle from New Hampshire. Please like and subscribe. My sister Ivy and I are twins. Dad left before we were even born, so I never knew him. And Mom raised us alone. And she was just something else. When we were babies, Mom forced us to wear helmets every day, except for when we slept. We even wore helmets in the bath when she wasn't washing our hair. Mommy needs you to wear these so you don't bump your heads and die. She also covered the entire house with mats when Ivy and I were learning to crawl. Our house was like one big giant pillow. Worst of all, Mom never allowed us to go outside, except the nearby grocery store sometimes. And she took us to the park once a year on our birthday, but only when it was all empty at night. And we were stuck being homeschooled online. The world is full of kidnappers, disease, and horrible things that can hurt you girls. Neither me or Ivy knew why Mom was so crazy, but I was always causing trouble for Mom. I banged and kicked walls, or I threw and broke things.
I hate this house, Mommy. I want to live outside like a panda.
Pandas do not get brand new iPads.
Yay! I get to play Candy Crush.
Ivy never understood that Mom only bought us fancy stuff to distract us, so we wouldn't break out of the house. The only fun thing about being inside was when Mom played music on the radio. My favorite was the rock station. But one time, I turned up the volume so loud that it felt like the house was shaking.
Ow, my ears!
I'm taking away this radio. You're lucky you didn't make us all deaf. I hated Mom, and I was pretty sure she hated me. One day when I was 8 years old, I woke up to Mom standing on my bed, drilling something into the wall.
Mom, what are you doing?
I'm putting in alarms that detect people going out your window. That way, no kidnappers can get in, and you and Ivy can never get out. Anyway, look, darling, I bought you a giant Barbie funhouse for you. At that moment, something inside me snapped. I grabbed the Barbie funhouse and threw it hard at the window, smashing the glass. And then I jumped outside. Mom screamed. She leapt outside to catch me, but I was running like a lunatic. When I was sure I was far enough away, I stopped to catch my breath. And then I started doing a happy dance. I was free. Suddenly, I heard noise and stomping in the background. A bunch of guys with drums and guitars came marching down the street, and I was so thrilled. I never thought I'd hear music again. As they came closer, one of the guys called out to me. "Why are you hiding behind that tree, little girl?"
I don't know, because you might kidnap or kill me. Mom told me about people like you.
What are you talking about? This is a music parade. Come, sing with us. Before I knew it, I was marching with the parade and singing songs. It turned out I was a good singer too. But all of a sudden, I saw Mom and Ivy running to me with about 10 cops. Mom took me straight to the doctor to make sure I didn't catch any diseases from being outdoors. For the next 4 years, that was the last time I ever got to be alone. From now on, I'm never letting you or Ivy out of my sight. I'll work at home from now on. You girls will move into my bedroom. Ivy and I couldn't even go to the bathroom without Mom standing outside the door. But one night, when I was 14, I saw Mom asleep and snuck upstairs to the attic. I needed a moment to myself. But when I got there,
Danielle, what are you doing up here? What are you doing up here? Are you having a date?
No duh, we're having a date. I had to climb with a ladder to escape all your mom's crazy alarm systems. Wow, Ivy, I thought you were Mom's good little girl. But don't worry, I'll keep your little secret. But just then, Mom came running upstairs. What on earth is going on here? Who on earth are you? Get out of my house this instant.
Mom, stop. You're embarrassing me.
Do you know what embarrasses me? That one of my daughters was on a cozy date with a kidnapper or a robber. I jumped in and said, "He's neither of those things. He's my boyfriend." Mom grabbed a baseball bat in the corner as she swung it towards Ivy's date. He ran down the attic as fast as he could. That's when Mom burst into tears and started to pull her hair and yell like a toddler. "That boy in the house could have kidnapped you both. I've done everything to keep danger out of this house, but I failed. I have to send you girls to a strict boarding school.
with security cameras in every room.
Good. Send us to boarding school. I'm tired of living with all your crazy rules. But I don't want to go to boarding school. This is so unfair.
But 2 weeks later, Mom sent us away to boarding school. Ivy refused to talk to me there, and I couldn't take the tension between us. Please don't be mad at me. I even tried to keep your secret. I can't help it that Mom's a psycho. Just leave me alone. I grabbed Ivy's arm, but she pulled away. At that moment, Ivy tripped and fell straight to the floor. She started to cry, and tons of teachers came running. I'm sorry, it was a total accident. I think I broke a bone. You sound just like Mom. Just because you fell down doesn't mean you broke a bone. But it turned out Ivy broke her leg, and an ambulance took Ivy to the hospital immediately. I probably should have gone with Ivy to the hospital, but something in the hallway made me forget all about Ivy's accident. There were all these photos of famous musicians. In the center was a musician that looked just like my mom when she was a teenager, and the name under it was also Mom's. Hey, fancy bumping into you again. I turned around to see the guy from our attic. Aren't you my sister's boyfriend? Nah, your sister and I just had that one disastrous date. Why were you staring at that picture? I think this is my mom. She looks exactly like her and has the same name, Jen Zelda. No, that's Jen Zelda, a teen rock star, but she stopped making music a long time ago. That psycho lady who tried to hit me with a bat is definitely not her. It's not funny. You don't know what it's like to live with a crazy mom who hates you and spoils you at the same time. Why do you think I'm in boarding school? My parents sent me here because they don't want me around. Wow, I'm glad someone else's parents hate them too. I mean, not glad, you know what I mean. Listen, I need your help. I know it's impossible, but I need to find out if that girl in the photo is my mom. Logan and I spent days researching Jen Zelda, but we couldn't find a picture of her that wasn't old. And no matter what, we couldn't find the reason why she quit her career. And Mom was nowhere on the internet. She was always worried about creeps and kidnappers finding out where she lived. I don't get it. Just ask your mom about it. She wouldn't tell me anything. She's crazy. She doesn't even let me listen to music, even though I love singing. You like singing? Me too. Before I could answer, I heard a noise behind me. I turned around to see Ivy with crutches. Danielle, where have you been? You never visited me in the hospital. Ivy, I'm so sorry. I meant to visit you, but I found something crazy about Mom. Wait, what's Logan doing here? I meant to tell you I transferred here. And that your sister and I like each other. Wait, what? What do you mean, like each other? You never visited me because you were hitting on a guy I dated, Danielle? What? No, that's not it at all. Get off me, Logan. Ivy could barely walk, but she limped away as fast as she could. I went after her to apologize, but her door was locked. And Logan followed me around all week. Come on, I really like you. Ivy will get over it. I wanted Logan to leave me alone, even though he was cute and interesting. But when we both auditioned for the school band and got in, it was impossible to avoid him. I really wished Ivy would talk to me so I could tell her what I discovered about Mom, but she just wouldn't. And it was all I could think about. Could it really be that Mom had just been a completely different person before? And what happened to her? 2 weeks later, the day of our show arrived, and just as I stepped onto stage to perform, I froze in my spot. Mom was in the audience. Suddenly, I couldn't remember any of the lyrics to my song. I stood there completely blank as the band played on. Get on with the song, you freak! Boo! Loser! All of a sudden, all the kids started throwing food at me. I wanted to disappear. But then, I had an idea. Hey! Who wants to hear a former rock star sing? I want to welcome Jen Zelda to the stage. I wanted to see how Mom would react. Jen Zelda isn't here, idiot. Her career ended 30 years ago. Everyone continued booing and throwing things at me. That's when Mom walked on stage and grabbed my microphone. I knew this school wasn't strict enough. Hey, it is Jen Zelda. Mom, is it true? You were a rock star? Never mind that. They let students be in a band. Bands go out at night with gang members and crazy people. Mom, just sing with me. Me and Jen Zelda, everybody. Oh no, I know everything you girls have been up to. I downloaded apps on your phones that let me read your messages. This school is stupid and unsafe, and I came here tonight to take you both home. Mom grabbed my arm and tried to drag me off stage. Kids were laughing like crazy. It'll be fun. I bought a horse for you and Ivy. I'll go bring them. What are we going to do with a horse? Why can't you just act normal for once and just sing with me?
Who knew Genzelda was a psycho?
I had never felt more humiliated. Before I knew it, I screamed, "Security!" My yell made my mic screech across the auditorium, and to my shock, security guards came running on stage to take my mom away. She cried and kicked her legs in the air. I need to take them home. I even brought them their own horse. I felt awful seeing the security guards take Mom away, but she was acting crazier than ever. I thought I'd call her the next morning to see how she was, but just then, Ivy came to my room and said the principal wanted to see us. Ivy and I walked into his office to find him sitting with 2 other men.
Girls, you won't be seeing your mother for a while. She's in the hospital.
In the hospital? Is she hurt?
Not that kind of hospital. After what we saw on stage, we did an investigation. Your mother has a condition.
A condition?
It's called schizophrenia. Her brain works a little differently. She worries about things that other people don't worry about.
But she was a singer, wasn't she?
She was an incredible musician. Her condition is why she had to stop. But don't worry, girls. Your mother is in the hospital getting help, and you'll be able to see her soon.
Ivy and I were totally silent walking out of the principal's office. For the first time in my life, Mom's weirdness sort of made sense. I wonder if that's why Dad left Mom. Because of her condition. Dad should have taken care of her and inspired her to sing again. A few weeks later, Ivy and I visited Mom in her treatment center. She was so happy to see us.
I'm so sorry about everything that's happened.
And Danielle, I'm so proud of your talent. Music runs in our blood, honey. In a couple of months, Mom was out of treatment and back home. It took a while for Mom to let go of her crazy rules. She never became completely normal, but she was so much happier. She told Ivy and me all about her life as a rock star. It turned out she and I were more alike than I ever thought. I showed Logan tons of old photos of Mom that I'd never seen before.
Genzelda really is your mom, and even though she's a little different, she gave you a killer singing voice. You're really going places, Danielle.
Logan and I ended up dating all throughout high school. At the end of my senior year, we got a job at a production company. We had the opportunity that year to perform in a world tour. One day, I came into work with a present I'd bought to surprise Logan.
You bought me a baby bib? Is this your way of telling me I drool?
No, it's my way of telling you I'm pregnant. I know we only finished high school, but I love you, and I want to start a family with you.
What do you mean, you're pregnant? We're going on a world tour. It's even in the contract. Don't get pregnant.
I thought you'd be happy.
Happy that you'd want to throw all our dreams away? Happy that we have to pay thousands of dollars to this company?
Maybe this is a sign we shouldn't go on this tour. Then we can raise our baby without anything holding us back.
I love you, and I don't want anything to hold us back. But I'm not ready to be a dad, Danielle, and I'm not gonna raise this kid with you.
Logan, are you leaving me?
I'm sorry.
My life only consisted of 2 things the next 9 months: pregnancy and debt from all the money I owed the company. I even had to move back in with Mom temporarily. Don't worry about anything, sweetie. You can raise the baby right here. Thanks, Mom. Just as long as you don't make him wear a helmet. Ivy and Mom were right next to me in the hospital when I gave birth to my perfect baby boy, Miles. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me.
Is it cool if I hold him?
Logan, what are you doing here?
I came to meet the mother of my son and to tell her that I made the biggest mistake of my life leaving her. I know you're not going to forgive me, but I want you to know that I've paid off all the debt to the music studio. I love you, Danielle, and I love our son too. I always will.
So come back here and hold him then. Miles wants to meet his dad.
You can tell him I'm not going anywhere.
Hi, I'm Katie from New York. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. My aunt said my parents had an accident when I was a baby, and since then, I've lived with her and my cousin Lucy. But you'd never guess another kid lived in this house. All the wall frames had pictures of just Aunt and Lucy. Lucy had the biggest room bursting with toys and books. Lucy had so many clothes, she had another room as a closet. And me? Well, I lived in the attic with her hand-me-downs. But I didn't care. All I ever really wanted was for Aunt to love me like she loved Lucy. So I did whatever Aunt asked me. I served her breakfast in bed, polished her shoes, painted her nails, but somehow she was just never happy. Once when I was 10, a new neighbor came to visit Aunt, and she looked awestruck when she saw me. What a beautiful child! That gorgeous red hair and those adorable dimples. Adorable? They're just dents in her face. Stop smiling, Katie. You look like a moron. Go get us tea. I went to the kitchen, spat in Aunt's tea, and gave her the cup with a very serious face. There. But soon after I turned 13, my whole life was transformed. One day at breakfast, Aunt was going through the mail when suddenly she spat out her cereal. Just then, I saw the letter she was reading had my name on it. Hey, what's that? But Aunt had already jumped off her chair and she threw the letter in the fireplace. Why'd you do that? It was mine! I saw my name! And who would write to you? You didn't see anything. As she stormed off, I couldn't help thinking, who would write to me? A few days later, the doorbell rang and a postman was standing outside. Express delivery for Miss Katie? Suddenly, a flying figure pushed me aside and attacked the postman. Oh my god! Aunt! I tried snatching the letter from her, but she was off with it like a bullet. What the freaking turtle? What was she hiding? I was dying to find out, but the letter stopped coming. But one evening, when the bell rang, Aunt ran to open the door, and standing outside were 2 bodyguards with a wealthy-looking man. Can you explain what happened to the letters and plane tickets I sent for my daughter? Wait, what? Just then, the man spotted me and his eyes welled up. Oh my god, you must be Katie. You look exactly like your mother. I'm your dad, sweetie. Dad? You're my dad? Why didn't you come for me before? He tearfully explained that he and Mom had gotten divorced before I was born, and she told him never to get in touch. He found out just recently that Mom had an accident so long ago, and he tracked me down. As we hugged tight, I turned around to Aunt. You made me think he wasn't even alive. And why were you keeping the letters from me? Because you don't deserve to go live like a princess. You should be my maid after everything I've done for you. You've used me all these years. Used you? I did everything you ever asked, just so you'd love me. Did you ever love me at all? Even a little? No, how could I? You're like a toothache that just never goes away. That's what I was? Dad told me to pack my things immediately. But before going, I made sure to rub Aunt's toothbrush inside the toilet. Then I took Dad's hand and left without even saying goodbye. We flew over to New York, and I was shocked at the size of Dad's mansion. And my room was 5 times bigger than Lucy's. This was freaking awesome! As Dad was showing me around the house, I suddenly saw a tall woman staring at me coldly from a distance. Dad was married, so that must be my stepmom? Mary, there you are. Come meet Katie. But Mary just turned away and slammed the door behind her. Later that night, I walked past their bedroom to hear Dad and Mary talking in loud voices. It's her first day here, Mary. Think how unwelcome she must have felt. What about me? You just expect you'll bring a child home and I'll start loving her like she's my own? I crept away without hearing any more. Great. Another mom figure who already hated me. When I went down for breakfast the next morning, Dad greeted me with a smile, and so did Mary. Sorry, Katie. I wasn't feeling too well yesterday. I hope you slept well? Yeah, as if she cared. When I asked Dad for the orange juice, Mary quickly got up to pour it for me. And she dropped the whole jug in my lap. Oh my god, what are you doing? I'm so sorry. It just slipped from my hands. I know you don't want me here, but you don't have to be so petty. With that, I stormed off. Her whole innocent act was fake, and she proved me right soon enough. A few days later, I was walking over to the sofa in the living room when suddenly, I tripped over something. I went flying straight into this weird statue, and I stared at the wreck in horror. Mary leapt up angrily from her armchair. Oh my god! How could you be so clumsy? Do you know what that's worth? Just then, Dad burst into the room, and behind him were some guests. What happened? We heard a loud crash.
Oh, honey, Katie broke the statue by accident, but thankfully she's not hurt. Dad looked really upset but stayed silent. I couldn't stop myself though. You were just shouting at me, but the minute Dad came in, you became an angel? What? No, I was just shocked. I didn't mean to shout. Stop acting, Mary. You just want me to look bad in front of Dad. I think you tripped me up with your leg. What? You little brat, how dare you? You must have tripped on the carpet. That's enough. In case you both forget, we have guests. Katie, please go to your room. I walked off angrily and slammed my door shut. I didn't trust her one bit. Dad got me enrolled in school soon, and I felt nervous walking into the huge building. A few kids were looking at me, and I smiled, and suddenly a bunch of boys were surrounding me. Oh my god, can you do that again? Do what? Smile, please smile again. I did, and all the boys just stared at me. What was wrong with my smile? Those dimples are so freaking cute. I could just look at them all day. Wow, these dents in my face? Boys like these? Just then, a girl pushed through the crowd. Get away from her, you morons! You're scaring her! Hi, I'm Veronica, and I don't have a redhead in my group. You look nice and rich, so we're friends now, okay? Well, she wasn't really giving me a choice. I was part of her popular girls gang now. I love my new school, but it started bothering me really soon that Veronica could be rather mean to other kids. I tried to tell her a few times, but she always said she was only joking. But then one day, I walked into the cafeteria and I saw her and her friends making fun of a kid on crutches. Hey, Limpy, what would happen if I took away one of your legs? And with that, she pulled away a crutch and he landed hard on the ground. Veronica, are you crazy? He's already hurt. Why are you bothering him? Oh, come on, we're just joking around. But it's not funny. You're just being a jerk bully. Hey, no one talked to me like that, tomato girl. She pounced on me and pinned me against the wall. I pushed her back and she went crashing straight into the chemistry teacher walking by. He dropped all the bottles he was holding, and the vile smell of chemicals had everyone gagging and running out of there. And Veronica and I got suspended for a week. Dad would be so disappointed. When I went down that evening to tell him, he wasn't in his study, but I found freaking Veronica poking her nose through his things. She just picked up a pen and put it in her pocket. What are you doing in my house? Your house? You live here? Since when? You're interrogating me, you thief? Put that pen back right now, or else. Or else? What does that even mean? I leapt at her, trying to reach her pocket as she fought back and screamed. Suddenly, we were pulled apart by Mary and another woman. This witch attacked me! She's the one who got me suspended too, Mom! Katie, Veronica is my guest. Her mom and I are friends. What's going on here? I guess I just have better taste in friends than you. I brushed past her and stormed off. Of course Mary was friends with awful people like herself. A few days later, Dad was away on a business trip, and someone quietly opened my door at midnight. To my surprise, it was Mary with a hand behind her back. What do you want? Your dad told me it's your birthday, and I just came to say, well, happy birthday. She stepped forward with a cake with candles on it. I never had a birthday cake before. I thanked her awkwardly, and she sat down on the bed. Katie, I think we got off on the wrong foot, and I'd really like to start over. Maybe we can get to know each other better? She looked really sincere, and I wondered if I'd judge her too quickly. Yeah, I think I'd like that, Mary. We started hanging out more, and I found myself actually liking her. She took me to lovely cafes, shows, and galleries around New York. She had the best taste in clothes, and shopping with her was so much fun. And soon after Dad returned, Mary threw me the most amazing birthday party ever. It was the best day of my life. A couple of months later, there was a dance in school, and I'd been asked out by this new boy who had all the girls drooling. That evening, I wore a gorgeous dress Mary had picked out for me. She'd even done my hair and makeup. I received so many compliments, and my date just couldn't keep his eyes off of me. We were slow dancing to a song when suddenly, someone pulled the back of my dress really hard, and I heard the fabric rip. Oh my God! I turned around in horror to see Veronica grinning and holding part of my dress, but everyone was staring at my back, at a long, ugly scar. I'd had it since I was 7, when I fell down the stair once. Look, Marcus, look at that disgusting thing on her back. It's like she's freaking Frankenstein. Suddenly, I leapt forward and slapped her hard. The only monster here, Veronica, is you! I ran out in angry tears and got into my car. I didn't care if anyone knew about my stupid scar. But the only person who could have told Veronica about it was Mary. She'd seen it when she was helping me try on a dress one day. I burst into the living room and started screaming. How could you be such a witch, Mary? You almost made me believe you cared about me. What are you talking about? What happened to your dress? Veronica ripped my dress because you told her about this scar. Even Dad doesn't know. I only told you. And you thought it could be something you'd tell Veronica to use against me? You're the most horrible person I know. You're even worse than my aunt. I hate you! As I cried furiously in my room, Dad came in and hugged me. Sweetheart, there must be some mistake. Mary wouldn't do this. She would. She did. No one else could. Don't defend her, Dad. Just don't. If Veronica thought I was gonna be embarrassed and hide, she was so wrong. I went back to school the next day expecting weird looks and comments. But what happened left me shocked. The principal walked in during the first lesson and said, "The entire class came to me this morning to complain of an incident at the dance yesterday. And there is no way that I will tolerate this kind of behavior in my school. Veronica, you're expelled." As Veronica stared at her in horror, the whole class erupted into cheers and applause. This totally made up for everything. And when I got home that afternoon, I heard screams from the living room. It was Veronica's mom. No one had been spying on Katie. Your stupid maid saw her scar one day and told us. And so what? My daughter played a harmless little prank and now she deserves to be expelled? Her entire future destroyed? All because of that stupid, disfigured, red-haired witch? Don't you dare talk like that about my daughter! And with that, Mary punched her. Get out of my house. You are not welcome here, ever! As the butlers let her out, and she went screaming, Mary suddenly saw me, and I started to cry. I'm so sorry, Mary, for thinking it was you. I've had a hard time believing you could really care for me. I heard of you the first day. You said you couldn't love me like your own, and I guess I've been scared to love you, in case you didn't love me back. Oh, darling, I said that, yes, because I couldn't love you right away. It was also new for me, too. I've never been anyone's mom, but I've tried so hard to get to know you and love you, and I really do now, Katie. I love you. You're my daughter as much as your dad's now. I love you too, Mom.
I packed my bag and I ran out of the house. I'm running away, Mom, and I'm never coming back. Literally, no one cared. No one in my family even came out. And my family wasn't small. I had my mom, my dad, and 11 sisters. That's right. Hi, I'm June, and I live in a madhouse. It's impossible to get your parents' attention when you have so much competition. When I wanted a hug, my baby sister December needed it more. When I wanted a snack, I literally had to wrestle a wall of girls for it. Every charging port in our house was a war zone. I want to charge my phone. No, my phone. Ah! There were 14 people in my family, and we had one car. Every night, my sisters would battle it out in the front yard over who drives where. The entire street called us that crazy family, and honestly, we deserved it. With my elder sister's dates and my younger sister's after-school classes, I never got to go anywhere. I was so sick of always missing out on stuff. One day, I decided enough. There was a concert tonight, and I was gonna be there. I stole my mom's keys and silently got into the car. I turned it on and just started driving. I was enjoying the thrill of it when I heard a scream. June, what are you doing? Oh my God, my sister April was in the back seat making out with her boyfriend. Stop this car right now. No, I'm going to this concert and no one can stop me. Mom can. She called Mom. My parents dragged my butt back home and then grounded it. I was so mad at April, I lashed out. I told them April's most treasured secret. April is still dating Matthew. My parents lost it. They absolutely hated Matthew. They'd forced April to break up with him after they found his, poems about April's hot body. April was so in love with this guy and swore us all to secrecy, which I totally broke. She was furious with me. She refused to speak to me for weeks. One day I jumped into her room and locked the door behind me. April, I told you I was sorry. Now we're making up today or you're never leaving. Much to my shock, she didn't fight me. She just started crying. What? June, I'm pregnant. Oh my God. A high holy meeting of all the sisters was called immediately. April told us how she and Matthew had some fun in the car and she was going to have a baby now. She actually wanted to be a mother. I have a job, I can do it, but Mom will end me. I felt so guilty about ratting her out that I jumped to help. We just won't tell Mom.
We can't hide a pregnancy.
Yes, we can. I have a plan. And so began the great lie. Every morning, one of the sisters would lie in April's bed pretending to be her while she puked in the bathroom. I made sure April ate lots of junk food in front of my parents so we could just call her fat as her stomach grew. My eldest sister, January, was a gynecologist, so she checked up on April all the time and made sure she was doing well. We sneaked her away from Mom during the last few months, and with our help, April actually did it. She gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, and our parents had no clue. Now for the tough part. What do we tell Mom about the baby? I had that all planned out. I ran home in tears one day with the baby in my arms. Mom! Someone abandoned this baby at our door. I gave her a fake note written by the mother who couldn't take care of the baby anymore. April stepped in just like we rehearsed and convinced Mom to keep the baby. I was so proud of my sisters. We really acted like the perfect, loving family. That was until the baby came home.
So, it's time for our reward now.
What?
Well, June, you made us do so much for April. Now it's your turn.
Wash my shoes. Oh, heck no.
Then I'm telling Mom the baby is April's and that you made us hide it.
Oh my God. I wanted to hit her, but she pretended to call for Mom, which totally broke me. Fine. But before I continue, guys, please know that this video is sponsored by FireGuard VPN. With one click on this app, you can prevent anyone from accessing your personal information. Click on the link in the description below to download FireGuard VPN to stay safe on the internet and enjoy watching YouTube videos privately. Okay, so back to my annoying sisters. I washed her shoes, hoping this would end at one favor per sister. Obviously, it didn't. I had to do everyone's chores and keep their secrets so they wouldn't reveal April's. April herself was untouched because she was the new mom and no one wanted to bug her. But I suddenly became the least powerful person in the house. One day, May ran inside screaming her head off. We have a new neighbor and he is hot. We all rushed to our front yard to stare at the newcomer. My sisters literally crowded him. You are so cute. Will you be my boyfriend?
Will you be my husband?
The boy was so shocked he started choking on his donut. He grabbed his throat to show the international sign of choking, but my sisters were too busy hitting on him to even notice. Get out of the way, you idiots! I grabbed the boy and gave him the Heimlich maneuver. He spat out the food and looked at me with sparkling eyes. You're amazing, ma chérie. Oh, God! He was French? I was melting. I'm Henry. Who are you? I opened my mouth to reply, but my sisters yanked me away. She's just our dumb sister. She's not important. Well, she saved my life. So, I'm going to talk to her. Henry offered me his hand, and I took it. He took me to his house, and his mom made us some hot chocolate. It was so weird to be in a house that had less than 10 people in it. Henry and I had such a fun time hanging out. When I was leaving, he asked me to go on a date with him. He was so cute and dreamy, I said yes right away. When my sisters learned that he asked me out, they started threatening me again. Okay, just because you saved that boy's life doesn't mean you get him. Yeah, back off or we'll tell Mom the secret. Fine, tell Mom everything. I don't care. June, no, you have to keep my secret. I've had enough. April, if they want to out you, it's on them. I'm done. May ran to our parents and ratted us out.
The baby is April's. She lied.
Dad nearly fainted and Mom just started screaming. April ran out of the room in tears and I was so angry. How could my sisters do this? I lost it. One by one, I unleashed all my sisters' secrets on my parents. January is cheating on her boyfriend. October failed all her exams this year. May steals money from your purse. World War III broke out in our house. This fight was real. It got so bad that January decided to move out and took 8 of my sisters with her. At first, I was so sad. Who wouldn't be after fighting with their family? But suddenly I realized I didn't have to fight over food anymore. I could charge my phone anytime I wanted. When I brought Henry home, there wasn't a gang of girls ready to steal him from me. It was so good. Until it wasn't. Without my sisters, my parents suddenly turned their attention to me. I had to cancel all my weekend plans to do chores with them and give them company. Without the chaos of my sisters, it was so silent. I kept making long, awkward eye contact with my parents. So, how was your weekend? You know how it was. You were with me every second. I couldn't get a moment alone anymore. Mom kept showing up in my room with weird hangout ideas, and Dad would not stop sending me lame jokes on my phone.
Did you see this joke, June? Was it funny, June? Did you see it?
Remember how no one would drive me anywhere when my sisters were here? Now, my parents wanted to take me to every single event. It was so embarrassing. God, I miss taking the bus alone. One day, I was trying to leave for a date with Henry when they stopped me. Where are you going? We can drive you. I'm good. It's just a date. June, about that boy you're seeing. My parents told me about a new set of rules they were launching at home. No more boys, no more dates, and a strict curfew at 5 p.m. You're joking, right?
We don't want you to end up like your sisters. We're going to do things differently now.
No! They were actually serious about this. My mom started following me everywhere I went so I wouldn't see Henry, and she even started checking my texts. She wouldn't even let me put a passcode on my phone. My dad literally built a wall between our houses so Henry and I couldn't make eye contact through our windows. The only time I could see Henry was in school. They're obsessed with me. It's driving me insane.
Hey, we still have prom night, right?
That did make me feel better. I was so looking forward to prom. I'd already borrowed an amazing dress from April, and I was ready to rock it. The night of the prom, my parents stopped me.
Prom? You mean teen pregnancy night? Not happening, June.
They locked me in my room and took away the key. I was in tears as I called Henry and told him I wasn't going to be there. I was so shocked when he didn't give up on me. He rushed right over to my house with a ladder in his hands.
Climb down. We are doing this.
Oh, wow. He was amazing. We sneaked away to prom together and I danced my heart out with him. Thanks for coming for me, Henry.
Anything for you, ma chérie.
I leaned in to kiss him when I heard a scream. June, you sneaked out? Oh my God, Mom, Dad, get away from that boy. Do you want to get pregnant? The whole school laughed at me as my parents literally tried to drag me away from Henry. This was so humiliating. I pushed them away from me. Enough! You both are crazy. You are the one who is out of control. We were right to transfer you out of this school. You did what? You will be homeschooled from now on. We spoke to your teachers and already gave them the paperwork. No way. They were going to stop me from going to school now? I know it sounds bad, but I will leave my job and stay home with you, June. I'll give you the attention you need. Every single day. I knew what I was looking at. My parents had gone mental. They needed all 12 of us to feel sane, and honestly, I did too. I needed my sisters back. I grabbed Mom's keys and ran to her car. I didn't give a hoot about their screams and just drove out of the school and straight to my sisters. I told them to come back home. Our family needed them. The minute my sister's boyfriend heard me, he started crying hysterically.
Thank you. There's 8 of them. 8. I'm only one human. I'm going crazy.
I know how you feel, buddy. I want to be a crazy family again. Will you come back home, girls? Please? May started weeping and hugged me, and all my sisters followed. I'm so sorry I bullied you. I'll never do it again. I'm sorry I told Mom and Dad your secrets. I missed you so much. When we stopped crying, we made a pact to never betray each other again. and we finally went back home. My parents were so happy to see them that they all started sobbing. There were so many hugs to give and apologies to share that they even forgot I was there. Perfect. I was finally home.
Hi, my name is Rose, and I'm from Florida. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, I've always led a pretty normal life, filled with the 3 F's: food, friends, and football. And when I turned 14, I knew I wanted to try out for my high school team. Girls playing football? Ha! Please. I threw the ball at them to show them my skills, but right then, this girl walked in its path. Ow! You missed. You do better as a cheerleader. I ignored them and rushed over to her. I am so sorry. Are you okay? No worries. I'm okay. But you know, I have the combinations for their lockers. Huh? I saw how those jerks were acting, and I was actually coming over to give them a piece of my mind. Yeah, those boys make me so mad. But I say, don't get mad, get ants. April and I filled their helmets and couldn't help but laugh as we watched them squirm and swat while trying to explain to the coach. I'm April, by the way. Nice to meet you. I'm Rose. We've been partners in crime ever since, making prank calls to our classmates, baking cupcakes with gummy worms for the bake sale to annoy the snooty girls, the usual high school stuff. But then things took a turn when I hit sophomore year. One day, I was running late for class, but I had to pee. When I came out of the stall, I saw this beautiful dark-haired boy with the most intense green eyes. This is the ladies' room? Excusey. Sushi? In the bathroom? Then he pointed to the wall, and I realized I was in the wrong place. Oops. I was in such a rush. Hey, you must be one of the exchange students. Where are you from? Italia. Oh, do you speak any English? Well, I know some Italian too. Una mattina mi sono alzato. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Who told you that if you slow down and speak louder, that someone will understand your language better? Oh, so you're a comedian. Well, do you understand sign language? 'Cause I've got a gesture for you. Relax, everyone. I'm keeping it PG. Talk to the hand. Oh, don't be like that. I just thought you were cute and I was messing with you. Don't go. I stormed out, but he grabbed my hand to stop me, knocking my phone on the floor, and when we both went to pick it up, I accidentally headbutted him on the way back up. Ow, I think you broke my nose. Just then the bell rang, and I couldn't be late again to Miss Stander's class. Sorry, I don't have a tissue, but this tampon may help. You'll be fine. I made it to class 15 seconds after the bell rang, and I couldn't wait to tell April. But just as I was about to give her the deets, he walked in. Class, I'd like to welcome one of our new exchange students. Holy moly. She asked if anyone would volunteer to take him to the nurse, and April's hand shot up in the air like a rocket, but Miss Stander pointed at me. Since you were late to your seat, perhaps you need a lesson in thinking of others, not just yourself. Come on, holy moly, let's get you all better. As I walked him to the nurse's office, he kept trying to talk to me. I'm Billy, but I knew, like this, I might fall for his charms. So I panicked and pinched his arm to get him to stop talking. Ow. Oh look, here we are. Bye! And after school, all the girls, even April, started gushing about how gorgeous Billy was. I mean, even with his nose all bandaged up, he's so dreamy. The next day, I was having lunch with April when we saw Billy talking up some of the cheer squad. I bet he loves the attention. Ugh, he's such a flirt. Then we heard a familiar voice behind us. Yes, he is. Am I having the side effects of today's lunch food, or is he in 2 places at once? Oh, that's my twin brother. Yo, Blaine. April and I were both shocked. I was glad Billy wasn't a flirt, but then my brain was working overtime on a plan as Blaine walked towards April. Billy for me, Blaine for April. Woohoo! We'd be one big family. I gave April an encouraging look, signaling her to talk to Blaine, but she didn't utter a word. Blaine, this is April and Rose. Hey, Rose. Wow, not only do they look alike, they sound the same too. So you're the one I can thank for making me the better-looking twin. It looked like the entire cheer squad agrees with you. So Blaine, you know if you want to pass your classes, you need a study buddy. I mean, April here is a whiz. Right, April? Yeah, let's have a study group. We'll meet you guys at the library after school tomorrow. As we walked away, I turned to April. Oh my God, did you see how Blaine was staring at you? I don't know, Rose. I just met him. So the next day, I gave April an awesome makeover, and I added 12 more layers of lip gloss. When trying for the 13th layer, this gloss will last for a whole week now. Let's go. Our study date was amazing. I found out that Billy was really sweet. I talked to him all the time, and April kinda looked happy with Blaine too. Then one day, I hopped to the store to grab snacks for our library session, and as I was reaching for the top shelf, I felt someone slap me on the butt. No way was I gonna let some random weirdo do that, so I whipped around and went full demon karate girl on the guy. But as I kicked him, I realized it was Blaine. Ow! What the heck?
fuck, dude? He pointed to a cockroach on the floor that apparently had been crawling on my butt. You could have just told me.
Okay, but you should be thankful.
Thankful? You should apologize to me.
Ha! Why don't you just leave?
You can't tell me to leave. This isn't your family store, you know. My dad could buy this store for me with the snap of his fingers.
Oh, really? My family is richer than yours. We use $100 bills as napkins, and I have even more money in my piggy bank than you have in your entire bank.
He waved his card at me before he put it in his back pocket. I sneakily swapped it with my library card when I purposely knocked into him. Then I walked out of the store. Not for long. I was the first one to arrive at the library, and just as I reached for the book, I felt a hand sweep across mine. It was Billy, but I turned around too quickly, and the book fell on his head.
How? You had to pick the biggest book in the library?
Well, what's up with the sneak attack?
I thought I could admire your pretty face in secret.
Really now? I hope my pretty face doesn't blind you. He laughed, and we talked about football. Suddenly, his eyes twinkled, and he leaned closer to me. My heart raced as I realized he was gonna kiss me, and just then he sneezed right on my face. Ew! Yuck! He quickly tore some pages out of the book and handed it to me.
I am so sorry. Here, wipe your face on that.
And what's worse, the librarian saw us and threw us out. Just then, he pulled the tape off of his nose. Blaine, you jerk!
Sorry, Billy's not gonna make it today. He's with Mom, so I decided to pay you back for the card switcheroo you pulled on me. You can imagine how embarrassing it was to try to pay for food with my library card.
Blaine held up my card, but as I went to grab it, he moved and held it above his head so I couldn't reach it.
What's the matter? You can't take it out of my hand.
You forget, I'm not a basketball fan, more of a footballer. I tackled him to the ground.
Jeez, girl, you've got moves.
Don't try to butter me up now that I've taken you down.
I'm serious. You know, my dad's got connections with sports agents if you want me to set you up with a meeting. But it has to wait, because I'm enjoying this closeness with you.
Oh my god, is he flirting with me? We were trying to get up from the floor, but my foot twitched and I fell, causing Blaine to go over me. Then he touched my face. Wait, stop. I like Billy. Or do I? Or I like Blaine? I'm so confused. Guys, help me out here. What should I do? And we kissed. You guys did say kiss him, right? It was amazing. But I pulled away when I remembered April was supposed to be with Blaine. Too late, though, because she showed up just in time to see us kiss. What's going on? I thought she looked so betrayed. I couldn't think of anything better, so I faked a stomachache. It's bad tacos. I dashed off, but April had enough, and she ran after me. Don't you dare run away. Just tell me, why did you kiss him? It wasn't a kiss. He was giving me CPR. What? Yeah. Remember when I puked in Miss Dander's exam? I had just found out that I had cancer, and today I fainted, so he was helping me. I kept it to myself, not wanting anyone to pity me. But April, how could you think of me like that? I felt bad for lying, but I truly didn't want to ruin our friendship. I would have to cover up for now, but soon I would tell her the truth and we could laugh about it. Oh my god, Rosie! I'm so sorry. I was so wrong. Please forgive me. Seriously? You're using my shirt as a snot wiper? The next day at school, Blaine brushed his hand against mine as he walked by. My heart skipped a beat. I was confused about why I didn't feel the same around Billy. I shrugged it off and looked for April. What do you need? You want to hold my hand? A bottle of water? See, this is why I didn't tell you. I don't want you to treat me any differently. And don't tell anyone either. Okay, you got it, bestie. I have an idea. Why don't we go to my family's cabin by the lake this weekend? We can have a fun slumber party like we used to. Absolutely! That weekend, April picked me up. But when we got to the cabin, I was shocked to see Billy and Blaine were already there. Surprise! I thought now you could have Billy and I'll just hang out with Blaine. I was so on edge around Billy and Blaine. We unpacked our stuff and we were about to make dinner when Billy grabbed the pan.
I'll be making a special dinner for someone special tonight. I don't think anyone wants food poisoning, so I'll be making dinner tonight for my special lady. Oh, really? Your special lady? You have no idea what me and Rose have, so you better shut your pie hole or I'll do it for you.
April was stunned, and Billy took a tampon out of his pocket and shoved it in Blaine's ear.
A tampon? I knew you punched like a girl, but this is a whole other level. Actually, it was a gift from Rose, so I
I'd like it back. I was supposed to spend the weekend with my friend, forget about boys, and get everything back to normal. But instead, everything was falling apart. So I just snuck out for some time to think. I must have walked for a while because I wound up on a road that clearly hadn't been used in months. Then suddenly, I heard a woman yelling for help. As I approached, I saw a woman on the ground. I rushed over to help. Are you okay? I knelt down to see that her foot had been badly injured and was stuck in a gopher hole. Hold still. I think I can use a branch to pry you loose. I freed her from the hole and took her to the hospital for treatment, but she needed blood, and luckily, I was a match. When she woke up, she called me over. You are an angel. I would have surely been there for a month if you hadn't saved me. If I had a daughter, she'd be just like you. As she hugged me, I fought back the tears, thinking of how much I missed having my mom around. No matter what you do or how rich you are, there's no replacement for a mother's love. My sons forgot their undies, so I tried Google Maps to reach them, but I got lost. I just called them, and they should be here soon. You know, I am so proud that nothing can come between them, and they are always together and take such good care of me. Just then, April, Billy, and Blaine showed up. Mom! Wait, these are your sons? Blaine rushed for medicines, and Billy came to hug me. I was so worried about you. I'm glad you're okay. But as I hugged him, I realized I was looking over his shoulder with my eyes glued to Blaine. It was then I knew that Blaine was the one, and also that I would have to give him up. I whispered in Billy's ear, I care so much about you, both of you, but I need to let you both go. Why? I don't understand. I can't be the reason that anything comes between you two. Someone just reminded me how important family is. Please, tell Blaine for me. My lie got busted when the doctor told them that I gave the blood, and April heard it and looked so disappointed. I couldn't face April, so I ran away and decided to escape to Europe and complete my high school years there, something my dad had always wanted me to do. But before leaving, I sent a long email to April, apologizing for not being the friend she deserved and telling her my true feelings for Blaine. Then, with tears in my eyes, I deleted all the accounts, knowing that I'd never be able to tell Blaine how I felt. It hurts bad, but I thought it was just better for all of us. Years later, I had graduated from medical college and came back home to set up my pediatric practice. I had only been open for a few weeks when Billy and April walked in with their twin baby girls. We heard you were back in town and we needed a good pediatrician. And you thought of me? She gave me a shove so hard that we both started bawling and ended up hugging. Through her tears, she told me how much she'd been missing me. Have you both forgiven me? Of course, Rose. I mean, after all, you're the reason we wound up together. We realized how much we had in common and love blossomed from there. We sent you a wedding invitation, but never heard back. I had all my mail forwarded to my dad's house. I still haven't gone through any of it, but I'm sorry I missed it. I'm sure it was beautiful. Well, you have an open invitation to come by anytime to look at the wedding album. She'll take any excuse to break that out and show people. We've gone through 3 mailmen.
Oh, sweetie. That night, I swung by my dad's old house to go through all the mail and find the invitation. But what I found instead shocked me to my core. Hundreds of letters from Blaine. Once I started reading them, I was so happy. He had been waiting for me and writing to me all these years, telling me how much he loved me. I Googled the return address on the letters and rushed over to his house and banged on the door excitedly. Blaine, I know it's late, but you're not gonna believe I just got all your letters. The door opened and my heart pounded. I went to hug him, but stopped suddenly when I saw a beautiful girl had answered the door. Can I help you? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Rose. Just an old friend of Blaine's, and I just stopped by to say, hi. He's not home right now, but do you want me to tell him that you stopped by? I was crushed. My heart sank to the bottom of my chest, and I could barely get the words out. No, thank you. I stopped my car at the football field at my high school. I was so heartbroken that I just sat and cried until I heard a knock on the window. It was Blaine.
What's the matter? Did you try to buy food with a library card? Because I can tell you from personal experience that doesn't work.
I got your letters, but I'm too late.
Well, I'm no expert, but I think ghosting someone for a few years does qualify as very late.
Blaine took my hand and helped me out of the car. How did you find me here?
When my mom's assistant said you were at the door, I figured I'd find you here.
I felt a wave of relief wash over me, knowing about her. I'm so sorry, Blaine, and I can't find the words to say how much I
love you too, Rose.
We were leaning in for a kiss when a football suddenly came flying our way. Blaine grabbed it, tossing it to me.
Care for a little match, Rose?
Hi, Hi, my name is Taylor and I'm from Miami. Please like and subscribe. I remember being 5 years old and Mom and Dad throwing me the biggest party ever. We were all so happy until Dad got a phone call and his smile changed and stayed that way for a very long time. The company Dad worked for caught fire. From there onwards, our entire lives started going downhill, and sometimes I felt he blamed me. Once when I was 10 and we took a walk through the park, I saw the ice cream truck and ran to it. And Dad immediately pulled me back and said the most hurtful thing ever. You know I don't have enough for ice cream, so please ask before you just run to things. We're already in enough debt because of that stupid birthday party we had for you. I stood looking at him with tears in my eyes, and he didn't even care. Then suddenly, this girl tapped me on my shoulder. You can have some of my ice cream. She had the prettiest smile. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. She introduced herself as Lisa and she was new in town. We immediately became best friends, but little did I know that Lisa had a crazy side to her. Once when we were in 5th grade, she stole the answer papers for a big test, and because she was my best friend, the principal called me in for questioning as well. I was so mad at her.
Lisa, what you did was wrong. Now everybody thinks I'm a bad kid. I'm so sorry, Taylor. It's just that I really struggle with studying. Please forgive me.
Fine, I'll still be your friend on one condition. We study together. We used to study at my house all the time. And then when I was in 7th grade, I asked to see her house for a change. Lisa tried coming up with so many excuses, but I found it strange that she knew everything about my life, but I knew nothing about her life. So, when we were in the 8th grade, I insisted that we study at her house. Her house was average size like mine, but her mom was a monster. When I entered her house, I saw her mom and she was ugly. I couldn't believe she gave birth to a pretty girl like Lisa. No shoes allowed inside the house. Lisa immediately ran down and fetched me, and we ran back up and shut the door. Her room was so neat, like nothing was out of place.
I'm sorry about my mom. She's a bit of a neat freak. I stay in my room most of the time to stay out of everybody's way.
I felt so sorry for Lisa. No wonder she's always getting into trouble. Her home is so scary to live in. After that day, I told her she could come to my house whenever she felt like it. But little did I know, that was a mistake. This one time when I was in 10th grade, I entered my house with Lisa and my parents were having an argument. What are we gonna do? The bank gives us less than a month to pay or else we have to move out? Where will we go? I don't know. We could ask your brother for help. I couldn't handle this, so I ran out of the house with Lisa behind me.
Taylor, wait!
My mind and heart were racing as I ran through a nearby forest. I froze and Lisa bumped into my back. Shh, we have to hide. There was a boy digging a hole in the ground, so I quickly pulled Lisa and hid behind a big oak tree.
What's going on?
I don't know. Looks like he's digging a hole. The boy had a hoodie on, so we couldn't see his face. And then we saw him place a big bag in the hole. Lisa kept bumping her head into mine to take a closer look, and then stepped onto a stick, which made the boy look our way. We both held hands tightly with our hearts racing, hoping he didn't see us. He didn't because after a couple of seconds, he left. Okay, we can go now.
Let's go see what he put in the hole.
Lisa, no. What if he comes back? She didn't hear a word I said and went skipping to the spot where the suitcase was buried, and then started digging with her hands. This is none of our business. I think we should go.
What if we find a body in the suitcase? We could be heroes and on the news.
How can a body fit in such a small bag? Lisa had such a wild imagination. I wish I had her courage sometimes, but this time, she was out of hand. Eventually, she got to the bag, and when she opened it, our mouths dropped. The bag was filled with money.
Oh my God, we are rich.
No, we have to put it back.
Are you crazy? You need this money. You hurt your parents. If you don't pay the bank, you and your parents won't have a house.
All that money was so tempting after what she reminded me about, but my conscience would haunt me day and night. It's still wrong to take someone's money. Put it back. When I tried to take the bag out of Lisa's hand, she tugged back, refusing to do the right thing. And while we were at it, the boy with the hoodie appeared and stood in front of us. We both screamed and ran for our lives as Lisa still held onto the bag. What are you doing? Just throw the bag down.
Are you crazy? This is ours now.
The boy was right behind us, and Lisa suddenly picked up a rock and aimed it at the boy's foot, making him trip. I felt so bad for him, and yet still continued running away. When we got to my house, I shut the door of my room, and Lisa placed the bag on my bed, smiling widely. "It's time to celebrate, girl!" "What? I'm flippin' freaking out here! You took the boy's money and then hurt the poor boy!" "Well, that'll teach him to never hide his money in a hole again." "We have to take it back." Lisa ignored me and started taking some money out of the bag and then took the rest with her. "I took my half and you have yours. Now go to the bank and help your parents out." Before I could refuse, she left, and I was left standing gazing at a pile of money on my bed. I did not sleep well that night, and when I went down to get a glass of milk, I found Dad in the kitchen with his head down on the table. It looked like he was crying. "Dad, are you okay?" "No, Taylor, I'm not okay, but you need to go to bed." My heart sank when I saw the agony on his face, so I ran back to my room, grabbed a stack of cash, and left it on the table in front of him. "There, now you can pay the mortgage."
Taylor, where did you get all this money from?
"Please don't be mad." I sat down and told Dad the whole story, and instead of taking the money, he looked upset.
"Tomorrow, we will go back to the woods, find that boy, and give him back his money. This is not how we do things, Taylor."
"But Dad, it wasn't me." Dad wouldn't hear me out, but when I got up in the morning, Dad was gone. When I told Lisa what happened, she started freaking out. "What is up with you and your family? I hope this doesn't get me into any trouble because I already spent some of the money. As you can see, I'm all Gucci covered." He's not gonna get you into trouble, but he's right. We should give... While I was explaining to Lisa, her eyes widened, and when I looked behind me, the boy with the hoodie was in our school. How did you get through the gates?"
I go to this school. Now give me back what you stole.
"We don't know what you're talking about, and we've never seen you before in our life."
If you don't give me back that bag, I'm gonna make your lives a living nightmare.
Lisa pushed past him, and I walked nervously behind her. She didn't feel an ounce of guilt, but all that changed when we went out for recess and found both our lockers on fire. "Oh my God, Lisa, we have to give back that boy's money." "No way, I'm telling the principal. There should be a CCTV camera for this." The school tried looking at the cameras, but it was all blank. And as we walked home after school, the boy stood in front of us looking like a freaking creep from a horror movie. "Don't be scared of him, Taylor. He's just a kid. Why don't we just give him back the money and then he'll leave us alone?"
You should listen to your friend.
But instead, she pushed him, and he flung out a bottle of skunk juice and threw it all over her. She screamed and ran home crying. "I'll get you your money back. Just give me some time."
Fine, but if I don't have it by tomorrow morning, you don't want to know what's next.
When I got home, I found Mom and Dad smiling and looking cheerful.
Hey, Taylor, you saved us from losing the house.
"What are you talking about?"
Well, I know I gave you a lecture last night, but after you went to bed, I spoke to your mom and she suggested that we pay off our debts and then save up again to pay back the boy in the forest.
"No, you don't understand. The boy is in my school, and Lisa and I have to pay him back." My parents came with me to school the next day to speak to the boy, but he never came to school. We tried the next day as well, and he still wasn't around. So I took my parents to the forest, and we walked for miles looking for a cabin or a house, but there was nothing. It was like this boy just vanished. Lisa was over the moon, and soon after, when we were in 11th grade, she started acting very strange towards me. Like this one time, while she was standing in line at the cafeteria and I approached her from behind, she just shrieked. "Gosh, Taylor, you don't need to frighten people like that. It's really not funny." "Calm down, Lisa. What's gotten into you?" "Just wait for me at the table." I felt a little taken aback, but I did as she said. And while we were eating lunch, she kept looking behind her. "Are you gonna tell me what's wrong?" "Listen, I think I'm just gonna sit at the library during my lunch from now on." "Okay, I don't mind the library." "No, I want to be there by myself." After that, she just got up and left. And when I tried reaching out to her again after school, she just pushed me so hard that I injured my arm. And she didn't even care. "I told you to stay away from me. Have you lost your mind or something? My arm is injured." "Well, go tell that to someone who cares." Lisa's actions made no sense. I wanted to be angry with her, but we had such a deep history. It was really hard for me to just leave her like that. I managed to get a Band-Aid for my arm, and then I decided to pay Lisa a visit. No matter what was said, I needed to know what was going on. When I got to her house, I was surprised to see her sitting with some boy in her yard. So I hid behind the wall to figure out what was actually going on. Whatever they were talking about made Lisa cry, and then I decided to bravely face them. Hi, Lisa. What's going on? Taylor, I told you to stay away from me. You know I can't do that. You're my best friend. Who's this? The guy she was with turned to me and smiled wickedly. Hi, Taylor. I am Jerry. You're that guy from the forest. I tried looking for you. Yeah, right. Because of you and your friend, my dad fell into a coma because I didn't have the money to pay the doctors. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. Well, sorry doesn't fix the mess. Are you back for revenge now? Lisa, what did he say to you? Is this the reason you've been pushing me away? I was trying to protect you. He threatened to hurt you if I didn't help him with stealing and shoplifting. I told him we weren't friends anymore, and I had to act like it in case he was watching us. Jerry suddenly grabbed me and Lisa started screaming. Take me instead, please, leave her alone. I'm the one who insisted on taking the money, please. Too late. Now, you will never see your friend again. You better not follow us or tell anyone. I tried to kick him, but he was too strong. He took me to a part of the forest I had never been to before, and into a neatly built house. If you let me go, I'll try and get back all your money. You're funny. Do you know how many years my father worked to make all that? But then why didn't he just put it in a bank? Because we don't trust banks, and we don't trust people, because they lie and steal, like you and your friend did. So, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna keep you here, and then ask for a ransom. But my parents are not millionaires. Yeah, but they're richer than your loser friend's parents. And no problem if they're not. They'll just have to sell the house they paid for with my money. Then he started pacing up and down like a mad person. My eyes fell on a long vase. I took a bold step, grabbed the vase and knocked him down, and then I ran as fast as I could. But then he was right behind me. When he eventually caught up to me, I screamed my lungs out, and Lisa came running with the police. My parents hugged me tight and Dad apologized for everything. Jerry was arrested, and when Lisa and I watched the news later that evening, we found out that Jerry's father was a criminal who robbed banks and the police were looking for a very long time. So he lied to us? His father was not in a coma. It was their plan to get more money. Well, at least they're in prison where they belong. And no more secrets and no more stupidity. Can you do that? Yes for secrets. No for stupidity. Yeah, she might do crazy things, but she always has my back. One good friend is always better than 1,000.
Some superheroes strut around in capes, while others rock pixie boots and a trendy poncho. Because, yes, you are looking at a real superhero. Hi, I'm Annie, and I'm from New Jersey. Don't be fooled by my cute pink locks and dazzling big blue eyes, because as it turns out, I'm also a bit of a crazy, jealous maniac. You know, every superhero has a weakness. Mine was my dad. My dad was the center of my world. Mom left when I was 3, so it was always me and him. We'd hang out all day, and he'd do whatever I wanted.
Let's jump on your bed and then go fishing for sharks in the park.
I've just made the bed and it's raining outside, but whatever makes you happy, my angel.
My dad was the best. He was my superhero. We did everything together and made a big effort to share each other's interests. For example, he learned the names of all the dogs from Paw Patrol.
You're such a Sky.
In return, I learned to play chess, which was Dad's favorite game.
Kapow! That's a chick and a mate.
One time, when I had a high fever, I asked him not to leave my side for 1 minute.
I promise, Annie, I never will.
And I totally believed him. He even made a pulley system to get the Uber food delivery to my bedroom window without leaving my room. But then, the worst thing happened. A couple of days later, instead of making me breakfast, he grabbed his car keys and let a babysitter in.
I must go to work today, Angel Annie. Teresa will look after you.
No, Daddy, I'll go with you.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I have to go alone. It's for the best.
Why?
Because we need the money to live.
Fine. If you want to leave, you'll have to step over me. And everyone knows that's bad luck.
And to my surprise, he actually stepped over me to leave. I hated babysitters and caused as many problems as I could to get my dad to come back. He used to be late for work pretty much every day and had to sneak out during lunch and leave early to take care of me. So you can imagine what happened next.
I got fired.
Yay! Daddy's at home forever! Yeah!
I was ecstatic.
ecstatic, thinking things would go back to normal when I got the biggest shock of my life. Kindergarten. I cried all the way and threw a total hissy fit at the front gates. Why?
To learn and get a good job when you're older.
Jobs suck.
You'll make lots of friends.
Friends suck. I hated it and let everybody know that I did. I hate it. Stop! Dad got more calls from the kindergarten than the principal's secretary. I know what you're thinking. I was a little monster. And yes, I was. I just couldn't help it. I wanted to be with my dad so bad. Soon, kindergarten turned to school, but things didn't improve. I felt so alone and sad without my dad, and I was always getting into trouble. But then one day, I got the best news ever.
I know how unhappy you are at school, so I talked with the principal and I'll take a job at your school as a janitor. This way, we can spend all the time you want together, and I can have a job. God knows we need the money. I know it's not glamorous, but would it be too embarrassing for you?
What? Just you and me again? This is the best job ever!
But there is one condition. You must behave, because if not, I'll get fired. You promise?
Oh, I promise. Pinky promise! And for some years, things were amazing. We drove to school and worked together, sat together at lunch, and whenever he'd go past my classroom mopping the floor, he'd give me a goofy wave. For the first time, I focused on my schoolwork because I didn't want to mess up our arrangement. Other kids were even inviting me to parties.
You should go. Make some friends.
Maybe you could come with me?
Annie, you must learn to do things without me. Rely on other people.
Really? Maybe you're right. I guess I can go for like half an hour. Nah, let's just hang out here and watch TV. But then it all changed. I was supposed to be meeting some peeps at the movies, but then remembered Dad's favorite TV show was on. So I decided to go back home and watch it with him. But when I opened the door, I found that Dad was having dinner with a woman with candles and flowers on the table.
Annie, Angel, I wasn't expecting you. This is Fern, my new friend.
Hello, Annie. I've heard so much about you. It's great to meet you at last.
Funny, I've heard absolutely nothing about you.
I was hoping we'd spend some time with Fern, Annie.
Three's a crowd. Suddenly, I felt so jealous. Why would he want to spend time with her and not me? Soon, Fern became a permanent fixture at our place. Despite my grumpy face when she was around, she was always super nice to me. Wanna hit the shops? I have the biggest discount card. Maybe you can use it to buy another book on winning over skeptical teenagers. And at school, Dad was always calling her. She even joined us for lunch some days. I tried to do everything to get his attention when they were together. Like the time in the canteen, she'd made us all sandwiches, and I pretended to choke. Poison! But they were too busy staring into each other's eyes to notice. Soon, Fern moved into the house. And even though I kept moving her things around, she was always calm and supportive.
You can always talk to me about anything, you know.
I'm fine.
You and your dad have such a special relationship. I wouldn't want to come between you two.
Well, cheers for that.
You can rely on me too. I'll always have your best interests at heart.
Yikes, is that the time? Gotta run. It felt like Dad was slipping away from me. But at the same time, I was also starting to become independent. During that time, I joined the chess club and quickly showed talent. No doubt thanks to all those games with my dad. I even won the school tournament and got invited to represent the school in an international tournament in Belgium. I knew it was a life-changing trip, but I also knew that my dad's job as a janitor didn't pay much. He would not be able to afford the expenses of such a trip, so I had to decline the offer. I was pretty sad about it, and soon things got even worse. That same afternoon, I got to class, and one of the more popular girls was sitting in my seat, slurping on a milkshake and making fun of me. Look at me, I'm Annie, and I'm so lame because my dad's my BFF. Great, that's really mature. Now move your butt from my seat. Oh no, you better call your personal janitor to clean up this mess. What mess? I shouldn't have asked, as she threw her milkshake on the floor on purpose. This mess? What are you waiting for? You better call Daddy. I jumped on her and tipped the rest of the milkshake over her, and that's when the teacher intervened. I got after-school detention. I was really scared that Dad would find out, but thankfully, he went home after finishing his shift. I was super relieved. But then, on my way out from detention, I heard a weird rustling noise from one of the classrooms. That's odd. Everybody went home already. I thought it was best to get out of there. But suddenly, a man in a ski mask rushed out of a classroom, holding a bag full of the school laptops. Oh no, a thief! I froze in my spot as he spotted me and stopped for a few seconds, then started running down the hallway. As he ran past me, he accidentally hit me with the bag of laptops, and I yelled in pain as I stumbled to the floor.
Oh my god, are you okay?
I looked up in shock as I recognized that voice. Dad? Suddenly, he dropped the bag and ran down the hallway and out of the school. I tried to follow him, but he was too fast. So I sprinted home, and there he was, Dad, completely out of breath and with the ski mask in his hand. The first thing he told me was to keep my voice down so Fern wouldn't hear. Dad, seriously? Stealing from the school? Are you crazy?
Annie, you've got it all wrong.
Oh, really? Ski mask? Swag bag? Come on!
Keep it down, will you? We can't let Fern hear this.
Start talking.
I did it for you, Annie. Professor Parker told me about the chess tournament and the trip to Belgium. He told me that you turned him down without even telling me. I want the best for you. I don't want you to lose out on something like this because of me. But the moment I saw you, I knew I couldn't go through with it. Now, we can't let the police know. They'll lock me up. If you think about it, no harm was done. Nothing was stolen, so everything's great.
Of course, everything wasn't great. While his intentions were sweet, he made a huge mess in school. The principal had reported the attempted robbery to the authorities, and I had to testify in front of the police as the only witness. I couldn't turn in Dad, so I had to lie. I told them that the thief was super short and had green hair. I hoped to keep a low profile about the whole thing, but the next day at school, I was treated like a hero. The girl who saved the school. My hair would have just frizzed out in fear. You're like a real superhero now. Yep, I guess that's me. Want to hang out with us and tell us all about it? And oh, let's snap a selfie. I need to boost my feed with some genuine hero vibes. But the worst thing was, since I caught Dad red-handed, he'd become increasingly clingy and hardly left my side. I guess he was scared I'd confess the truth, but it was really annoying. Like when this really cute boy Warren, who I liked but I didn't think had ever noticed me, talked to me.
Hey, Annie. I'd love to take you out for a burger. Sorry, she's busy.
Dad?
Come on, hun. It's lunchtime. The first one to our seat wins the pudding.
Sorry, Warren. I'll just have to go now. A burger soon, though.
Sure.
But soon, I started hanging out with Warren and his new friends all the time, while Dad's excuses to drop by became increasingly awkward and downright embarrassing.
I came by to check if you seen my lost, mop. Thought I might have wandered into your classroom.
And he'd always pick the worst times to barge in.
I think I'm falling for you in a big way. I think we need to clear the air here.
Dad! I'd had enough, and on the way home, I thought of ways to let him down gently. But I ended up screaming the truth at him in the driveway. Dad, it's time for a reality check. You can't shadow me forever. How about picking up a hobby that doesn't involve stalking me? You're suffocating me. Then he looked down and rolled his puppy dog eyes. I began to feel very guilty. But then, big news popped up on my phone. A very short man with green hair had been arrested for the school robbery. And it was all because of me.
Annie, we must go on the run.
No, Dad. You need to confess. Confess to what? And suddenly, we both turned around, and Fern was standing there with the groceries.
To not cleaning the bathroom properly.
You have never cleaned it properly, Annie. Oh, I think my sock drawer needs some reorganizing. Annie, you can tell me anything. I'll always take your side. You can trust me. I didn't tell Fern. I thought she wouldn't understand. I tried to forget the whole thing, but I felt so guilty. That innocent guy was in jail because of me and my dad, and we needed to set the record straight. But I just couldn't turn my father over to the police. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I was so angry at my dad that the next morning, I skipped breakfast and took the bus to school. But when I got there, I saw him getting into a cop car. Dad! Loads of people were standing around, watching and filming, and I was mortified. I tried to make my way through, but when I reached the police car, it drove away from the school. Then the principal came over and pointed at me. Warren and my friends were shocked.
It seems Annie isn't a superhero after all. She was an accomplice to her dad.
I've never felt such deep shame. If I had superpowers, I'd have vanished right there or zapped myself to the North Pole. I covered my face, crying, and was ready to run away from there, but a cop caught my arm. Time to face the music and confess. But when I finally told the truth, I felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. They let me off with just a warning since I was a minor, and my dad took full responsibility. Fern came to pick me up, and I was enraged with her. I knew she couldn't be trusted. How could you betray us like that? I must confess that I heard you guys whispering around. I quickly understood what was happening. and I knew I had to step in. You didn't deserve to live with that huge secret and with the guilt. I knew it was the right thing to call the police, and I was about to do it, but then I just couldn't. Not to save your dad, but because I know how close you guys are and how devastating it would be for you. I just didn't want to hurt you. I started crying. Thank you, Fern, for everything, and I'm sorry for being a brat with you. Fern hugged me firmly, and I hugged her back. During those hard times, we became really close. She took me home and stood firmly by my side through it all. But if you didn't turn him in, then who did? Some weeks later, they allowed me to visit Dad.
I confess everything myself. It was unfair that someone else was arrested, and it felt even worse that you lied for me. I was afraid you'd start hating me for dragging you into my mess, so I gave myself up. I'm so sorry for being such a terrible dad.
Dad started crying, and I soon joined in. No, Dad, you've been the best. I'm sorry I've been so difficult, and you don't need to feel like I'm missing out on anything. Promise, you won't ever do anything like this again.
Pinky promise.
And now, a few months later, Dad has been released, and we're moving with Fern to a new city for a fresh start, and I'm looking forward to making new friends. All my life, people have told me I must be magic. Hi everyone, I'm Tanya from San Francisco. Please like and subscribe to hear my secret. I have a unique skill that makes me popular with almost everyone I meet. When people come to me for advice, I'm able to help them achieve their goals. Making the varsity soccer team, asking out their crush, acing a big test. Somehow, I was always able to get them what they wanted. In truth, there was no magic to it. I was a good listener and tried to give the best advice I could. It always just seemed to work out. Eventually, it gave me this reputation for being a miracle worker. My friend Elaine thought I should be paid for it. You really should be charging for this. I like helping people. Hey, nothing wrong with getting paid for doing what you like. By the way, my boyfriend loved the birthday gift you suggested. And we're going to the restaurant you recommended later. Try the chocolate cake. Ironically, my own life was kind of a mess. My grades were good, but not great since I was so caught up with everyone else's problems. I didn't have a boyfriend, and in general, my future seemed both uncertain and scary. Not to mention, I had the most embarrassing dad in the world. A few years back, my dad fell in a manhole on the sidewalk and sued the city. He won so much money in the lawsuit that he quit his job in big tech. Now all he does is sit on the couch and watch YouTube videos.
You gotta see this video, honey. A baby panda sneezes and scares its mom.
I have school, Dad. You have fun, though. So, that was my home life. As helpful as I was to most people, I just couldn't seem to work the same magic for me or my dad. I don't think he even wanted me to be honest. He ignored every job posting I showed him and never left the house, no matter how hard I tried. It scared me to think that I might turn out like him someday. But I always felt better when I helped someone. At school, this really agitated girl stomped up to me in the hall. I talked to my mom about spending the summer in France, and she said no. I knew I should have asked my dad instead. Everyone says your advice is foolproof. Did you give me bad advice on purpose? What? No, of course not. I would never do something like that. Maybe you misunderstood what I told you? I did exactly what you said, word for word, and it blew up in my face. You're a fraud. I was stunned. This had never happened before. I tried to remember what my advice had been, but so many people came to me for help that the details were hazy. Shake it off, Tanya. It was upsetting, but just that morning, 3 people had approached me and said I was a lifesaver. This had to be a weird freak accident. It wouldn't happen again, right? But then later that night, Elaine called me crying. She and her boyfriend Joe had gone to the restaurant I recommended, but the server insulted Joe and they got into a fight. Joe almost got arrested. Why would you tell us to go to that place? The server was a criminal. Maybe he was new. The service was great last time I went. You ruined Joe's birthday. I don't have a crystal ball, you know. I'm a human being. I make mistakes like anyone else. Maybe your boyfriend shouldn't have punched out the waiter. Whatever, Tanya. Keep your advice to yourself from now on. Did you at least try the chocolate cake? I did. It was dry. What was going on? Had I lost my touch? If I couldn't help people anymore, then what was I gonna do? I guess I could try fixing my own life. That night, I dreamed that everyone who ever came to me for advice confronted me and accused me of ruining their lives. No matter where I turned, I couldn't escape. When I woke up, I knew something needed to change. If people only cared about me when I was solving their problems, maybe they didn't really care about me at all. You know what? Fine. You can all solve your own problems from now on. At school, I turned away anyone who asked for something. I didn't like saying no, but it got easier after a few times. During gym class, we were playing dodgeball when a boy approached me.
Hey, you're Tanya, right? I'm Matt. I heard you're a miracle worker.
I'm retired.
Could you make an exception? I'm trying to get my ex to take me back, and you're the only one who can help.
Trust me, you don't want my help.
What if we help each other? Like a trade? There's gotta be something you want too.
That was different. Not many people ever offered anything in return. Not that I expected them to pay me back, but it was nice to be asked. Okay, here's a challenge for you. I want to figure out what my thing is. I spend so much time giving everyone else advice that I've never had a chance to figure out my own goals. If you can help me do that, then I'll help you get your ex back.
Sounds like a deal to me.
Matt and I met after school to get started.
So what do you think I should try first? Send her a dozen roses? Write her a song and play it outside her bedroom window?
Do you want her to take you back or file a restraining order?
Then what's your great idea?
Why did you two break up anyway?
She said I don't pay attention.
I have some thoughts, but before I tell you, we're focusing on my thing first. Did you come up with any ideas? All I did was smile. Uh-oh, what was I getting myself into? Turns out, Matt had a whole day planned out for us. We explored cool architecture in the city like the Golden Gate Bridge, baked sourdough bread, volunteered at a local animal shelter, and even visited Alcatraz to see what a real prison was like. Matt was patient and a great guide throughout all our adventures. At the end of the day, we stopped at Pier 39 to grab some ice cream. I always loved seeing the sea lions flop around and bark at each other out on the bay.
So what do you think? Architect, baker, veterinarian, prison guard?
To be honest, I really don't see any of those things being my career. I had a lot of fun though.
Good. I've got more planned for tomorrow.
What about your ex?
She can wait.
Hold on a second. Was someone prioritizing my problems over their own? I could get used to this. The next day, we did it all over again, except this time with brand new activities. We tried photography, fitness classes, and went on a ride-along in a police car.
Nothing yet?
No. I mean, I'm still having a good time, but I can't picture myself doing any of those things for the rest of my life. Maybe I'm being too picky.
Hey, you gotta choose what's right for you. This is everything I had planned, but I can definitely come up with more.
You've done a lot already. Let's work on your goal for now. I want you to write a letter to your ex tonight, and tomorrow we'll go over it together.
You're giving me homework?
You'll survive. The next day, Matt shared his letter with me, and I read it during lunch period.
Well, what do you think?
This is all about your feelings, your memories, your regrets. There's almost nothing about her. This could be about any girl.
I worked really hard on that.
You said yourself that she thinks you don't pay attention. This letter doesn't really prove otherwise. What do you like about her? Is she smart, empathetic? Does she tell funny stories? Matt had to think about it. I didn't understand why he found it so difficult.
She's a good big sister, and I like how she sings along to every song on the radio, even when she doesn't know the words.
That's more like it. Matt revised the letter. I hid around the corner and watched while he approached his ex to give it to her. She looked surprised, but seemed to appreciate the gesture. Finally, progress! More people came up to me that day to ask for help, but I kept turning them down. I even had to say no to a teacher. A football player got really mad when I refused to help him.
We all know you're not really retired. I saw you help that Matt kid. Guess you only help guys you like.
Excuse me? Who did this jerk think he was? It's not like that. Matt and I are helping each other.
So if I take you on a date, you'll help me too?
Suddenly, Matt appeared and shoved the football player into a locker.
Speaking of your little boyfriend, I'm not her boyfriend. Apologize to her.
Just then, I noticed Matt's ex. She looked at me like I'd stolen her boyfriend or something. I didn't stick around to see what happened next. I needed to get away. I'd never been so embarrassed in my life. Everything was such a mess. My recent advice had all backfired. Matt wasn't any closer to getting his ex back. I was fighting with my best friend, and I still had no clue what I wanted to do with my life. When I got home, my dad was snoring on the couch. For all I knew, he hadn't left that spot all day. Ugh. Before, I could at least feel proud about how many people I'd helped. Now, I didn't even have that. The next day at school, I decided to tell Matt our deal was off.
What? But what about our plan? You're gonna let some jerk football player push you around?
That's easy for you to say. You're not the one who's being treated like an outcast just for saying no to people. And our plan isn't working anyway. I haven't figured out my future, and you haven't gotten your girlfriend back.
I don't care about getting her back.
For a second, I almost thought I heard him wrong. Then what's the point of everything we've been doing?
I cared at first. I really did miss her.
but I realized we broke up for a reason. If you want the truth, I'm having fun and I want to keep spending time with you. I felt so confused. This was too much all at once. Then maybe just ask to hang out like a normal person. I thought you were helping me figure out my future. Tanya, why are you so obsessed with your future? We're in high school. You don't have to figure it all out right now. My dad threw away a great career and now he's a slug. People need a purpose. All I could think about the rest of the day was escaping. We had a big assembly that afternoon and I was considering skipping it and locking myself in my room. But why should I have to leave? They're the one acting like jerks. So in the middle of the assembly, I did something kinda crazy. I stole the mic. Almost every single one of you has come to me for advice. Did I ever say no before? Did I ever ask for anything in return? No. I did my best to help you all because I wanted you to be happy. But the second something goes wrong, or I decide to take some time for myself, what do? You turn on me, talk behind my back, blame me for your problems. Now I know I was just being used. I handed the mic back to the teacher, and she awkwardly cued the cheerleaders to begin their performance. After school, the doorbell rang a bunch of times. I snapped at my dad while I stomped to the door. Don't get up. I'll get it.
Honey, you have to see this. A baby tiger pounces and scares the heck out of his mom.
Dad, those videos are super old. I opened the door and was surprised to find Elaine on the front steps. She was holding a chocolate cake as a peace offering. It was such a relief to see a friend that I almost cried. We ate chocolate cake on my bed and caught up. I'm sorry. It was totally unfair of me to act like what happened was your fault. All you've ever done is try to help me. And advice should be a two-way street. I hope you know you can come to me when you're struggling too. Want to see a video of a baby tiger? Maybe I didn't need to run away. I felt stronger with Elaine in my corner. The next day, the football player came up to me again. I tried going around, but he wouldn't let me.
Hey, it wasn't cool of me to say those things to you. I'm really sorry.
I have to admit, I didn't expect an apology from him. When I got to my locker, something even more surprising happened. It was filled with flowers and about 100 thank you cards. All day, students surprised me with gifts, cards, or sometimes just a hug. I guess my big speech at the assembly had gotten through to people. After school, Matt found me on the bleachers reading some of my cards.
You okay?
It hasn't been easy lately, but yeah, I'll be okay.
I never set out to trick you, you know. When I first asked for help, I thought I wanted my ex back. You helped me realize that we weren't right for each other.
You helped me realize something too.
I did? What?
That it's okay if I don't have it all figured out. It has to happen naturally. And maybe my dad will never go back to work, but I'm not him. I know I'll find my purpose someday.
So I guess we did help each other.
I guess so.
Maybe we could hang out sometime? Like normal people, instead of as part of some deal?
I'd like that. Things got a lot better after that, and I realized something else. That no one can give perfect advice 100% of the time. But that doesn't mean I should stop trying. I liked helping people. I was gonna keep doing it, even if sometimes I failed. The people who mattered most to me would be in my corner no matter what. And the times when someone told me I'd made a difference in their lives, no matter how small, made it all worth it.
Hi, I'm Megan. Please like and subscribe because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. My American mom met my dad in London when she studied piano at university, and they got married and then had my older sister Susie. They moved back to the States so mom could work on her career, and then had me. Then they started having problems, and my dad thought it would be best to move back to London. But for some reason, Dad only loved Susie and ignored me all the time. On my 5th birthday, Dad bought her a PlayStation and beautiful dresses, while I only got a grumpy look from him. But Dad, it's my birthday. Why didn't you get me anything? Don't you love me?
Oh, stop being such a crybaby. I told you, Mum, I only wanted one child. Susie was enough for me. But no, you had to come along.
Seriously? He was such a jerk. And Susie always made sure to remind me she was his favorite. But thankfully I had Mom, and she loved me to bits. Then one night when I was 8, Susie and I heard Mom and Dad fighting like crazy.
I know that child ain't mine. I know you cheated on me, you awful woman.
OMG. Is that why Dad hated me all this time? Because I wasn't his daughter? Dad stormed out of the house with his bags and didn't even stop for Susie as she called out to him. I hugged Mom and cried, but she convinced me that he was crazy and we were better off without him. But there was someone who was super pissed. Susie. Dad left because of you. You're the reason for everything bad, Megan, and I'm going to kick you out of our lives for good and bring him back. I thought she was just going to be mad for a while, but the next day, I screamed when I went into the bathroom. Stuck on the mirror was my head cut out from a photograph with the eyes poked out and red paint streaks on my face. Of course it was Susie. I found more of those pictures all around the house, and I showed them to Mom, and she grounded her. Over time, I grew even closer to Mom, and she discovered that I was great at playing the piano, just like her. She started teaching me, and by 7th grade, I was good enough to be selected as the key player of the school's music team. But Susie just couldn't live with that. On the day of the program, when I went on stage, I saw that my music notes had been burned. There was only a heap of ash on the piano with a note, "Hope you fail and keep failing for the rest of your life. You don't deserve happiness." Susie was a psycho, and I was gonna kill her. I nervously started playing the music from memory, and everyone in the audience loved my performance, except for Susie, of course. She looked fuming mad. As soon as I got home, I confronted her. "What's wrong with you? Don't you think it's time to find something to do with your life besides being a pain in my butt? My life? You ruined my life, my happiness, my family. I'm not going to let you breathe in peace, Megan. Just you watch and wait." OMG, she was unbelievable. But then what happened next shocked me even more. My left hand suddenly grabbed her hair and smashed her face into the cake Mom got to congratulate me. She screamed as loud as she could, and Mom came running. "What did you do now, Susie?" But it wasn't Susie this time, it was me. And I had no idea what had just happened. I ran out of there all confused. A few days later, I was taking my math test in class, but I couldn't figure out any of the answers. I started to panic when suddenly my left hand grabbed the test paper of the girl sitting next to me. She screamed in shock. And up next, detention. What the freaking heck? What was wrong with my hand? Susie couldn't wait to break the news to Mom. As soon as we reached home, she started screaming. "Look, Mum, your favorite has made you so proud. She got detention for cheating." Mom looked at me in shock, but I just ran up to my room. Later that evening, I told her what had been happening with my hand, and the next day, she took me to the doctor. And it turned out I had a strange condition called alien hand syndrome, where my left hand acts like it has a brain of its own. It's more likely to get out of control when you're experiencing extreme emotions, like stress. What? Then what about my career as a pianist? I freaked out and my left hand smashed the doctor's instruments into the wall. I decided to keep it a secret from Susie because I didn't want her to tell the world that I was a freak. I thought my life was just ruined, but at least I had my best friend Max. He never visited me at home anymore because once Susie had put so many chilies in his food, he ended up in the hospital. I didn't tell him about my hand, but he could tell I was bummed out. So he took me out for ice cream that evening. As we were walking back home, he suddenly turned to me. You have ice cream on your nose. Do you mind if I... Saying that, he moved closer and my heart started beating a bit faster. What was he doing? He leaned in to kiss me, and I ended up slapping him really hard. Not my freaking alien hand again. Oh, Max, I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to. It's just,
No, it's my fault. I should have asked you first. I'm sorry.
Saying that, he ran off. I felt so terrible. A couple of days later, I was looking for him everywhere to apologize, and I found him making out with some girl in the music hall who was none other than freaking Susie. Oh my God, Max! Why are you kissing my sister?
What are you, the kissing police? I can kiss whoever I want. You missed your chance when you slapped me.
Oh, you obviously deserved more than that. Whoa. Easy there, Hulk. He's my boyfriend, and we've been dating for a whole day now. Susie, you know he's my best friend. Why are you such a jerk? Jerk? You're the jerk here, always wanting to take away my happiness. I'm not going to let you do it, Megan. So keep your paws off him." Saying that, she grabbed his hand and stormed out of the music hall. She just wanted to take away everything from me, even my best friend. Days passed and I focused more on my music. In the 10th grade, I had a chance to audition for a spot at the best music academy in the country. I was super excited for it. I reached the venue an hour early, but as I was waiting for Mom backstage, Susie called me on my cell phone, and she was crying hysterically. "Megan, you have to hurry. Mom met with an accident on her way to you, and she's in the hospital now." Did that witch really think I'd believe her? But I called Mom 10 times and she just wouldn't answer. That's when I started to panic, so I quickly hailed a cab and rushed to the hospital. Halfway through, I suddenly got a call from Mom. "Honey, my phone was on silent and I didn't even know. I just saw all your calls. I'm at the venue. Where are you?" OMG, I couldn't believe Susie had played me. I got stuck in traffic on the way back, and I arrived 10 minutes late for my performance. As the judges glared at me, I sat down shakily and tried to calm down, but I was so flustered. The performance started out fine, but only after a few minutes, my left hand went bonkers, and it turned into a complete nightmare. As people started to laugh, I ran off the stage in tears. I was so embarrassed and furious at Susie. She was so cruel. When Mom and I got home, I walked straight to Susie and slapped her hard in the face. "I can't believe you'd stoop so low to hurt me. You ruined my performance. Do you have any idea how important it was for me?" "Yeah, I do, and I don't care. Just like you people don't care about me. Mom has always loved you and supported you. But me, after Dad left, she just abandoned me." "Oh, honey, what are you talking about? I love you as much as I love Megan, but you always pushed me away, and I felt you hated me." "Oh, yes, I do hate you. I hate you for making me feel left out. You two even have your own little secrets, don't you? Yes, I know all about Megan's condition, and I was just waiting to use it against her at the right time, and it all worked out wonderfully." I was about to attack her again, but Mom stopped me and Susie stormed off. I was never going to speak to that witch again, ever, but I could still annoy the heck out of her. I hooked up my piano to some large speakers and played like crazy day and night right outside her room. I started making videos of myself while playing and uploading them on my YouTube channel. Once, I even composed a song especially dedicated to her. "If you know any Susie, just be aware. Even if she's your sister, please take care. My sister can't see me happy. No, just never. My witch sister hates me forever and ever." The next day, I had hundreds of comments on that video. People loved my little composition, and they even sent me sympathetic messages about their own mean sisters. And a few days later, I got an email from a famous music producer saying he saw some real talent in me and that he'd like me to work with him on a new album. What? Could it be that I was dreaming? This was insane. Soon after, my first album came out and it became a huge hit, and I was on freaking cloud 9. After that, I was playing at concerts and even went on a music tour with Taylor Swift. Then one day, the bell rang and Susie opened the door. I went running when I heard her screams. Standing in the doorway was Dad? OMG, Dad, I knew you'd come back for me. I missed you so much. What took you so long? But suddenly, he just pushed Susie aside and came running to me.
"Oh, my daughter, my lovely, talented, famous daughter. I knew you'd make me proud one day."
"What are you saying, Dad? I'm your daughter, Susie, the one you love the most."
"You're not my daughter. You're the reason I left this house in the first place, 'cause you aren't my own blood."
What? This was crazy. All this while I thought I wasn't his kid, but turns out Susie wasn't? She burst into tears when she heard this, but Dad wouldn't stop.
"I don't know whose worthless child you are. Megan is my only daughter."
"Just stop it, Dad. You're not Susie's dad, and you're not mine either. You never loved me, and then you just abandoned us all. You're not fit to be anyone's dad, and don't you dare talk to my sister that way." Just then Mom stepped in, looking furious. "You crazy, horrible man. I never cheated on you, and they're both your daughters. But you wouldn't believe me. Well, you don't deserve either of them, you selfish creature." Dad looked at Susie and said that he loved her and that she needed him. You only came to get Megan's money. You never loved me, and I blamed Megan for it. I thought she was the reason why you left me. But I realize now, you're just a terrible gold digger, Dad, and I don't want to see your face again. So leave, now. And then Susie kicked him out of the house. I'm so sorry, Megan. I was so mean to you all this time. I was such a moron for treating you like an enemy, and I don't deserve to be your sister. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I'm very sorry. Everything you did to me affected me badly. I don't know if I'm ready to forgive you, but I believe in second chances. I really hope you change. But for now, we can start with a hug. Susie hugged me and Mom joined us. I love you, my precious daughters. Everything will be fine as long as we're together.
There I was, standing alone on the edge of a cliff, when someone suddenly tackled me to the ground. Aloha, I'm Hannah from Hawaii. Please like and subscribe. I had an amazing life with my two moms. Mom, my birth mother, and Mom, who's from Australia. They managed one of the top hotels on the island, so every day was a vacation. We were always happy, and they gave me so much love and cool stuff. But my life took a wild turn when I turned 15, and some billionaire bought that hotel, firing my moms and all the staff to bring in his own people. My moms had to start working at the small local hotel, cleaning rooms, and money was tight, so they were always freaking out about the bills. Don't waste water. I still have shampoo in my hair. Turn off the lights. Do you think I own the power company? I'm in here. Use candles. One time, the bottom of my sneakers fell off, so they tried to duct tape them together, but no luck. No problem. You can wear mine. But your feet are huge. So put extra socks on. But even with extra socks, I face planted trying to walk in them. Okay, fine. We'll get you new shoes. The next day, my moms presented me with their idea of new shoes, which they got from the hotel's Lost and Found. I was disappointed that they weren't brand new, but they were kinda cute. Later that day at lunchtime, my friends and I were talking about boys and boys and boys as we were walking to the table when this dude popped up and got down on one knee in front of me.
Ah, my darling Maria, my señorita, my Juliet. Where have you been, my love? How could you have forgotten about your Romeo for so long? No, stop! You can't abandon me!
Let go of my legs!
Hey, these are my cousin's old shoes. She came last summer to stay. How did you get them?
No, they're mine. You must be mistaken.
No, look.
I was about to kick that jerk, but he lifted me on the table, then pulled my foot up and pointed at the bottom.
See? Those are her initials. We did this together.
That was Brooks, the famous prankster at my high school. By now, all of his friends at lunch had heard and were laughing and making fun of me. I stormed home, only to find my mom's going wild over the grocery bill. Dishes flew, shoes were thrown, and doors slammed. I've never seen them like this. The next day wasn't any good. So after school, I decided to stop at the beach to listen to the waves and look at the surfers to cheer me up. Just then, I saw this amazing surfer doing all kinds of flips on the waves. Who's that? Oh, him. We call him Mr. Abs. His parents bought half the hotels on the island. Holy Paris Hilton? My brain spun at the thought of meeting a hot guy, and bonus, once we started dating, I could tell his dad how thoughtless he was for firing my moms after all their years of work, and that he should totally give them their jobs back. This would solve all our problems, and we would be happy again. So, I walked over to him. He was standing with a bunch of other hot guys. Hey, nice to muscle to meet you. He avoided me? I love a challenge. So I came up with a plan to bump into him and accidentally spill my smoothie on him. Then he would have to talk to me.
Hey there, cutie. Slow down. You almost ran into me.
Oh my god, he thinks I'm cute. I had to keep the conversation going. Oh, yeah, it's 'cause these creepy guys were chasing me.
Are you okay? Where are they?
They went that way. But wait, don't go after them. I'm really shook up. I need you here in case they come back. He held my hand and offered me a seat like a prince offering his throne.
I'm Chris. Do you want me to call someone for you?
Hannah. I'm Hannah. No, I just need a minute.
Why were they chasing you?
Yeah, so this guy at school likes me, but I told him I don't want to go out with him, and now I see him and his friends everywhere I go.
Don't worry, I'll safely take you home.
As we were riding home in his Jeep, I tried to find out as much as I could about him. So, your family just moved here when they bought the hotels?
Yep. but I don't like to talk about it.
Oh, I get it. Low profile. Nice. He looks humble.
I wanted to know more about him, so I asked around and found out he doesn't like fries and loves jazz. As he pulled up to my house, I had to come up with a reason to see him again. Thanks for the ride.
You're safe now.
Those guys also come around in the morning before school, and my moms can't take me. They have this rare disease called, chew poops.
A chew what?
You've never heard of it? Oh, yeah, it's a new stream of COVID that's been going around. If you meet someone with this, or if they sneeze, you could have diarrhea for a week. Thankfully, I'm immune, but who knows about others? Just then, I heard my moms. Hannah, is that you? I needed to keep my moms away from him before they ruined my plan, so I rushed him off before he could say anything. Great, so see you tomorrow? Thanks. The next day, my moms were already at work when he picked me up, so I didn't have to worry about them meeting. And when he dropped me off at school, everyone thought we were dating. I figured it would be happening any day, so I didn't deny it. I was in heaven for the next few days, but that changed one morning.
So I'm thinking, you seem to be out of danger now, and...
No, I mean, that's him.
Where?
I was looking in the parking lot for someone to point the finger at. You didn't see him? Then I spotted Brooks, who had made fun of me. A perfect target. Him! That's him! Brooks! Before I could say anything, he jumped out of the Jeep and confronted Brooks. I was on cloud 9. Everyone saw my gorgeous, soon-to-be boyfriend protecting me against my bully.
Why are you stalking her? Don't you have anything better to do? Oh man, what are you talking about? Stalking? Who?
As he pointed to me in the car, I pretended like I had dropped my phone on the floor.
Is this about the shoes? I was going to...
Then Chris took a swing at Brooks, but missed, and Brooks punched him right in the nose and knocked him out cold. I jumped out of the Jeep, ran over, and slapped Brooks. Back off, my boyfriend! Fortunately, Chris didn't hear it as he was out cold. Unfortunately, the principal only saw the end of the fight, and I was the one who got detention. My moms were so pissed because they missed work and came to talk to the principal. Hannah, you know we can't afford to take any time off work, and you're slapping people now? You're lucky that boy isn't pressing charges. But it was his fault. You're grounded for a week. I was feeling upset, but I wasn't about to let them ruin my plan. After all, I was doing this for them. I'm sure they would be so happy about it later. The next day, I snuck out of the house to go see Chris. He had his nose all taped up. We were just hanging out when some girls came up to us, batting their eyelashes at him. Aw, Chris, even with that nose, you still have a beautiful face. Yeah, handsome. Do you need someone to take care of you? Get away from here!
Hey, is everything okay?
Yes. I just saw some fruit flies. Before any other girls showed up, I grabbed his attention. Chris, I need to go home right now. And when we pulled up to the house, I blurted out the only thing I could think of to get him to sympathize with me. So I was upset because my moms got super pissed when I got detention, and now they're gonna lock me in the basement and feed me spiders again.
What? They've done that to you before? I'm taking you to the police station to report them.
No, I mean, maybe I could get an interview with your dad at the hotel, and then I would have money to move out. I did feel guilty about lying, but I knew he would forgive me once he saw I was doing all this for a good reason.
But first, let's talk to them.
Wait! Before I could stop him, he had already confronted my moms. I could tell they were hurt by the things I said they did. Hannah, not only did you sneak out of the house, you told those horrible lies about us too? We don't even have a basement.
Is anything you told me the truth?
He turned to leave, and I grabbed his arm. I can explain.
I'm done with your lies.
Embarrassed, I ran out crying until I wound up on a cliff overlooking the ocean. I needed to figure out how to fix things. After some time, I finally calmed down enough to notice the beautiful view and took out my phone to snap a picture. As I stepped closer to the edge, I heard a voice yelling,
"Hey, what are you doing?"
Then someone tackled me to the ground. It was Brooks. Stay away. I don't think I'll get detention if I slap you on a cliff.
What is your problem?
Well, global warming for one, but I think that's everyone's problem. So I'll just say you.
Me? I've been trying to apologize to you at school, but you had your boyfriend attack me, and then you slapped me.
You tried to apologize? He got really quiet and then looked at me with the most sincere brown eyes.
I am sorry. I didn't mean to embarrass you that day. I'd always just thought of my jokes as a way to have fun at school. It never occurred to me that it would hurt someone, and when you got detention, I felt bad and asked one of your friends for your address. That's when I saw you running out the door, and here we are.
I still wasn't sure, but he looked very genuine. We talked a lot as we walked down the mountain, and much to my surprise, we actually had a lot in common. I know! I mean, who doesn't eat fries?
And who likes jazz? Taylor Swift all day, every day.
Just then, I saw my mom's had been blowing up my phone with texts. I have to go. I'll catch up with you tomorrow at school.
Okay. you have my number if you wanna.
I was so panicked about how mad my moms were gonna be that I ran off before he could finish talking, and the second I walked in the house, you are in so much trouble. Why do you always have to disobey us? We raised you better than that. Why are you doing all this? You have no idea what I've gone through. I can't take it anymore. You are both only concerned about saving money that you don't think about how it might affect me. So, because you don't have branded clothes or a fancy car, we are terrible parents? I don't care about those things. Forget it. I'm grounded, so I'll be in my room. I ran to my room, and even though it all went sideways, I spent the night thinking of any way that I could fix this and still get their jobs back. The next day at school, Brooke saw how upset I was.
Didn't go so well at home?
That's putting it mildly.
You know you can trust me, right? I meant what I said about not wanting to hurt you on purpose.
I told him everything. It felt so good to finally be honest. Keeping up with all the lies was exhausting.
Why did you lie to him? Shouldn't you be with someone that likes you for who you are?
Absolutely. I think I just started and it snowballed, but I have a plan. I just need one more shot with Chris to make him introduce me to his dad.
Honestly, I think even though you have good intentions, you're doing bad things to people to get what you want. Trust me, I know a little bit about that.
I got so mad that I yelled at him. No way! What you do and what I do are completely different. After school, I went to talk to Chris and begged him to listen. If you would just listen, I could explain everything. I wanted to get to know you because I really did like you.
And when you like someone, you tell them so many lies that they don't know who you really are?
Well, no, that wasn't the plan. I just kept thinking if we kept hanging out, eventually you could talk to your dad about my moms and get their jobs back.
So, you only like me for what I can do for you?
No, you're just twisting my words. Just then, a man walked up.
Hey, Chris, the guests in Cabana 3 need more towels.
Right on that, boss.
Wait, you work here? So you're not the son of the billionaire hotel owners?
Nope, that would be Harlan over there. He lets me borrow his surfboard, and sometimes when cute girls think I'm him, I just let them.
I can't believe you lied to me. I could never be with someone who lies like you do.
Hello? Pot meets kettle. All you've done since we met is lie.
Then, like a ton of bricks, it hit me. He was right, and I was mortified because I wasn't just like him. I was quite possibly worse. It did make me realize I needed to change my life and be better. First thing I needed to do was to come clean to my moms. That night, when my moms came home, I made dinner for all of us, and I explained everything to them.
You should have come and talked to us instead of coming up with some crazy plan. We do worry about money, and life isn't easy. We may fight, but every loving family fights. We're sorry for making you feel like we're not happy. We love each other, and you. That stuff money can't buy.
I'm so sorry, too. I know I acted terribly. I just wanted you to be happier and not worry about money.
We love you, and we forgive you, but you're still grounded.
And maybe you could also let me run the water until I've gotten all the shampoo out of my hair?
Don't push it.
The next day, I started helping around the house. I also started doing odd jobs in the neighborhood to help my moms with the bills. A few weeks later, a woman called asking me to paint her fence. When I got there, she walked me into the house.
My son has told me all about you.
Your son?
I'll leave you two to work it out.
I turned around to see Brooks. I'm sorry.
It's okay, I think. I should have been more supportive.
Actually, I'm glad you did. I needed to hear the hard truth, and I'm just happy that I have a good friend who isn't afraid to tell me that stuff.
Not a good friend, a best friend.
So, I'm guessing your mom doesn't need the fence painted?
Oh no, she does. But it's a job for two.
So, just remember, every lie has two lies. The lie we tell others, and the lie we tell ourselves to justify it. Or like we say in Hawaii, it's better to lie down with a lay than lay with a lie.
Hi, I'm Yuris from Arizona. Please like and subscribe. Me and my elder brother Ivan were raised by our single mom, who worked as a chef in a small restaurant. She worked really hard to give us everything, but it was never enough for my brother. How do you like this toy, Ivan?
Yuck, it's so bad. I want this car.
But that's really expensive, honey, and I don't have the money for it. I need to buy diapers and food for your sister. I hate her. Ivan just hated it. How he had to compromise on things because of me. So he secretly hid the car in Mom's bag, thinking that he could take it home. But I pointed it out right at the billing counter.
Car, bag, Ivan.
No, keep quiet. Unfortunately, the shop owner saw this, and since Mom didn't have the money to pay for it, he threw us out.
And again, Ivan thought it was all because of me. So the next day when Mom went to work, he took me out and left me with one of the blind beggars on the streets. Stay here and don't come back. Thankfully, one of the neighbors saw this and she safely brought me home. But when Mom found out, she got really mad. Ivan, have you gone crazy? She's your sister and I told you to always look after her. No, she's not my sister. She's the reason why you won't buy me any stuff. So I just want her gone. Saying that, he stormed off and Mom turned to me and hugged me tight. Oh, sweetie, you must have been so scared. But don't worry, your brother's just a kid. He'll come around. Well, I hoped so too, but only he didn't. Growing up, Ivan was never around for me, and I grew up into a shy kid who hesitated while talking to others. Sometimes when they'd ask me something, I'd go completely mute and just run away. But as shy as I was really curious about things too. One time in 2nd grade, I saw 2 old men playing a game in the park. It seemed so interesting that I stood there watching for hours until they called me.
Do you want to play the game, kid?
Of course I did. I loved solving puzzles and games, and chess became the ultimate love of my life. After that day, I'd play chess all the time, every day. But Ivan just hated it, because he was the complete opposite. He never liked studying and was often caught cheating on his tests. And the worst happened when Mom lost her job and Ivan failed 6th grade. Mom was really stressed, so she ended up scolding Ivan, and he seemed upset.
It's all right. I can help you with your studies.
But he didn't take it the right way and thought I was making fun of him.
You're gonna teach me, huh? You think I'm a kid and you're some genius because you play that stupid game? Go away.
He pushed me away and I landed on my butt. Mom rushed in and picked me up. Are you okay, sweetie? But for some reason, I couldn't speak. I tried really hard, but I just ended up in tears. Ivan, your sister was just trying to help you and you hurt her. You're grounded. After Ivan left angrily, Mom felt something was wrong with me because it wasn't the first time that I struggled to speak. So she took me to the doctor, and that's when we discovered that I had selective mutism, a condition in which a person goes mute for some time under shock or surprise. Mom looked really worried, but I didn't want to add to her stress.
It's gonna be all right, Mom. The doctor said the condition will go away with time, so don't worry, okay?
Of course, Ivan thought I was making it all up to get more attention, so he spread all sorts of rumors about me at school. But I couldn't care less. There was a regional chess tournament for kids, and they were giving away a huge cash prize to the winner, and I couldn't think of a better way to help Mom. So I spent weeks practicing for it while Ivan kept demotivating me. But it was no surprise that I won the finals, and Mom threw a huge party for me. I'm so proud of my daughter. She's like a blessing to me.
Oh yeah? And what am I? A curse to you?
Ivan.
It's my birthday soon, so why is she the one getting a party?
Ivan caused a huge scene and Mom had to ask everyone to leave. And now I was really pissed at him.
What's your problem? Why do you have to do this to Mom all the time?
But he just shut the door in my face. Ugh, this boy was something. He kept getting more jealous of my achievements as I kept winning more and more competitions. And by the time I was 13, I was competing in the state championship. My final match was against a guy named Greg, and everyone said he was a ruthless player. And indeed, he defeated me with his brutal moves. He was so good. I was really curious to know more of his tricks, so I gathered up the courage to talk to him.
Hey, excuse me, whoa!
Easy there, and I'm not signing anything for you.
What? No, I'm not asking for your autograph.
Then why have you been following me all the way into this elevator?
I was... And there, my mutism was back again.
It's okay, I get it. I'm so charming and handsome. Girls often go speechless when they see me.
What? This guy was so full of himself. As soon as the elevator door opened, I stomped on his feet and ran out, hoping I'd never run into him again. And thankfully, the next year, I won the state championship because Greg wasn't there. By the time I was 15, I had won enough money from different chess tournaments for us to move into a better neighborhood and for Mom to start a small cafe. Things were really looking up for us, but Ivan continued to be a brat. He failed so many times now that he was in the same grade as me in high school, but he always hung around with the bad senior kids. One time when I was walking down the hallway, I saw him picking on some kid along with his minions. Ivan, stop it! What are you doing? But what I saw next shocked me even more. Greg? What are you doing here?
Oh, so you know him. Is he your boyfriend? Then I guess I should trouble him more.
Ivan! Just then the principal came in and most of the kids ran away, except for Ivan and his gang. When the principal asked what was happening, all the guys blamed Greg for trying to prank the seniors.
No, I didn't do anything.
Greg looked at me hoping I'd tell the truth, but I couldn't. I tried really hard, but I'd just gone mute. So Greg was put into detention, and I felt so bad that I decided to go tell the truth to the principal later. But Ivan caught me on my way.
If you go and say anything to the principal now, I'm gonna make you and your little boyfriend miserable.
Gosh, you're such a jerk. I can't believe you're my brother. I wasn't afraid of Ivan, but thinking about what he'd do to Greg, I decided to let it go. Just this once. A few days later, after the detention period was over, I went over to see Greg. Hey, I'm really sorry about the other—
I don't want to hear it. Just leave me alone.
He just walked past me without listening to another word. He was in the same class as me, but he hardly talked to anyone. And when I asked him to join the chess club, he just refused. He seemed so different from the time I'd met him at the chess tournament, and I wondered why he'd changed. A few days later, it was Mom's birthday, and I decided to go to her cafe after school and surprise her. But I got the bigger surprise when I saw Greg was laying out the tables there. What the duck? I asked Mom, and she told me Greg was in dire need of money and begged her to let him work there after school. But he was a chess master and a genius. Why was he begging for money? I had to find out. After we cut the cake, I went over to him. Here, this is for you. He hesitantly took it, and then I explained to him the whole situation about my condition. At first, he looked at me weirdly, but then he just broke into a laugh.
So you weren't mesmerized by my looks in the elevator that day?
Absolutely not, but I was mesmerized by your brain for sure. Suddenly his gaze changed and he looked at me with bright eyes. We then talked for a while, but when I asked him about why he wasn't playing anymore, he said it was getting late and ran out of there. And I felt something was really off. So I decided to follow him and saw him secretly sneaking into a dark alley. And then he entered the haunted house in our neighborhood. That house had been empty for over 20 years and no one ever dared to go inside. Some people even believed that ghosts lived there. What was Greg doing here? I somehow gathered courage to go inside, but then I heard screams and I ran away as fast as I could. The next day, I waited for Greg at school so I could ask him what was going on, but he didn't come. Now I was starting to get worried, so on my way back home, I sneaked into the haunted house through the back door and switched on the lights. But as soon as I did, I heard that same loud scream again. Gosh, this was really scary, but I had to find Greg. I walked upstairs and saw a woman sitting on the floor in one of the rooms. And as soon as she saw me, she started screaming.
Don't hurt me, please. Go away from here. Leave me alone.
I was really confused, but I could tell the woman needed help, so I calmed her down. But just then I heard Greg's voice from behind me.
What are you doing in here, and how did you get in? Get away from my mom.
Your mom? He lifted the woman up from the floor and made her sit on a broken chair. Are you crazy? If she's your mom, then why have you kept her here like this? He didn't answer my question and kept insisting on me leaving the house. He looked really mad and I had to leave. But this felt really wrong. Why was he hiding her in there? Later that night, I was in bed when I heard a loud thud and I was shocked to see Greg standing at the window. Greg, what are you doing here? But he didn't say anything and just hugged me tight.
I'm sorry for being rude to you earlier, Eurus. I shouldn't have talked to you that way.
He then told me how his mom was diagnosed with some mental condition a few years back. His jerk dad ran away with all the money and left Greg and his mom by themselves. And ever since then, they'd been moving from place to place. But your mom needs medical help, Greg. You should at least inform your relatives or social services about it.
They're all bad, Eurus. They just don't care, and they'll separate me from my mom. I don't want that.
I promised I was going to help him with this situation, and he happily went back. But just then, my room's door flew open, and Ivan barged in.
I heard everything you and your boyfriend were talking about. I've been hearing these screams, and I thought I was going crazy.
But now, I can get rid of my headache for good. What do you mean? I'm gonna call the mental hospital and have that crazy cuckoo taken away.
But why would you do that?
Just 'cause I can. And I will.
You're a piece of garbage, Ivan.
I tried to stop him, but the very next day when I returned from school, I saw ambulances were leaving from outside the haunted house. And minutes later, Greg came running into our house.
You informed them, didn't you, Eurus? They took my mom away before I could even see her after school.
No, silly. I'm the one who did it. Why does no one give credit to me for what I do? Before Ivan could say more, Greg jumped onto him and they broke into a huge fight. I tried hard to separate them, but they didn't stop until Greg's mom came out.
Stop it, Greg!
Stop it, Ivan! Greg looked really confused, and even Ivan lost his mind.
What the minions? Is she really a ghost? What's she doing here?
I brought her here. This morning, after you both left for school, I told Mom everything and brought your mom to stay with us until things were sorted. Greg ran and hugged his mom really tight.
No. Are you kidding me? She's a psycho. She belongs in an asylum.
Stop it, Ivan. I think you're the one who needs treatment.
Shut up, you little...
That's enough, Ivan. I didn't raise you and your sister to be so different. But while she's so nice and kind, you're always looking for ways to hurt people.
That's because you always hurt me. You've always liked her more and never cared about me. And treated me like I'm a good-for-nothing.
But that's your own fault. Even though Eurus is younger than you, she's always understood me and helped me, while you just added to my troubles. And I know you're failing again this year. Enough's enough. I'm sending you away to your aunt's place in the countryside.
What?
Mom, no! Ivan ran after Mom, and Greg turned to me and held my hand.
I'm really sorry for doubting you, Eurus. I'll never be able to thank you enough for your kindness.
Well, you can actually. I'm gonna be competing for the National Chess Championship, and I'd love to defeat you at the finals.
You sure you won't be distracted by my looks?
You...
Come here.
One day, my oldest brother Derek was walking me and my twin brother Ryan home from kindergarten when a masked man leaned out of a car and grabbed me as he drove by. I screamed at the top of my lungs, and before I knew it, the police were following us and it was a high-speed chase. The masked man accidentally slid off the road and crashed the car into a tree. The last thing I remember before being reunited with my brothers was seeing him knocked out with his mask off. He was staring at me angrily. Hi, my name is Maggie, and I'm about to tell you why I can't watch Pirates of the Caribbean. I found out about my problem straight away at the hospital. Dad said, "Baby, are you okay?" The nurses looked shocked as I screamed at the top of my lungs. Monster! They thought I was traumatized, but the psychologist had another diagnosis. Turns out I had something called pogonophobia. It means a fear of beards. I know it sounds stupid and funny, but I promise it's a real disease that nearly ruined my life. I couldn't even look at someone with a stubble without throwing a fit. I mean, I broke the TV during an episode of SpongeBob because a character with a beard scared me. Even normal things like shopping were a nightmare. My parents took me to a grocery store once, and I got so scared by a cereal box with a bearded man on it, I knocked over the whole display and made a huge mess. It was a lot of stress for my parents. In fact, I overheard them talking to my brothers about me one day. Mom said, "She's crazy!" Dad said, "I know. We need to send her somewhere else. I can't handle her anymore." I burst in on the family meeting, crying hysterically, and my parents looked uncomfortable. They said that I could come back when I was fixed. That's when my second brother Joe came in. "Family sticks together. Either you keep Maggie or you lose all of us." Derek and Ryan stood by his side, and my parents shot each other an awkward look. And then they packed their bags and just left. Since then, Derek and Joe kind of became our parents. They had tea parties with me, took care of all the chores, and most importantly, defended me because of my condition. Derek was dropping me and Ryan off on our first day of school when I saw my bearded teacher and had a meltdown. Ryan said, "Didn't you get the memo about BEARDS?" My teacher replied, "Wait, that was serious? I don't have time for this." Derek said, "Oh, we are very serious when it comes to our beautiful sister." He handed the teacher a razor and told him he would watch the class while he did his job. Derek was kind of intimidating, so the annoyed teacher turned white and ran to the bathroom to shave. I have to say, I'm pretty lucky to have the brothers I have. Later that year, when Ryan and I went to the school's Christmas party, I cried when I saw the Santa banners everywhere. I hid under a desk and covered my eyes. Everyone in class laughed at me, except Ryan. Ryan said, "You can open your eyes now." I said, "I can't, I'm scared." He said, "Trust me." When I looked around, I saw that he'd cut the beards off of all the Santa decorations. I was so happy, but everyone thought I was weird because of my fits. I didn't need friends though. I had my older brothers and Ryan. They were more than enough for me. One day though, I found out I wasn't enough anymore. It was our last week of middle school and Ryan decided to go on an overnight trip. I said, "But we never go on overnight trips." He said, "Well, maybe we can start. Don't you want to make friends?" I said, "No, we don't want anyone else." It turned out I didn't want anyone else. Ryan tried so hard to convince me to go, but I refused. Finally, he said he didn't want to miss out on things because of me. He tried to assure that nothing was changing between us. He said, "I'll just be gone a week. You won't even notice I'm gone." I have news for you. When we're in middle school, things change overnight. The next week, Ryan came back from the trip with a little bit of stubble. My other brothers shot him daggers as I started to sob in the corner. I asked, "What's that on your face?" He said, "I thought I'd try something new." Without even asking me? I ran upstairs and locked myself in the bathroom. Ryan came to the door and tried to explain that he wasn't trying to hurt my feelings, but this girl he had a huge crush on said she loved facial hair. I hadn't had an incident in so long. He thought I'd grown out of it. I didn't want to mess up his chances with his crush, so I agreed to try it out. My brothers were so proud I was doing well. They thought I was cured. In reality, I was purposely looking away all the time, and it was eating me up inside. One time, I was trying so hard not to look at Ryan that I fell down the stairs. See, as time passed and his stubble grew into a real beard, it was getting harder and harder to deal with my feelings. The day Ryan told me that he and his crush were finally going out, I broke down and begged him to shave it. He said, but she really likes my beard." I said, "You're already dating." He asked, "What if she doesn't find me attractive anymore?" I asked, "Is that more important than your own twin sister?" After a day of guilt tripping and a little convincing from Joe and Derek, Ryan walked into my room the next day, beard free. I ran up and hugged him. I was so happy. The next day, Ryan seemed really upset, but wouldn't say why. Joe decided to take us out to the new pizza place to try to cheer him up. Ryan asked, "Can Maggie even handle going there?" I said, "Sure I can." I tried with all my might to stay calm. Even when the restaurant was filled with bearded people, I could only do so much though. Then the waiter showed up and said, "Large pepperoni pizza for table 8. Ah! I screamed and knocked the pizza out of the bearded waiter's hands and splattered sauce all over Joe and Ryan. Ryan said, "I told you this was a bad idea." I said, I'm really sorry. I just wanted to cheer you up." He said, "Do you even know why I'm upset?" It turned out that his girlfriend had broken up with him the night before. When she heard he shaved his beard for me, she got mad that he did whatever his sister asked. He told me that I'd ruined everything. He wished I was normal. As he left, I started to cry. I wish I was normal too. Joe tried to tell me that it was okay. Ryan would get over it. He was just sensitive because of the breakup. Joe said, "It'll all be better in the morning." It wasn't. Ryan ignored me at school the next day. I nearly cried when I went to sit next to him and he told me the seat was taken. I ate lunch alone for a couple of days, till this really cute guy sat down next to me with 2 cookies, handing me one. He said, "Pretty girls like you shouldn't be sitting alone. Hi, my name's Matthew." A boy sitting next to me was sure to catch Ryan's attention. He was angry the whole time before coming up to us. Ryan said, "Is this guy bothering you, sis?" I said, "Oh, now you're talking to me? I was just upset. I'm sorry. Don't worry. Nothing could ever come between us." He was looking right at Matthew when he said that. He then sat down next to Matthew, took out his notebook, and started firing questions at him. Ryan said, "Are you serious about my sister? Have you ever had a beard? How often do you shave?" Matthew turned red and nearly fell out of his chair, saying we just met. I was ready to kill Ryan when we were all saved by the bell. Later after school, I caught up with Matthew and said I was sorry for Ryan's behavior. Matthew said, Don't worry. I get it. He's your brother. I am serious about asking you out though." I totally wasn't expecting that. And of course I said yes. I immediately texted my brothers asking if it was okay, and they surprisingly agreed to a movie date and said they would pick us up. The car ride was really uncomfortable. Joe was the driver, Derek was looking as scary as ever in the front, and Ryan sat between us in the back seat. I couldn't wait to get to the date when the biggest surprise ever happened. Why are we parking at the house? Derek turned to me and said, "For your date, of course, silly." Poor Matthew had no idea what kind of date he was in for. I walked into the lounge with popcorn to see Derek grilling Matthew. You'd think he was a murder suspect being questioned by the police. "Are you planning to grow a beard? What does your beard mean to you? Do you consider it a sign of your manhood? If you were with Maggie and a bearded man came over, what would you do? You have only 3 attempts to answer that. Go." I said, "Oh my God, leave him alone, Joe. Matthew, let's pick a movie." Just then, Ryan walked in and said, "Yeah, what are we watching?" My brothers decided we were all watching a movie. Matthew wanted to watch a romantic movie, but Derek picked Frozen. I said, "Guys, we aren't 5. Can we watch something less lame?" Ryan said, "What are you talking about? It's epic." You know, when Anna and Elsa reunite. Aww. Then Joe said to Matthew, "Hey, can you make some room?" Derek said, "Yeah, just a little more to the left." Just like that, Matthew and I were sitting at opposite ends of the couch with all 3 of my brothers between us. At the end of our date, if you could even call it that, Joe drove Matthew home alone. I was so mad. They tried to assure me that they were just being big brothers and this was all normal. Yeah, well, tell that to Matthew. He avoided me all day and didn't respond to any of my texts. I didn't see him at lunch that day either. I was crying in the ladies' room when I heard a knock at the door asking if I was okay. It was Ryan. He said, "Is there anything I can do?" I told him he had done more than enough by ruining my chances with my first date. I was also silent the entire drive home from school. They bought me flowers and chocolates, trying to show me I didn't need a boyfriend since I had such great brothers. I yelled at them, saying how I wasn't going to be their baby sister forever before locking myself in my room. A few hours later, someone knocked on my door and I walked over to shout at them to go away. When I opened it, it was Matthew. I've been crying all day, and now I look like a mix between a raccoon and the girl from The Ring. I covered my face and told him not to look at me right now. He gently took my hands away and said, "I don't care about all that. Listen, your brothers found me and apologized for ruining the date, and wanted to make it up to us by letting us go on a real date." My brothers were actually really sweet about it. Joe even helped me pick out an outfit and did my makeup. Matthew's jaw dropped when he came to pick me up. He said, "Oh, wow, Maggie, you look gorgeous." Of course, they came with us to dinner and taught Matthew how to scan the room for any bearded men and shield the lady till she was safely seated at her table. But thankfully, they sat a few tables away. Baby steps. After a year of dating, my brothers really started to trust him more. I would even say they became friends. They constantly made jokes about how he better not grow facial hair now that he was a man, and never to mess with my sister or else. It really did all seem like jokes until the day he came back from summer break. When he showed up at my house after his 2-month family vacation in Europe, he brought a lot more surprises than a postcard. He walked in, sporting a scruffy beard, and I immediately screamed. "Ah! Help! Derek!" Derek rushed in and started screaming at Matthew. "What were you thinking? We told you never to pull stuff like this!" Matthew kept insisting that he thought it was just a joke because of a problem I had as a kid. He thought I would have grown out of it by now. That was it! Matthew was lucky my other brothers arrived when they did to hold Derek back. Ryan shouted at him to not come back till he had shaved again. He came back with a clean face a few hours later to apologize and talk in private. My brothers, reluctantly, let us talk alone. Matthew said sorry and explained he thought I would find it attractive, and he didn't mean to scare me. I forgave him, but I could tell my brothers weren't happy with him anymore. After Matthew left, they argued I should break up with him because he knew what he was doing. I kept trying to tell them it was all a misunderstanding, but I could tell something was up between us, and he was different now. He started making a lot of mean jokes about me. One day, I asked him if he wanted to go out to eat, and he said, Are you sure? You're not going to cry like a baby if the waiter has a mustache?" I said, "Why are you acting this way? Come on, be nice." He raised his voice and said, "I am being nice. Putting up with your stupid condition. It's pretty hard not to have a normal girlfriend and do normal things because you have a freak out wherever we go." I was really upset and went home crying. When my brothers tried to ask me what was wrong, I said I'd just seen a bearded man on my way home and gotten scared. Ryan came to check up on me and said, "Well, Matthew should have at least walked you home." I told him that Matthew wasn't my keeper. Nobody was. I decided to really push my boundaries one day. I decided I would surprise Matthew by going to the homecoming dance. I knew he was going alone because I avoided places with too many people. I only told Ryan about my plan. He kept begging me to let him come, but I insisted I needed to do this on my own, and he had to promise not to tell the others. He reluctantly agreed, but said I needed to check in every 15 minutes. I promised I would keep in touch as he dropped me off at the dance. I was trying really hard not to find anyone with a beard in the crowd, but then at one point, I caught a glimpse of a guy with some facial hair, and I screamed and knocked over the huge punch bowl. All eyes were on me. That's when I found him. Matthew asked in disbelief, "What are you doing here, Maggie?" His jaw was wide open in shock, and his arms were around another girl. The girl leaned closer to him and asked, "You know this weirdo, babe?" I ran out of the gym and into the hall, furious. Matthew came out and ran over to me. He wasn't trying to apologize, though. He was angry with me. I cried, You're cheating on me!" He started rolling his eyes and shouting, "This is all your fault, you know? It's really hard to date you, and I do my best. Seriously, if you break up with me, you won't find anyone who cares about you as much as me." His face turned white when he heard Derek say, "Oh, buddy, she already has 3 men that care about her more than anything." All 3 of my brothers emerged from the hallway. This time, no one stopped Derek as he chased him screaming down the hallway. Joe and Ryan rushed over to make sure I was okay. I asked, "How did you know I was in trouble?" Ryan winked and said, "I didn't hear from you every 15 minutes. Needless to say, Matthew and I didn't work out. But that didn't stop me from trying to get better. With my brothers by my side to support me, I knew anything was possible. I started going to therapy, and I made a lot of progress. In fact, I persuaded my brothers to let me go to a college out of town. My favorite moment ever was when I came back home and my macho brother Derek met my new boyfriend with tears in his eyes. He has a beard and everything. We all hang out every weekend, and I couldn't be luckier.
Hey friends, I'm Michelle, and I want to thank MSA for giving me a chance to tell my story. Ever since I can remember, I've been jumping from one foster home to the other. I used to feel like I was never gonna find my place. But then Miss Emily stepped in, my rock star caseworker. Miss Emily used to be a foster child too, just like me, and she always told me how she understood my feelings. On my 9th birthday, I arrived at my 4th foster home feeling a mix of emotions, but Miss Emily was there to calm my nerves. Nervous?
Yeah, what if I can't make any friends here?
Come on, you'll make many friends. You're an amazing person, Ashal. Your foster siblings will love you. Don't worry. And since it's your 9th birthday today, I got you a gift. Come on, open it. When I opened the box, I was stunned to see the prettiest necklace ever.
OMG, is this for me? Wow, I've never gotten a gift before. Thank you so much, Emily. I love you.
Love you too, kiddo. Come on, let's get you inside. The moment I stepped through the door, I knew things were gonna be different. First, because the house had 4 kids, all different ages. And second, the foster mom was really cool. She gave me pretty clothes, the best food, and the comfiest bed ever. But it was just a week in, and I felt the other foster kids being a bit jealous of me. One sunny afternoon, all the kids gathered to play hide and seek. I saw them forming teams and planning their secret hiding spots, and my heart sank as I stood there, unnoticed and left out.
Oh, look who decided to grace us with their presence. Must be nice being the foster mom's favorite. I think she's nice to everyone, right? Yeah, right. That's the reason we sleep in bunk beds, have to wear hand-me-downs and eat bland food, while you get to eat McDonald's and KFC. You're close to Miss Emily. That's why the foster mom gives you the royal treatment. So just go away. This is our thing, and we don't want to include you.
Feeling defeated, I turned to leave, and someone caught my arm. It was Maya, one of the foster kids around my age.
Cut it out, you guys. Seriously, what's with the jealousy? Michelle doesn't control what foster mom does. Oh, so you want to be her bestie? If you're so much on her side, you can leave too. Ugh, you guys are petty. Michelle, come on, let's play outside.
Maya and I quickly became close friends, and soon we were inseparable. She became my closest confidant, and I told her about my big dream to be a doctor one day.
And so you will be. You could be anything you want, Ishal. I really believe that.
Little did I know that our friendship would soon be tested. One day, our exam results were announced, and while I didn't get the best marks, my foster mom surprised me with her praise. Ishal, I'm so proud of your efforts. Let's celebrate your progress. I'll invite Emily too. She's gonna see how much I care for you and will be pleased and put in a good word at the agency. You know, maybe I can have more kids here. The celebration was awesome, but when I returned to my room after the party, my heart sank. My precious necklace lay broken on the floor, and Maya was collecting the pieces.
Oh my god, who did this? You? I'm so sorry, Ishal. It was an accident. I didn't mean for it to break. I was just trying it on, and it broke. I'll fix it, I promise.
Even though I was angry, I knew it was just an accident, so I took a deep breath and forgave her. However, the next day, the foster mom saw Maya and me trying to fix the necklace, and when she asked what happened, I told her the truth that Maya accidentally broke it. She was so mad. She said Maya was grounded for 6 months and couldn't go out with friends. Maya, can I help you?
No, just leave. Ishal, why did you have to be such an honest angel and tell her what really happened? You could have just said you broke it and I was helping you.
But I just told her the truth.
Don't try to be so noble, Ishal. We all know how you use your friendship with Miss Emily to get everything you want. I realize now you're nothing but a brat. All the other kids were right about you.
But Maya...
Don't speak to me again, Ishal!
Maya's anger ate her up, and our friendship took a major hit. But still, I held on to hope that Maya would realize her mistake and make things right. But instead, she went full-on mean girl mode. She was always rolling her eyes at me, would spread nasty rumors about me, and turned my life into a living nightmare at the foster home. It was like living in a twisted version of Mean Girls Foster Care Edition. One morning, I woke up to find my favorite t-shirt shredded to bits. It looked like it had survived a fight with a grizzly bear.
Seriously, Maya, did you have to destroy my clothes like a psycho fashion critic? What did I ever do to you? You think I'm gonna let you off the hook that easily? You brought this upon yourself, Ashal. But I didn't do anything. Whatever. Maya's non-stop attacks never let up, and it felt like a never-ending storm cloud hanging over me at the foster home. Seeing how miserable I was, Miss Emily stepped in and promised to find me a better foster home. Months later, she came through on her promise and found me a new place. When it was time to leave, the other kids gave me jealous looks that made me feel really bummed out. As I entered my new foster home, a bubbly girl named Tyra greeted me with a wide smile and a warm hug.
I can't believe you're here. I'm so happy. I have always wanted a sister. We're gonna have so much fun together. Mom and Dad told me you were coming, and I've been sitting on the porch since 6 a.m. Crazy, right? I'm Tyra, by the way.
She was like a kid on a sugar rush, but I fell in love with her positive energy. Thanks, Tyra. I'm Ashal. It's great to meet you. In the days that followed, I realized I had struck gold. Tyra's parents weren't loaded, but their hearts were pure gold. Seeing how much they adored Tyra filled me with hope and made me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Over time, Tyra and I bonded and became BFFs. Tyra was an amazing painter who had a passion for creative expression. Even though Tyra and I shared everything, from secrets to clothes, her room was always kept like a locked vault. I never pushed her about it because our friendship was built on trust, and if her room was her private sanctuary, I respected that. But one day, while we were goofing around in the backyard, something happened. Tyra's leg came off and she fell to the ground. It was then I realized Tyra wore a prosthetic leg. I rushed over, wiped her tears away, and helped her up.
Ishal, I didn't want you to see this. I have a prosthetic leg and it sometimes comes off. That's why I never showed you my room, because I take it off when I'm inside.
Wow, Tyra, you're incredible. I had no idea, but it doesn't change anything. You're still the awesome person I know and love. In fact, now I think you're even cooler. From that day forward, our friendship grew even stronger. We had each other's backs, and Tyra knew she could be herself around me, prosthetic leg or not, and it made our bond even more special. I thought life couldn't get any better, but boy, was I wrong. One day at school, I got selected for the hockey team. When Tyra's dad heard the news, he was over the moon.
Ashal, that's amazing. Congratulations, you're gonna rock the hockey team.
He was so excited that he started practicing with me every day. We'd go to the local park and work on my skills. But as we spent more time on the field, I noticed something was bothering Tyra. And one day, I asked her, "Hey Tyra, what's up? You seem a little down."
Ishal, I'm happy for you, really, but sometimes it feels like I'm missing out. I can't play sports like you do, and it makes me feel left out.
Oh, Tyra, I never realized you felt that way. But you know what? You have talents and strengths that I can never match. You're an amazing artist and have a heart full of kindness. Tyra smiled at me and hugged me tight, but when I won the championship at school, Tyra's mom and dad couldn't contain their excitement. They lifted me onto their shoulders, cheering and celebrating. But as I glanced at Tyra, I could tell she wasn't liking the attention her parents were giving me. I knew I'd have to have a talk with her again. But before that, fate threw another curveball my way. One day in the school hallway, I spotted a familiar face. It was Maya. Anger surged through my veins at the sight of her. What are you doing here?
What do you mean? You think only you can get a nice foster home and get into a good school? Are others not worth it? Guess what? A very nice and loving family has adopted me, and I'm living the good life.
Good for you.
Listen, Ashal, stay out of my way, and I'll stay out of your way. Understand? You better understand.
I hoped Maya would actually stay away, but man was I mistaken. One day, I caught sight of her chatting with Tyra, and my gut screamed, uh-oh, something's up. I rushed over, ready to confront Maya and set things straight. Hold up, Maya. What are you doing talking to Tyra?
Oh, just having a friendly chat. What's your problem?
Come on, Tyra. Let's have lunch. I walked away with Tyra, but once we were seated, she asked me about Maya, and I told her everything. The bottom line is, Maya is trouble.
Thanks for looking out for me, Ashal.
I was determined to keep Maya at arm's length, but one day, when I saw her with Tyra again, I was so angry. I was walking towards them, but then all of a sudden, the witch pushed Tyra. That was the last straw.
Fury consumed me, and I lunged at Maya, ready to defend Tyra with everything I had. It was an all-out battle, an explosive clash. But before things escalated further, school staff intervened, pulling us apart. We were all taken to the principal's office, and when she asked Tyra what happened, the words that came out of her mouth shattered me.
It was Ishal. She pushed me and Maya and was just trying to help me, but Ishal attacked her too.
What? No, that's not true. Tyra, you know it was Maya who... Before I could finish my sentence, Tyra's tears and her parents' arrival caused a shift in the atmosphere. They saw their daughter crying, and their anger was directed right at me.
How could you do this to our daughter? We trusted you.
Feeling rejected and utterly alone, I thought all hope was lost. But just when I thought I had hit rock bottom, my guardian angel, Miss Emily, appeared. I told her everything, and she was the only one who believed me and promised she'd fix everything. After that, things got a bit tense. 2 days later, Miss Emily came to pick me up, and I thought I was going to be moving to my 6th foster home. But when I learned Miss Emily had adopted me, I felt like I was on cloud 9. I was so happy that I had tears. You're my mom now? Yes, honey, I am. We're gonna have so much fun. And indeed, we did have a blast. Emily and I went on exciting holidays, exploring new places and creating wonderful memories. We laughed, we played, and we grew closer with each passing day. Emily also enrolled me in a new school where I worked my butt off to achieve my goal of becoming a doctor. As time passed, I worked hard and excelled in my studies. I even received a scholarship to a great college. Following my passion, I became a doctor, and I chose to help people with prosthetic limbs just like Tyra. One day, as I was checking patients at the clinic, I saw a familiar face. It was Tyra. Recognizing me, she looked ashamed. I decided to keep a poker face and act cool. I worked on creating a state-of-the-art prosthetic leg for Tyra. When it was ready, she looked at it with tears in her eyes and finally opened up. Ishal, can we talk, please? I want to explain things. No need. But I need to. I was scared, Ishal. You don't know this, but I was adopted by my family when I was 7. Before that, just like you, I had to move from one foster house to the other. Maya made me believe that my parents would replace me with you. Mom and Dad loved you so much. You were awesome at sports. I became jealous. I was just a kid, and I didn't know how to handle it. I didn't want to lose my family, so I followed Maya's words. But after you were gone, she turned on me too. It was then I realized she had always lied about you being mean to her when it was actually the other way around. She made my life at school a total nightmare. I guess I deserved it after what I did to you. Tyra's words hit me hard, and suddenly everything made sense. I could imagine the whirlwind of emotions she went through, seeing her parents praising me while she struggled with her insecurities. It's okay, Tyra. We all make mistakes. What's important is that you realize it and you want to make things right. So, how about we try this on?
The room was lit by only our laptops. Sabrina and I were deep into our usual AFK journey match. As expected, Sabrina was nailing it, and me, well, I wasn't. You got lucky this time, Sabrina. Luck's got nothing to do with it. It's all skills. Yeah, right. Stop showing off. If you know so much about the game, I wish you'd actually get sucked into that game. Now that'd be something. I bet I'd still win. I suppose she was right. She'd still win. After all, she was Sabrina. My sister always shone bright, passing tests, grabbing the spotlight, and unbeatable in games, while I was just Ella. Plain, average Ella. The next morning, I woke up late, which only happens if Sabrina forgets our alarm. We were about to be late for school. Come on, Sabrina! When I checked her room, there was no sign of Sabrina. Then I saw her slippers near her laptop, like she disappeared. Really? Trying to make me think you're in the game? I laughed, but suddenly, I felt the pull towards the laptop, like I was being sucked into it. And just like that, I was in a place straight out of a storybook. Huge trees with colorful leaves, bright skies, and tall mountains. There were little streams shining in the sun, and I could hear strange, beautiful sounds everywhere. It was so amazing. This had to be a dream. Ouch! Nope, not a dream. Right then, I heard someone behind me. Turning around, I almost fainted. Dianelle stood there, looking hot.
A new face in Asperia? You look lost.
OMG, you're Dianelle. I know everything about you. How you can soar into the air, becoming untouchable while unleashing a storm of sword attacks on your enemies.
Seems you know a lot about me. How about you share your story?
So I spilled the beans, telling him everything.
Fear not. I'll help you find your sister. You can't search for her alone.
Just then, Lucius and other heroes joined us, and Dionel introduced me to them.
We Lightbearers stand for justice. Asperia will show you both its wonders and dangers.
Lucius's words hit me hard. Sabrina could be in trouble. But as I set out to look for Sabrina with Dionel, Lucius, and the rest, I started to feel hopeful. Right in the middle of our journey, we bumped into some Hypogeans blocking our way. I was worried, thinking we were in for a tough fight. That's when Dionel gave me a look, like he had a plan.
Watch this.
And then suddenly, everything started moving super slow. Dionel jumped up, sword ready, and it was like I could see every little detail of him slicing through the air. How's everything so slow? What's going on? Just then, Lika fired her ultimate ability, Star Shot, shooting a deadly arrow that mesmerized me as it seemed to float in slow motion before forcefully pushing back her opponent.
Begone.
Wow!
It's called bullet timing. It lets us slow down time to hit just right.
Suddenly, Rainier, a villain from the Hypogeans, tried to sneak attack me, but Lucius jumped in front of me super quick, his shield up, stopping Rainier's attack, making him step back.
Go back to the hell that spawned you!
Wow, thank you so much. As we moved ahead, we entered the Dream Realm and saw Necrotraken, a beast straight out of a nightmare. We have to beat this thing?
Yes, we do.
The fight started, and Necrotraken unleashed his fearsome dragon's breath upon us. But Lucius was swift and blocked the attack, while Lika, Dionel, the others, and I kept on attacking Necrotraken. Finally, after the battle, the beast fell, and we saw a path. Following it, we found Sabrina. Ella, I found you! Can you believe we're actually inside the game? Yes, it's incredible. Right after I arrived, the Necrotraken captured me. Ella, when I play, I am fully immersed. It's like I'm not just playing a game, I'm living every moment of it. That's my secret to winning. But you've discovered something even more crucial, the power of working together.
You've shown great courage today.
Remember, the bond between heroes is the strongest weapon.
And never forget, in Asperia, we stand together against any darkness.
This journey, it was more than just a rescue mission. It was about discovering our strength and the magic of teamwork. And it's just the beginning. There's a whole world out there in Asperia, waiting for us to explore.
Maybe next time. I think it's time for you both to leave.
The heroes then led us to a portal, telling us it would take us back to our world. Goodbye. The next morning, when I woke up, everything seemed normal. Was it all just a dream? Did you have a dream too? About AFK Journey? Yes! We were both stuck in the game! I don't think it was just a dream. Ella? What's that under your bed? Curious, I leaned over to look and saw it. The sword Dionel had given me. It was all real. AFK Journey isn't just any game. It's an epic adventure that brings together strategy, courage, and friendship. With its unique art style, innovative gameplay features like bullet timing, and a story that unfolds across a beautiful 3D world, it's an RPG experience unlike any other. Available on PC and mobile, it's where you'll find your next great adventure. Asperia awaits. Are you ready to join us and discover the magic that follows?
Hi everyone, I'm Anastasia from Ukraine. Please like and subscribe. My parents were obsessed with my little sister. Everything they did revolved around her. Holidays, clothes shopping, family dinners, all of it was for Eleanor. It was like I was invisible. I had worked so hard this year at school and even became top of my class, but even that barely got my parents to stop fawning over Eleanor for more than 2 seconds. Our annual vacations were just random spots Eleanor pointed to on a map. She didn't even know where she was pointing. Last year, we ended up in Antarctica because of her. My parents thought she was so adorable in her little snowsuit. Meanwhile, I was freezing because they forgot to buy me a winter coat. This year was gonna be different though. My dad pulled me aside to talk last month.
You've been such a great big sister, letting Eleanor take center stage all the time. But you worked so hard this year and you deserve a reward. What do you want to do for family vacation?
I want to go on a cruise. I was so excited. A real vacation on a real cruise ship. For once, we were doing what I wanted.
When I walked into the living room, Eleanor had her eyes closed, and then she spun around and pointed to somewhere on the map.
Looks like we're going to Panama.
Dad just said I was choosing.
You both are. We'll go on a cruise to Panama.
I can't just have 1 year that's just mine.
You're being very selfish, Anastasia. This is a compromise. You should be happy.
Why is it always me who has to compromise while Eleanor gets everything she wants? My dad looked apologetic, but he didn't stick up for me. I started to stomp off, but then I slipped on my sister's stupid toy. So annoying. I couldn't even storm away without her ruining it. But as soon as we got on the ship, I decided, you know what? I wasn't gonna let it ruin my vacation. I was gonna ditch my family and do my own thing. My parents probably wouldn't even notice me being gone anyway. I couldn't believe it. The ship was gigantic, not to mention gorgeous. I was so ready for this. Our cabin was a little small for 4 people, but that's all right. I didn't plan on spending much time in the room.
We were thinking of hitting the buffet.
Sorry, can't. I'm going to the pool. I zoomed out of there so fast, I practically left a dust cloud. I wasn't gonna get stuck in a buffet line with a bunch of old people and little kids. At the pool, I was lounging on a chair with a good romance book and not a care in the world. The best part? No nagging parents or annoying little sister in sight. I let myself fantasize about meeting a cute guy who looks like the cover model from my romance novel. Hey, not likely, but I could dream. At sunset, I walked to the railing. The sky swirled like cotton candy, and the ocean sparkled in every direction. Then I heard him.
Beautiful.
When I turned to look, I saw a boy with a long blonde mane like a lion. Was I crazy, or did he look exactly like the hero from my romance novel?
The view's not bad either.
Wow, that was cheesy, but I couldn't help blushing anyway.
Hi, I'm Damon.
I'm Anastasia.
Anastasia? Let me know if there's anything you need.
That's kind of a weird thing to say to a stranger.
I work here.
He pointed to his uniform. Of course. I felt so embarrassed. Keep it together, Anastasia. He's just doing his job. Sorry.
No worries. Want a tour?
Yeah, that would be great. Damon took me on a private tour of the entire ship. I was trying to pay attention to all the interesting facts he was telling me, but I kept thinking about how much he looked like the hero from my romance novel. Was this a dream? Or maybe my fantasies becoming real? When we passed by the kiddie pool, my sister started jumping up and down and waving her arms.
Anastasia! Anastasia! Come swim with me!
I put my hands over my eyes and pretended I couldn't see her. Maybe it wasn't the nicest thing to do, but I needed to set boundaries. This was my time. Damon took me up to the bridge where the captain and all the navigation tools were. It was amazing. Is it okay to be here so late? It's almost night. That's when the captain came in and yelled at us. I guess it wasn't okay. Damon took my hand and we raced back down to the main deck. What happened? I didn't know we were breaking the rules.
Technically, we're not supposed to schedule tours this late.
Damon, I don't want to get you in trouble.
You're worth it.
How would you know? You just met me. Maybe I'm a criminal.
Even if you were, I'd still like you.
My heart started to thump in my chest. Damon gently took my hand in his and then kissed me under the stars. In the cabin that night, I lay awake thinking of the kiss. I felt like I'd been transported into a real-life romance novel. Even Eleanor's snoring couldn't wipe the smile off my face. The next morning, I couldn't wait to see Damon again. But before I could leave, my mom blocked me at the door.
You know, this is supposed to be a family vacation. I'd like you to spend some time with us and your sister.
I can't right now. I already made plans. Besides, I see you guys every day.
You're not coming to breakfast, Anastasia?
Yes, she is.
Yay!
But Mom, my friend's shift starts at lunchtime. If I don't see him now,
you can see your new friend afterwards.
She didn't listen to a word I said. I was too mad to eat when we got to the cafeteria. I watched the guests at the pool having a blast. Meanwhile, I was stuck here with my parents and annoying sister. And the lady at the next table over was throwing a temper tantrum. Something about her earrings being missing. Eleanor showed me the smiley face she made with her pancakes and bacon, but I wasn't in the mood.
Do you want to help me build sandcastles when we get to shore, Anastasia?
Maybe. I knew I couldn't say no here, or else Eleanor would start crying and make breakfast even more unbearable than it already was. Anastasia, stop sulking and eat your breakfast. I tipped the plate over into my mouth like it was a bag of chips and finished the whole thing in one bite.
Then I gave my mom my most sarcastic smile. Can I go now?
Go ahead, sweetie.
I hightailed it out of there before my mom could contradict my dad. Damon wasn't on the sun deck where we agreed to meet, but that made sense. I was over an hour late. Thanks a lot, Mom. I searched all over the ship, but I didn't see him anywhere. Finally, after searching forever, I approached a crew member and asked him if he'd seen Damon. What he told me made my head spin. He told me that no one named Damon worked on this ship. I said there must have been some mistake. I showed him my romance novel and said Damon looked just like the model. But the crew member said he didn't know Damon or anyone else who matched that description. I needed to think. Had I misheard Damon? No, he definitely told me he worked on the boat. He had the uniform and everything. Maybe I'd fallen asleep by the pool and dreamed the whole thing. No, I knew Damon and our magical day together was real. It had to be. There was just one thing left for me to do. I had to find him. I searched high and low, from the engine room to the balcony on the sun deck. There was no sign of him. I was almost ready to give up when I caught sight of a familiar-looking shoulder turning down the hall up ahead. I crept closer and peered around the corner. Sure enough, it was Damon. Staying as quiet as I could, I tiptoed to the door to see what he was doing. In a small cabin, Damon dumped out the contents of a backpack onto the bed. I covered a gasp. Something sparkled. It was jewelry. Expensive jewelry by the looks of it. There were rubies, gems, gold rings, diamond necklaces, and earrings. Am I interrupting?
Anastasia, I can explain.
Did you steal all of these? And what happened to your hair? Damon no longer had the long, luscious locks of the cover model from my romance novel. His hair was shorter and darker now. You did! You stole all of this! No wonder you said you'd still like me if I was a criminal. Because you're a criminal!
I'll tell you everything. Please, just hear me out, okay?
It turned out Damon had seen me by the pool reading the romance novel, then intentionally changed his hair to look like the cover model. That way, he knew I'd be interested when he came over to talk to me. And it got even worse. The whole time he was giving me the tour, he was secretly stealing jewelry from the guests we walked past. I felt so stupid, like I was an accomplice.
Look, I understand if you hate me now, but I didn't do all this for myself. My mom is really sick, and we're too poor to afford her surgery. Now I can finally get her the medical care that she needs.
You should have been honest with me. What if people think I was helping you?
I would never give you up, Anastasia. If I get caught, I'll take the full blame, I promise. And I really am into you. That part wasn't a lie.
I was still mad, but he really did have a good reason. My mom drove me crazy, but if she was sick, I'd still do anything I could to help her get better.
Maybe we can hang out in Panama when the ship docks tomorrow.
I know you did what you did to help your mom, but you used me. I'm not ready to just forgive you and act like it never happened.
I understand. If you change your mind, I'll be at the hospital visiting my mom.
When we got to the shore, I had to give Eleanor credit. Panama was really beautiful. The city was so bright and colorful, and the beaches were unbelievable. And the weather was definitely nicer than Antarctica's. Eleanor looked so lonely building a sandcastle by herself. I felt guilty. I had been kind of distant toward her on the trip so far. I think this castle needs a moat. What do you think?
And more turrets and a drawbridge.
To be honest, hanging out with her wasn't that bad. We even went collecting seashells, and she told me how when she grew up, she wanted to be like me. Really? Why?
You're the smartest person I know. You do so well in school. You're like a rock star.
I had never realized how much she paid attention to me. I wouldn't go that far, but thanks. When I looked over at my parents, I could tell they were glad to see us getting along. We finished up at the beach, and I decided to stop by the hospital to see Damon. After having some time to cool down, I wasn't that mad anymore, and I thought with all this stress from his mom being sick, it might be nice for him to have a visitor. But then when I was about to leave, my mom got in the way again.
We're going to family dinner. All of us.
I just spent all day with you guys. I need to go see my friend. He's going through a really hard time right now, and he needs my support.
Anastasia, your sister needs you too.
I'm tired of always having to put Eleanor's needs before my own. What about me? What if I want to have fun or help my friend?
You're being selfish again.
Selfish? If she wanted my kidney, you'd probably make me give that to her too.
You have 2 kidneys, honey. If your sister needs one, you should give it to her. See what I mean? Before anyone could stop me, I stormed off. I needed to get away. My family was smothering me. At the hospital, I stopped in the gift shop to grab a get-well card for Damon's mom. I could see Damon through a window checking in on her. Aw, he was being so sweet with her. I understood now why he did what he did. I didn't want to intrude, but Damon saw me and came out.
It means a lot that you came. And thanks for not selling me out. Of course, I got your mom a card. Thanks, I'll give it to her later. She's sleeping now.
No, she's awake. Look, she's waving at me. I can give it to her now.
If you want, I'm just gonna go grab us some coffees.
While Damon left, I went in to give his mom the card.
Thank you, dear. You're not a nurse, are you?
No, I'm Damon's friend. We met on the cruise.
Damon? Is that the nice young man who was just in here?
You mean your son, right?
Oh no, I don't have a son. I have 3 daughters. Have you seen my bracelet? It was just right here.
I froze. Did Damon really trick me again? I sprinted out of the room to look for him. No way was I gonna let him get away with it this time. There! Up ahead, Damon was sneaking toward the exit with a duffel bag over his shoulder. He saw me chasing him and started to run. I wasn't gonna make it on time. He was almost to the door, and I knew when he got outside, he would disappear forever. Somebody stop him! He's a thief! Suddenly, Damon tripped on a toy. He tumbled to the floor, and the bag spilled jewelry everywhere. Bullseye! It was Eleanor with my parents. They must have followed me to the hospital. Security came over and grabbed Damon before he could try to escape again. You know what? You didn't look that much like the cover model. He has way more muscles than you. I turned to Eleanor. I was so happy to see her that I actually hugged her.
Anastasia, why don't you like me?
Of course I like you, Eleanor. Sometimes I just want to do my own thing, that's all. But no matter what, I'll always love you and I'll always be your big sister. My dad started crying seeing us hug. He was such a big baby. And then something even more shocking happened.
I'm sorry, Anastasia. We should have given you more free time. We'll compromise more on the next vacation, I promise.
Perfect. Who's hungry?
I'm starving.
I could eat. I let Eleanor hop on my back and gave her a piggyback ride to the restaurant. She may have been an annoying little sister, but she was my annoying little sister. Hi, my name is Ginny. The day I was born, there was someone who cried more than me. My dad. Not because he was emotional, but because he was in pain. In the labor room right before my birth, Mom went ballistic on him.
It's all because of you. You did this to me, jerk.
She literally pulled out chunks of his hair, and he ended up in tears. My parents just didn't get along at all. Once when I was 3, Mom threw a frying pan at Dad because he bought her a PlayStation instead of a makeup kit on her birthday.
You crazy woman. Are you out of your mind?
I must be, for marrying a dumbhead like you.
When I was 5, I was really excited for my first day of school, but they even ruined that by fighting over who'd drop me off. So I just grabbed my bag and took the bus. School was my happy place. My teachers liked me, I had friends, and best of all, it was drama-free. That is, till I made the terrible mistake of inviting my parents. In the 9th grade, they came to see me as the lead in the school play, but right in the middle of a scene, I started hearing voices from the crowd, and to my horror, I realized it was my parents.
Can you stop biting your nails? It's such a disgusting habit.
Can you stop chewing gum like a cow? It's giving me a migraine.
Did you just call me a cow?
No, I said you chew like one.
And before I knew it, Mom and Dad attacked. Everyone was laughing. I ran off the stage to break them up, and then the guards threw them out of the auditorium. I can't believe you guys just did that at my school. What's wrong with you?
Ginny, I'm so sorry your mom's a cow.
Oh my God. Did you really just...
Stop it! I can't deal with this! I stormed out of the house and kept walking, but soon I realized I was far away from home, without a phone. Suddenly, a weird-looking man stepped out of an alley and grabbed my wrist.
Oh, my daughter, I've missed you. Let's go home. Mommy's waiting.
What? You're crazy. Let me go. Just then, a guy came out of nowhere and pushed him aside. He took my hand and we ran like crazy. Once we were a few blocks away, he turned to me.
Hey, you okay? Why are you alone in this neighborhood at night?
I told him I'd just gotten lost and he walked me back home. I was about to ask his name, but he just turned around and left. The next day at school, all anyone could talk about was my parents' meltdown, and I was a laughing stock. At lunch, I was trying to ignore everyone's comments when I accidentally ran straight into someone. It was Brittany, a new girl who'd joined our class recently. OMG, you idiot. Do you know how difficult it is to get stains out of a pure silk Prada dress? I'm sorry, but it was an accident. I guess I should feel sorry for you because you come from a family of morons. But I don't. She grabbed a glass of juice to throw it at me, but instead, she threw it at herself. Then she burst into tears and ran off. What just happened? As I walked out of the cafeteria, I saw her crying on a boy's shoulder. When our eyes met, I realized it was the boy from last night. He walked over to me, looking mad.
Hey, why are you bullying my sister?
Sister? Me? I don't know what she told you, but she...
Just stay away from her, okay?
With that, he walked away with his arm around Brittany, who looked back to grin at me. What a psycho! A few days later in the library, I was reaching out for a book on the top shelf when I lost my balance, and someone caught me just in time. Oh gosh, thank you. What's your name?
Paul. How long are you planning to stay in my arms?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Thanks.
You're not welcome, and I came here for some peace. So can you stop talking to me now?
Gosh, how rude. A few minutes later, I couldn't hold it in any longer. So I just asked him, "You don't even remember me?"
Of course I remember you. I thought you looked really pretty that night.
And what about right now? He came closer, and my heart was racing.
Well, now I think you're kind of ugly, because now I know you're not a nice person.
Seriously? You'd have to be really dumb to not notice that your sister's a spoiled, mean brat. I pushed past him and stormed off. I just had to stay away from this jerk brother-sister pair. A few days later, our teacher announced a campfire trip. But when I got home, all my excitement went down the drain.
You don't need to go on trips. Just focus on your studies. You don't want to end up like your dad. Why not? I'm handsome, smart, and well off. And you can't even pay your pedicure bills. Here, honey, I'll sign your permission slip.
This was one of the few times their fighting worked for me. On the day of the trip, Paul came and sat next to me on the bus.
Hey, I just wanted to...
Sorry, this seat's taken. As Paul moved away, I put my backpack on the seat and put on my earphones. I wasn't letting anyone ruin the trip for me. Later that evening, everyone gathered around to play Truth or Dare. After a few turns, the spinning bottle landed on Paul, and his friends dared him to kiss me. As we crawled towards each other and our faces came close, my heart was pounding. And when our lips touched, I felt fuzzy. I was completely lost in the moment till someone shouted,
"You guys trying to set some record for the world's longest kiss? Get a room or a tent."
As I went back to my spot, I could feel Brittany's death glare on me, but I couldn't care less. Later that night, I suddenly woke up to see a weird shadow on my tent. I got up to peek outside, but someone pushed me back and we both fell onto the sleeping bag. Paul, what are you doing here?
Just listen to me, okay? I'm really sorry. I do know what Brittany can be like. Also, I can't stop thinking about you since the first time we met.
Suddenly we heard our teachers' voices close by. We'll be in so much trouble if we get caught.
Come with me. I have a better place in mind.
We sneaked away from the campsite till we got to an old cabin. Once the door closed behind us, Paul pulled me towards him in the dark and started kissing me. Suddenly, I stepped on something soft, and someone screamed. Paul and I yelled too and fell back in fright. Someone flashed a light in our eyes, and we saw that it was Brittany. Another girl was there too, holding her hand and hopping around in pain. "You stupid cow! You stepped on my girlfriend's beautiful hand. How was I supposed to know anyone was here?"
Wait a second. Brittany, you have a girlfriend?
Yeah. Is there a problem?
Remember how you're engaged to Dad's friend's son?
So, he's seeing other people too. It's cool. We'll still get married one day. Wow.
This girl was weirder than I'd thought. I made my way to the door, but to my horror, it just wouldn't open. We tried to pull it all together, but it seemed really stuck. And Brittany went off on me. Why did you ever close the door, moron? Don't you know the first rule of making out in weird places? Never close the door.
Hey, don't talk to my girlfriend that way.
Girlfriend?
Girlfriend? I thought you were just having fun with her. No, brother. This can't happen. Break up with her now.
What are you, crazy? You can't tell him what to do. And with that, I grabbed Paul and started kissing him, but to my shock, he gently pushed me aside. Good boy. Are you freaking kidding me, Paul? You're gonna listen to this psycho? He just stood there silently. I was so mad. I pushed him aside and sat down in the farthest corner. Once I was out of here, I was gonna change schools. There was nothing we could do till someone came looking for us. Brittany laid out a sack and she and her girlfriend cuddled on it together. I sat in my corner feeling cold and grossed out by their kissing noises. But at some point, I drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, I woke up to find a warm pair of arms around me. Paul, I swear I'm gonna punch you.
Shh, keep it down. You'll wake them up.
Why are you so afraid of your sister?
I promise. I'll explain everything once we're out of here. Just be quiet right now and let me kiss you.
I felt myself sinking in his arms, but moments later, I yelled out in pain when a flying shoe hit me on the head. Brittany was staring down at the two of us, looking completely manic. I told you to break it up, Paul. Have you forgotten that I know your biggest secret and I own your butt? That's it. I want to know what she's talking about, Paul. What is she holding over you? Paul suddenly looked like he was near tears.
Ginny, our mom left us years ago, but I found out recently that she cheated on our dad around the time I was born, which basically means he isn't my dad. And I'm afraid if Dad finds out, he won't want me anymore.
Oh, I know he won't. He'll send you packing to your good-for-nothing real dad. I was stunned, and then really mad. So, your brother told you the secret, and you're using it against him? You're a psychopath, Brittany, and you should be in a mental hospital. Brittany snarled and attacked me. As we wrestled on the floor, we suddenly heard the door fling open. It was our teachers and everyone else from camp. We were all given detention for a month. On the bus ride home, I sat next to Paul and slipped my hand through his. I think you should just tell your dad. The truth will be a shock for him, but I'm sure he won't stop loving you. You don't have to live in fear. Paul smiled at me and nodded. And later that day, we went to his house together. I was waiting anxiously in the lounge while he was talking to his dad. Just then, Brittany walked in. Ugh, do I have to see your face at my house too? Well, I guess once Paul is out of here, I won't. Suddenly the door opened and Paul and his dad walked in with their arms around each other. Paul hugged me and said everything was good. And I was so relieved. But then their dad turned angrily to Brittany.
Paul told me how badly you've been behaving, and I'm taking away all your privileges. You're grounded for a long time.
Brittany screamed and stormed off furiously. When I finally got home, I could hear my parents shouting all the way outside, and I decided that it was time to fix my own family's mess too. Mom, Dad, shut up! I can't take this anymore. You two are getting a divorce, or I swear to God, I'm putting myself up for adoption. For once, I actually got through to my crazy parents, and they did file for a divorce. I also found out that Brittany's rich boyfriend dumped her because he didn't know she was cheating on him, and her dad sent her to a very strict boarding school. Paul and I have been dating for a couple of months, and now we're headed off to my parents' divorce party, and no one is happier than me. Imagine you come home exhausted and you see a bunch of presents on your bed with a weird letter. Dear Annabelle, I've been watching you for a while now. You're so beautiful and it's so distracting. Love, Anonymous. It's the third such letter you've gotten that month, along with a package of bath salts and chocolate truffles. You live kind of a crazy life. You're a star ballerina from New York with agents and assistants at 16 years old. You don't have the energy to deal with this. You're ready to relax, put on a face mask and watch MSA videos. And like and subscribe to MSA because their videos are awesome. The next day, you're in the school hallway with your childhood BFF, Luca.
You guys are walking slowly since he has a new prosthetic leg. You show him the latest letter you've gotten from your secret admirer. This dude is obsessed with you. What does he mean he's been watching you for a while now?
You respond that he is probably trying to be romantic.
Stalking isn't romantic. I'm worried, Annabelle.
You say that you are getting free chocolates and foot scrubs and that you are not complaining.
Just then, the school hallway starts emptying and everyone starts whispering. You know exactly why. The new kid Isaac is walking your way. Everyone thinks he's bad news, but you think he's cute.
You say that underneath his tattoos and cold, hard shell, he is probably a great kisser.
Okay. Unless you want to spend your first date beating people up, I wouldn't ask Isaac out. He's got a bad rep. But your curiosity about Isaac grows each day. And one afternoon, things take a wild turn. Luca goes with you to your first rehearsal for a new show. Guess who your dance partner is? Isaac. He's a ballet dancer and cast as the male lead. He walks over to you and smiles. Hey, you go to my school. You own about 10 Gucci bags and you're always staring at me.
You apologize and say that you didn't mean to be that obvious about it.
Nah, I like it. I don't mind a pretty ballerina watching me. Isaac winks and walks away, and you can't help feeling butterflies. Just then, Luca comes up to you. How about I take you out to dinner to celebrate your new show?
You say that he is the sweetest and agree to the dinner.
But as soon as you get to the restaurant, Luca starts talking about Isaac. I wonder how many gangs he's part of.
You say that Isaac is a ballet dancer and question whether Luca really thinks Isaac is some gang member. Then, you sarcastically suggest that maybe they all wear tutus and walk around on their tiptoes.
Well, that might be useful if you're a thief sneaking around.
You are outraged that Luca considers Isaac a thief and call the accusation ridiculous. Then, you ask Luca why he is so obsessed with Isaac.
Luca suddenly falls quiet. He puts some money on the table and then leaves without a word. What's going on? You follow him out of the restaurant into the subway.
You ask what his deal is and point out that he has been acting weird the whole night.
Annabelle, I'm in love with you. I have been since ages, but I don't think you love me back. You're completely caught off guard. Luca loves you?
You tell Luca that you never knew that and admit that you have never thought of him that way before.
Do you think you ever could? You don't know what to say, but your heart is racing a bit looking into his eyes. It's okay. Don't worry. Nothing between us will change. Luca then gets on the subway and leaves. You're left there with your head spinning. But when you get to rehearsal the next day, you forget everything because Isaac's staring at you the whole time as you do your routine. You get so self-conscious that you trip over something and fall. Want some help with that routine?
You say that he can help you by dancing with you.
I guess I can't argue with that. Dancing with Isaac gives you goosebumps. And as rehearsal goes on, you get to know him a little bit. Surprisingly, he's a total nerd. He shows you 5 comic books he's carrying in his bag. He doesn't exactly fit the bad boy image he has, and he's fun to be around. But at the end of rehearsal, Luca shows up looking completely normal. He walks right up to you with 2 tickets. Ready for a night at the carnival? Just the 2 of us?
You excitedly say that you love the carnival and call them a freaking angel.
Oh, wow. I've been meaning to go too.
You suggest that he should totally come with you and Luca and say that it will be fun.
Luca agrees, but doesn't look too happy. And when you get there, things get heated. Luca and Isaac start competing over everything. They both keep taking selfies with you on every ride. Isaac wins you a stuffed unicorn, then Luca wins you a life-size tiger. Luca knows how you love a good chocolate shake, but Isaac accidentally knocks it over and gets you a giant ice cream sundae.
You say that you are really tired of walking them and suggest resting for a bit.
Of course. Here, let me give you a foot rub. You can't help smiling at how sweet Luca always is. But just as you're ready to get up, Isaac literally sweeps you off your feet. I'll carry you, Anna. We can't have your pretty ballerina feet hurting. Hey, I can carry her too. Dude, with your leg? Probably not. Just chill out. I got her. Finally, you tell the boys you want to ride the Ferris wheel.
You state that it will be a quiet ride with no selfies and ask them if that is understood.
Whatever you say, madame. Yeah, as you wish. But when you get to the Ferris wheel, you see it's only a 2-person ride, so you have to take turns riding with both. You go with Isaac first, and then you guys get stuck at the top. Can I tell you a secret? I've never gone out with a girl before. I've always been too shy to talk to girls.
You express surprise, saying that you never would have guessed that he would be shy.
Hey, I'm still human underneath these biceps, tattoos, and amazing hair.
Isaac's face is inches away from yours, and suddenly he's leaning in, and he kisses you, and you forget everything else. But when you get to the bottom, you see Luca with his eyes full of fire. He gets onto the ride, but seconds later bursts out angrily.
So what? You guys are a thing now?
You hesitantly say that you guess he saw you two kiss, then clarify that he kissed you, but
suddenly, Luca's hands are on your face, and he kisses you. Your stomach is doing backflips.
I said nothing would change, Annabelle, but it has. I need to know if we can be more than friends.
You hesitate and say that you're not sure. Then you admit that you might like Luca, but also like Isaac.
But you barely even know him. You've known me since we were kids.
You point out that it doesn't mean you can't like someone else more.
Oh, so you do like him better.
You clarify that that's not what you said.
Annabelle, I'm going home. I guess I need some space from you right now.
Luca walks away, and things change after that. You start spending more time with Isaac since you rehearse together every day, and you can feel the chemistry growing, but you hardly see Luca over the next few weeks, and you really miss him. Then one night, you're walking to the subway after rehearsal when you see someone with a black mask coming towards you. You freeze for a second, and then swing your purse to smack him with it. He drops what he's holding and runs away. It's a package with your name on it. He's the guy that's been sending you all that anonymous mail. This time, when you open the package, there's no present, just a single note that reads, "Why don't you love me?" And suddenly, you get a shocking thought. What if the stalker is Luca? He's been in love with you for ages, and he knows where you live. The next day at school, you see Luca in the courtyard. You walk up to him and push him.
You call Luca a creep and accuse him of being your stalker.
What? Are you crazy?
You accuse him of following you to the subway last night and running away after leaving the note.
Annabelle, I can't even run properly. Don't you think you would have noticed my limp?
Of course. He was right. You feel so stupid. Suddenly you start crying, and Luca puts his arms around you.
You say that you weren't freaked out before by the letters and presents, but now that Isaac is following you, you feel scared.
Hey, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you.
You feel so safe in Luca's arms, and you look up into his eyes. He's leaning closer, and you pull away.
You tell Luca to stop and say that you can't kiss.
Because you have a boyfriend now?
You confirm that you do have a boyfriend now.
And I'm just your friend. It's because of my leg, isn't it?
You exclaim in shock and ask how he could even think that.
Luca doesn't answer and storms off. You go looking for Isaac, but he's not at school because he's sick. You spend the next few days alone, and riding home, you're terrified of running into your stalker again. Finally, the night of the show comes, and Isaac comes into your dressing room to wish you good luck. He's leaning in to kiss you, but just then, Luca comes in.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt your makeout. Just wanted to wish you good luck, but I'm guessing Isaac already did that.
Then all of a sudden, Isaac turns to him angrily.
Dude, just let it go already. Annabelle doesn't want to be your girlfriend. It's time you stop acting like a jerk and be happy for her. And yeah, she and I were in the middle of a kiss.
At that second, Isaac pulls you close to kiss you, but you can see the hurt in Luca's eyes, and you just can't do it.
You tell Isaac to stop and say that Luca already gets the point.
He has to get over himself. It's not fair to us.
You look over at Luca, but he's already left. You take some time alone after that to do warm-ups. Then suddenly, you feel someone watching you. It's the masked guy from the other night. He runs out of your dressing room and you go after him, but he's disappeared. That's when you see the basement door is open. You go inside, and it's pitch black. Suddenly, the stalker comes up from behind and pushes you to the ground, and you hear the door close and lock. You bang on the door like crazy, calling for help, but no one hears you. You stay locked inside all that night. Finally, the next morning, the door opens and a bunch of cops come in. Your parents are crying and asking if you're okay. Just then, you see a policeman with a boy who looks around 14 years old.
This is the young man who's been stalking you, sending you letters and presents for the past month.
I've just had a crush on you ever since I saw you perform, so I saved up my allowance to buy you presents. I know I kinda got carried away, but I didn't mean to freak you out.
You ask him if he is kidding, then you accuse him of locking you in a dark basement all night.
No, it wasn't him who locked you in the basement.
To your horror, You notice Isaac is in handcuffs with another cop.
We did a background check and your friend here has a restraining order from his ex-girlfriend. He's a criminal.
You ask in confusion what he is talking about.
Annabelle, I locked you in that basement because I was angry. You didn't kiss me in front of Luca, and that made me think you had feelings for him. I hated you at that moment. And yeah, I lied. I did have a girlfriend, and she pushed me away, just like you did.
You feel like you're gonna throw up as the cops take Isaac away. The next day, you sit at your favorite spot in the park to collect your thoughts. When someone sits beside you,
want some company?
You tell Luca that he was right about Isaac and admit that everyone was right about Isaac being bad news. You acknowledge that you were the only one who didn't see it.
I also didn't do a great job looking out for you. I acted like a jello.
His warm breath on your lips. You say you want to try it again so you can be sure.
Hi, I'm Zara, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born in a small town in Lebanon to parents who were literally God's angels. Both of them were doctors who worked with a charity organization and treated most patients for free. So obviously, we weren't rich, but we were happy. My parents' kindness rubbed off on me too, and even as a small kid, I couldn't see anyone miserable. But soon after I turned 14, my whole life changed. My parents had gone to Syria as part of a medical team, and a few days later, they were reported missing. As search teams still looked for them, I was sent to live with my aunt and cousin in Turkey. Aunt Rabia was extremely wealthy, and she lived in a huge mansion with her daughter Amel. Aunt welcomed me warmly and showed me around the house. There were beautiful decorative items in every corner. Oh wow, this vase is so pretty.
That's Amel's choice. We bought it in Paris last year.
You've seen the Eiffel Tower? I've heard it's gorgeous. I suddenly stumbled backwards and knocked the vase off the table, and it shattered into pieces. Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's all right. I'll just call someone to clean up the mess, and we'll see the rest of the house later, okay?
Gosh, why was I so clumsy? At dinner, I tried to be extra careful not to drop anything, and Aunt noticed my nervousness.
Are you still thinking about those vases? Don't worry about it. But just in case Amel says something, don't take it too seriously, okay?
What do you mean?
Well, her heart's in the right place, but she just has, a different way of expressing her feelings. Just know that we're both very happy to have you here.
I wasn't quite sure what Aunt meant, and I was quite curious to meet this mysterious Amel now. Aunt had to leave when she had an important call during dinner, and as I cleared up the plates, a group of laughing girls barged in. One of them spotted me and said, "Hey, you, go get something to drink for me and my friends." This girl must be Amel. "Hi, I'm Zara, and I didn't ask for your name, did I? Just go get me a Coke and an iced tea and a coffee. You know where the kitchen is, right?" I nodded and returned soon with the girls' drinks, and no one even said thank you, which felt odd to me. Just then, one of Amel's friends accidentally knocked over her glass, spilling her drink on the table. Amel snapped her fingers at me, and I wiped up the mess and left. Later, as I was watching TV in the lounge, Amel walked in alone, and she suddenly looked livid. "I know you're new, but are you crazy? You're a maid here, not a guest." "Actually, I'm not the maid. I'm your cousin, Zara." Amel looked taken aback. "So why were you acting like a maid before?" "I wasn't. You just asked me for something, so I did it." "But why? Are you some kind of moron who just does everything she's told?" "No, but you're my cousin, and I didn't mind helping you out." She just stared at my face, then started laughing and walked off. One day, Aunt was telling me about how she'd started her skincare company alone, and now it was $1 million business. I was really impressed. "I want to take my brand global, and I'm looking for someone to model the new range." "But you're so gorgeous yourself, Aunt. You should be the face of your products." Jeez. "Yeah, she's letting you stay in her home, but there's no need to be such a suck-up." "No, I'm serious. Aunt is stunning, and you take after her, you know." As if. "I guess Mom hasn't told you her little secret yet." And suddenly, she leapt forward and grabbed Aunt's hair.
I thought she was gonna hurt her, but then Aunt Rabia's hair came off. It was a wig, and she was completely bald. Aunt looked really embarrassed, and I was shocked beyond words. But Amel just laughed and walked off singing, "Mom is a baldy, Mom is a baldy." Aunt quickly tried to put her wig back on, but I stopped her. Amel shouldn't have done that. But Aunt, you're stunning even without your wig. Oh, Zara, you don't have to say that. I lost all my hair due to alopecia a year ago, and I know I look like a freak. No, you don't. You look strong and beautiful, like a superhero straight out of a Marvel movie. It really suits you. You really think so? Absolutely. I started school soon, and I felt a little out of place, but I decided I'd just focus on my studies. One day, I was having lunch outside in the schoolyard when a football came flying out of nowhere and hit a young boy playing close to me, knocking him down. I immediately helped him to his feet, then took him to the bathroom and got him cleaned up. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, I'm fine. But wait, my iPod. I can't find it. It must have fallen down somewhere. Don't worry, I'll help you look. We both went back to look for it, but when I found it, it was completely smashed, like someone had stepped on it. The boy was about to burst into tears, and I quickly said, "Hey, don't cry. Okay, how about I give you mine?" Really? Is your mom gonna be okay with that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure my mom won't mind. There, it's all yours. Thank you so much. You're awesome. Suddenly, someone behind me spoke. Wow, awesome indeed. I turned around to see a tall, handsome boy holding a football. I'm sorry, that was my football that hit him. Kicked it a little too hard. I think you should be saying sorry to him, not me. But the little boy was already skipping away with my iPod. I guess I owe you an iPod. Why'd you give yours away anyway? Because it's just an iPod, and look how happy he is. He was about to say something when suddenly Amel appeared and threw her arms around his neck. There you are, babe. I see you've already met my cousin. And Zara, this is my fiancé, Murat.
Oh, you two are cousins?
Yes. Remember I told you about the orphan cousin from Libya that we took in? You know how big-hearted Mom is. It's Lebanon, and I'm not an orphan. My parents will be back soon. But yes, my aunt is generous and amazing. And with that, I walked away. A few days later, Aunt was hosting a dinner for Murat and his parents. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. But when the soufflés were served, they had sunk in, and Amel called for the cook. Did you expect me and my guests to have this soup for dessert? I know you're not the brightest, but how stupid do you have to be to mess it up? Amel, that's enough, honey. You can go now. I felt furious. I wanted to tell Amel off so badly, but I didn't want to create a scene. Later that evening, as we all sat in the living room, Murat suddenly turned to me and said,
I've noticed that you're always wearing this big watch. It seems too heavy for your wrist.
Oh, yeah, it's my dad's. Mom gave it to him for his birthday, and, well, I've just borrowed it till they get back home. Zara, could you please not talk about your parents? It's just uncomfortable. It's not uncomfortable for me to talk about them. Yes, but it makes other people feel weird. No one wants to talk about depressing stuff. I felt angry tears stinging my eyes, and I quickly excused myself and went out to the garden. I found the poor cook crying outside, and I consoled her as best as I could. As she walked away, I turned to find Murat behind me.
Your cook seemed really upset. Maybe Amel was a bit harsh, but I guess you have to deal with servants a certain way.
A certain way? The only way to deal with anyone is with respect.
Yes, but she made a mistake, and Amel had to tell her.
Not in front of everyone, and not like that. And the cook is only human. Her son is really unwell, and she's worried. And even then, she prepared a whole feast for us.
Do you know everything about all the servants?
I do talk to them. Don't you?
Sure, to give instructions, but nothing about their personal lives.
They live in your house and serve you every day. And you don't care to know anything about them?
Wait, are you saying I'm arrogant?
Well, yes. Yes, I am. I started walking away, but suddenly, he gently grabbed my wrist.
Amel shouldn't have said that about your parents. I'm sorry, and I'm sure they'll be found soon.
Me too. and thank you." And then I left. The next evening, when I went to the kitchen, the cook seemed to be in a really good mood, and she told me that Murat had offered to fully pay for her son's treatment. I guess he wasn't so bad after all. A few weeks later, I was walking out of a cafe in town when I walked straight into someone. Murat. A small velvet box fell at my feet, and we both quickly bent down to pick it up, and ended up bumping our heads really hard. Then we both burst out laughing and sat down on a bench. I just picked out a ring for Amel. You know, we have our engagement party in 2 weeks. What do you think? He opened the box to reveal a diamond ring. I'm sure she'll love it. But I asked what you think. It's lovely. I'm just the wrong person to ask about diamonds. Well, what kind of ring would you want if you were getting married? I've never thought about it. And I haven't thought about marriage either. But if it ever happens, I just hope I'm as happy as my parents. And they've never had anything fancy, so I don't think that stuff matters. Murat looked at me with a strange expression, and for some reason, it made my heart flutter. You're nothing like your cousin, Zara. In fact, you're unlike any girl I know. Just then, a few raindrops fell on us, and Murat said he'd drive me home. Nope, I'm walking. It'll be fun. But you'll get wet. Exactly. When was the last time you walked in the rain, Murat? Never. That's just sad. It won't kill you, I promise. I started walking, and he joined me. And then it started raining really hard, and he took off his jacket and put it over my head as we ran for cover, laughing like kids. When it slowed down a bit, Murat walked me home, and I asked him if he'd like to come in and see Amel. No, I should be heading home. But thank you, Zara. I haven't laughed this much in ages. You're something else. He smiled, and my heart was fluttering again. I went in, trying to push away that stupid feeling. But just as I was about to walk into my room, someone pushed me hard. It was Amel. What were you doing with Murat, you witch? Hey, can you calm down? We just bumped into each other and he walked me home. Wait a second. Is that Murat's jacket you're wearing? Suddenly, I realized that he draped it around my shoulders and I'd forgotten to return it. Look, it started raining and he was just being nice. Listen to me loud and clear, Zara. He's my fiancé, and I don't want you hanging out with him. I didn't plan it, Amel. I'll just stay away from him. You don't need to feel so insecure. Suddenly, she pounced at me and snatched the jacket away. Why would you make me feel insecure? You're just a poor orphan living on our charity. Someone like him would never even think about someone like you. And neither would I. But if you call me a poor orphan one more time, Amel, I might just punch your face. And with that, I pushed her out of my room and slammed the door shut. I was getting sick of her. After that, I completely avoided Murat in school or any time he visited Amel at home. He was her fiancé, and it was best for me to stay away from him. The engagement party was being hosted by Aunt, and the whole house was buzzing with excitement. But just as they were about to exchange rings, Murat suddenly stopped and looked up at her. Amel, I can't do this. I can't get engaged to you. What? What do you mean? I'm really sorry. I tried, but I just can't convince myself to go through with this. It isn't fair to us both. What are you talking about, Murat? I'm in love with someone else, and it's not you. I'm sorry. Murat left the room, and everyone just stood there, speechless with shock. Amel burst into tears and ran off to her room. What had just happened? Aunt Rabia looked really upset. An hour later, when I went up to my room, I was shocked to see that the whole place was trashed, and Amel was standing in a corner, holding Dad's watch. Amel, have you lost your mind? And what are you doing with my watch? I was waiting for you to come so I could show you. And with that, she put my watch on a table and smashed it with a hammer. Oh my God, no! What did you do? That was my dad's. How could you? Well, I don't think he's coming back for it. And suddenly, I snapped. I leapt forward and grabbed her hair, and we broke into a huge fight. Moments later, Aunt walked in and pulled us apart. What's gotten into you two? She stole my fiancé. She's a snake, Mom. I don't know what you're talking about, you psycho. Aunt took Amel away, and I climbed into my bed and cried for what seemed like hours. The next day, Aunt came into my room with a really serious face.
Zara, I'm sending you away to live with my cousin in another city, and you'll be attending school there. I'll pay for everything, of course.
I stared at her face, feeling a bit heartbroken. I loved my aunt, and I didn't want to be away from her. I wish you would believe me that this isn't my fault, Aunt Rabia.
I do believe you, but I have to take care of my daughter, and I don't think it's a good idea for you two to be around each other. I hope you'll understand.
I left to stay with Aunt's cousin the next day. I missed her a lot, but her cousin was kind too, and I soon settled into my new school and tried to forget about my life before. But I never gave up hope that my parents would be found one day. I worked hard for a scholarship and got into a good university. One day, as I was walking out of university, a gust of wind suddenly blew some papers out of my hand, and as I ran after them, I tripped and was about to fall face forward when someone caught me.
I got you, and your papers too.
I looked up in complete shock. It was Marat. What are you doing here?
Obviously looking for you.
But why, Marat? You don't know how difficult you made things for me.
I know, and I'm really sorry. When I found out you left, I knew there was no use coming after you, because you'd never make your aunt or Amel unhappy. And I went away myself, trying to forget you, but I just couldn't. You somehow changed me, Zara. I don't want to just settle for something ordinary anymore. I want to be with someone who makes me happy, who makes me better. I'm in love with you. Maybe since the first time I met you.
It was the sweetest thing I'd ever heard, and my eyes welled up. I never really stopped thinking about you either, Marat, but I don't think we can be together. My aunt would be convinced that I broke you and Amel up, and she'd hate me.
That's another reason why I'm here. Your aunt's been sick for a while, and I think she'd really like to see you. There's something she wants to tell you.
I immediately dropped everything and went to see Aunt Rabia, and I was shocked to find her so weak. Why didn't you tell me you were sick, Aunt? Who's been taking care of you? Where's Amel?
Amel got married to a rich, much older guy some months ago, and she left. She hasn't visited me since.
Well, I'm here now. Aunt tearfully took my hands.
My darling Zara, I'm sorry that I ever sent you away from me. I was angry then, but I don't blame Marat for falling for you. You're the best person I know, and you have my blessing to be with him. You deserve every bit of happiness.
I hugged Aunt tight, and then she said something that shook my world.
There's something else, but I had to be absolutely sure before I could tell you. I got a call from an agency in Syria that had been trying to reach you. Zara, your parents have been found. I spoke to them myself, and they're flying in tomorrow.
I just couldn't stop the tears from flowing. It sounded unbelievable, but I'd never, ever lost hope. I left Aunt to rest and found Marat waiting outside. You knew about my parents?
I did, but I had to let your aunt be the one to tell you.
I can't wait to see them again and introduce them to you.
I'm so happy for you, Zara. It looks like it's gonna rain. Let's go for a walk, shall we?
I'd really love that.